That was a bad choice. It'll be all right later.
Okay, what's the Cotty College mascot? You know?
2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2. Just a minute. The speaker. Check, 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 check.
Is that truck back far enough?
Yeah, it's good.
One, two, 1, 2.
Stol drag is, Stol stands for short takeoff and landing, and what we decided to do along with Kevin Quinn was come up with a little more exciting version of that called Stol drag. So what we do is race side by side on a 2,000 foot course, so just under a half mile. We race side by side, try to take off as quick as we can, get to the halfway point, go into a really aggressive slip to try to lose airspeed, get us as slow as possible, land as close to the finish line as we can, come to a stop at the far end. As soon as your airplane has stopped moving, we do a 180-degree turn, race back and do it again. First one to a stop at the other end wins.
Good morning. Doing well.
Well, all of you early birds. Oh, and Andrew, I got a little delay. Let's see, what can we do about that? Turn that. Let's try a test on that. Test, 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 test. A little bit more, Juan. Yeah, that's getting better. I think you fixed it. Yeah, I think right now that's pretty good. We'll keep tweaking it. Welcome all of you early birds. You're here at the right time. As you can see and hear, we've got action on the airport grounds, on the taxiway, on the drag strip. Juan Brown is with me. And neither rain, nor snow, nor sleet, nor smoke, nor the dead of night can stop the Stihl dragsters from performing for the crowd. While we do have visibility issues with racing aircraft on our main courses and visibility and whatnot, for the Stol aircraft is right in front of us. They got the visibility they need. There's no compromise on that, and they are raring to go. They said, come on, we came to have some fun, we came to race, and we're gonna enjoy that this morning. Juan Brown, welcome back. He is the voice of the whole gang here. He is, he'll put you right in the cockpit. He's gonna talk about some of the aircraft and some of the rules and some of the background of all the aircraft and where we came from and where I'll be quiet, Ron. It's all up to you, Juan.
That's right. As long as we got at least a mile of visibility, we can run these Stol drag racers. It's so dusty out on the track anyways that we hardly have any visibility anytime we're racing. So we got 19 aircraft out here today taxiing. We're going to finish up qualifications this morning, run some grudge matches, have some fun matches as we narrow down who's going to be the Stihl Stol drag race champion. We'll be talking more about the individual aircraft and pilots once they get to racing. Just a quick layout of the land here and how Stol drag racing works. We've got a 2,000-foot strip here in the dirt between the runway and the taxiway. We got a start-finish line here to your stage left where the flags and golf carts are, where the aircraft are taxiing to. By the way, stand by for the Blue Angels pivot turn down here on the left. Get everybody oriented, going the correct direction. And then we got a turnaround line 2,000 feet down the line where the aircraft will be turning around and drag racing back to. So the whole concept of Stol drag racing is how quick can you get down to this course, and the first aircraft that comes to a complete stop wins the drag race. Two aircraft side by side. So Kevin Quinn, the chief instigator, is going to be launching the aircraft two at a time from the start-finish line. They will go as fast as they can to the turnaround point, 2,000 feet down the line. About the midway point, you're gonna hear them suddenly chop the power, throw the aircraft into a full slip, and slow down as quick as they can and hit the point at the turnaround point. They have to land on or beyond the turnaround point, come to a complete stop. We got judges down there checking them out. Then spin it around as quick as they can and haul potatoes back to the start-finish line, again landing on or beyond the start-finish line, and the first aircraft that comes to a complete stop wins that drag race. And it'll be double eliminations throughout the weekend as we work through to see who's going to be the Stihl Stol Drag Championship racer for 2022 at the Reno National Championship Air Races.
Settings or however you can do it. They got like a director.
So for the Stihl Stol Drag Championship here in the program, turn to page 68 and you'll see all the aircraft and all the race pilots starting on page 68. So we're going to be racing for a pretty good prize this year of $30,000. And then Josh, come on up here and help me announce some of these sponsors for the Stol Drag races. It takes a lot of folks to helped sponsor this to put this together.
Absolutely. We have AOPA, which we can't forget, have done so much for the Asian sport of aviation. Cub crafters, and you'll be seeing a lot of the Cub crafters planes out on the field here at this time. Airframes Alaska, those guys are famous. Anybody in the Stol world knows who they are. Tempest Aero Group, Flight Outfitters. Oh boy, I don't think I'm wearing a Flight Outfitters right now, but there's often. Oh yeah, you got one right there. They got awesome stuff. Flight Outfitters, a super good proponent of Stol drag. We got Whalen Aerospace. And, oh, it looks like they got a pivot turn here coming right now. So they pulled the two 182s out of the line because of the nose wheel, and here comes the rotation.
Just like the Blue Angel.
Oh, that looks beautiful. Yeah, with the two nose wheels out of the scene, things are able to get a little bit smoother. The Zenith is so light that it can still make that turn, so that's okay there. So back to the sponsors, we got Whalen Aerospace, Clemens Insurance, which I have myself, I know you do too, McFarland, and MT Props. Can't talk enough about them. We also got Sky Cowboy. We use their products, Behringer wheels and brakes.
Okay, we got the two straight tail 182s on the start-finish line. Aaron Greer in the number 1 lane.
Let's have a good, fun, safe day. Take your time. Give me a signal when you're ready, Andrew. Take your time. Are you ready? Ready. Here we go. Aaron, are you ready? Here we go. On the arm draw. 3, 2, 1.
And Andrew Patry in the number 2 lane in the black straight tail 182. Now the thing to watch in the number 2 lane with the black 182 is he's got a different propeller. He's got an MT reversible pitch propeller. So let's see if he's able to get it into reverse this morning at the turnaround.
And you'll notice lane 1 pulled throttle a lot sooner, and the reason for that is that lane 1 is going to use the slip to decelerate, and lane 2 is going to try and use the prop. Best of luck to him. I know he's having some trouble with that. They're trying to work through it. And it looks like it didn't work for him as well this time, and it looks like Aaron's pulling ahead on this one.
That's young Aaron Greer in the number 1 lane in the number 1 position. He's one of our youngest pilots out here. Last year he came out with just 300 hours of total flying time. This year he's doubled that, 600-hour pilot, flying the heck out of that old 182, throwing down the flaps, throwing into a full slip. He's going to be first into the start finish line. Now just a matter of getting it stopped in a big cloud of dirt.
Ross, come right out. We need to make sure that's good timing. Clear to taxi. Straight run, boys. Straight run. Andrew, follow Aaron. Remember, boys and girls, let's keep it safe. There's no rush. Slow fast.
Slower is faster. You'll hear that all day long with Kevin Quinn coaching the pilots out there. Who do we got out there now?
All right, looks like we got Brian Stead and John Hockala. John Hockala is out of Washington, and let's see, we got Brian's out of Texas. This is a financially mismatched set of race right here between the two different airframes, but you might see that they're a lot closer than you think sometimes.
Here we go on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1,
So John Hockala.
That's Brian Steck in the Legend Cub with that large propeller making a lot of noise. And if you get a chance, come on down to the Stol Corral, check out these aircraft, and check out the landing gear in that Zenith Super Stol. Just a crazy suspension on that aircraft. And look how quick he gets it stopped. They both turn around at the same time. Who's going to out-accelerate them?
This is such a good race. Like you said, and Brian, if you come into the pits and look at Brian's plane, make sure you mention the pink weights that were put on there from, I think it was Walmart, to try and offset that heavier nose weight there. So make sure you mention that to him. Now, just because we see one plane in front does not necessarily mean that that's going to be the winner. So we watch all the way to the end because maybe one can outbreak the other.
That's right, we're checking the whole spectrum of the performance envelope of these aircraft. It's not necessarily the fastest airplane like in traditional air racing. These airplanes need to accelerate quickly, decelerate quickly, hit the mark with precision, and come to a full stop very quickly.
Next, it looks like we have Hal Stockman and Tim Schellhorn lining up.
Hal Stockman with the lightest aircraft in the fleet here, weighing in at just over 600 pounds in the Rans S7, the white aircraft in the number 2 lane.
Hal, are you ready? On the arm draw. 3, 2, 1, see ya!
Tim Schellhorn running that pumped up 0320 with electronic fuel injection, and electronic ignition. Getting the whole shot.
Never count Hal out because he's so light. He can get on those brakes and stop before most other planes. Doesn't mean he always will, but I'll never count him out.
And Hal's been messing around with a reversible pitch propeller. Have you got an update on how that's going for Hal?
He's been having a little trouble with it, as everybody has. The only person that seems to have mostly dialed in would be Austin Clemens, who's not here today. Everybody else is still trying to catch up with him.
Tim Schellhorn in that extremely fast Carbon Cub. I think that's going to be our second fastest aircraft out here this year.
It sure is a beautiful plane. We're no final judges, but it looks like Tim Schellhorn may have taken that one.
Hal's still getting some qualifying times out there. Everybody gets the equal number of qualifying runs. And as long as they don't scratch at either line, a scratch means if you land short of the line, you scratch. That run does not count. If you do not come to a complete stop at the turnaround,
Ready, here we go on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
is that Colin Kneva in the number 2 lane?
Colin Kneva number 2 and Bo Ellis number 1. That is correct.
Colin's running a Carbon Cub and Bo in his custom-built Legend Cub. Colin gets the whole shot in the lighter weight Carbon Cub. But Bo's been doing this a lot of years in his Legend Cub.
They're both just outstanding.
Look at that, they touched down just at the same time.
Colin tours around with the National Stol as well as Stol Drag, so he gets a lot of time in there trying to stop short in that plane.
That's right, besides Stol drag racing, there is traditional Stol and Stol cross, if you will. Several different events. Look at that, side by side, neck and neck. Oh, perfect.
That is fantastic.
Beautiful, good shot right past the steel home pylon.
Now, although it's a Legend Cub, you'll see it has a Cessna straight tail. Legend Cub is going to have a custom tail on that one. That's why the plane looks a little funny the way you don't recognize what kind of plane it is.
Yeah, what a race. Clear to taxi. Bo. Yes, lane 1. That one goes to Mr. Kneva. Clear to taxi.
That was so close, they might have to go to the video replay. They've got the judges down there with video cameras showing around the campfire who won that race.
Meanwhile, I'd like to see it again.
Oh, yeah, they will. That's a good match. Looks like Joe Dory in the number 2 lane in a Piper Pacer 150 horsepower engine, 0320. And who's that? Bruce Graham in the number 1 lane?
It is Bruce Graham, that's correct.
A rookie here at Reno this year.
Not a rookie to flying. Boy, he's
No. Very interesting character. If you get around to chatting with Bruce down at the Stol Corral, he'll tell you about summiting Everest back in 2019 and some of his other adventures.
Bruce flew here in that plane all the way from Colorado, and Joe came from Idaho.
Boom, just together perfectly. Kevin's really matching them up well, really getting the matched pairs for some neck and neck side-by-side racing.
They are really close. Looks like Joe got him on a turnaround, so we'll see how the acceleration goes and see if Bruce can put that Cub to work.
Joe's been scratching on some of his earlier qualification runs. Hopefully he'll get a good time this time.
And here at the halfway point, see who slips first. Looks like they're fairly close.
Yeah. Full flaps, and then as they come into the start finish, watch the flaps get retracted. Boom, spank it on the line, on or beyond the line. Get the weight off the wings and on the wheels. Stick full back, come to a full stop.
Joe, I think you got him. Colin, or Bruce, leave the taxi. Joe, follow Bruce, clear the taxi.
Who's up next?
All right, we got Kathy Page in her brand new Carbon Cub that she just finished building, just flew the time off and got the hours she needed in that thing. She used to fly the Honey Badger, the Clipper, right?
That's correct, Piper Clipper with no flaps.
Clipper, and that was awesome. Next to this guy in the yellow, we're still trying to figure out who he is. Number 44, Steve Henry, I guess it is.
You'll know as soon as he winds this thing up to 10,000 RPM. Incredible performance from race 44. By far the fastest airplane out here.
It's looking pretty close. Don't count Pathy out yet.
Pop, pop, and cutting that Yamaha Apex 300 horsepower snowmobile engine, turning 10,000 RPM through a Skytrax gear reduction box that brings that prop down to a reasonable speed. He's already turned around and heading back for home.
Well, that was a great speech on that one. I guess I don't need to say anything about that. He did switch to the little wheels yesterday and picked up a few seconds because the little wheels, once the ground smoothed out,
That's right, little less effective braking with the big tires. We put a lot of water down there on the course. It's still pretty dry and dusty. Flaps up, coming to a full stop. You got to go down to the Stol Corral and check out these airplanes and talk to Steve about all the incredible innovations he's got in that aircraft to make it a custom Stol drag racer.
Please do, and I'll be happy to talk with you. You guys are there at the thing. I'm the crew chief for number 44, Steve Henry, Yamaha there, and I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have there. So next, looks like we got two Highlanders lined up. We've got Mr. Eddie Sanchez from Texas, and Curly, also flying a Highlander. Now they are flying different engines, so Curly's flying more of a stock engine, whereas an Edge Performance engine is in Eddie's Highlander.
So what does Edge Performance get you out of Aerotax? Higher compression?
Well, this one also has the so you'll see them pull off the line. Even though they're the same plane, they definitely don't fly the same.
You'll hear the difference. Listen to that.
There is higher compression. There's some modifications in the crank, a few other things, forged parts as well. I think Eddie's number two qualifier, wasn't it?
Really?
I think Tim Schohorn's still dialing his stuff in, so yeah, so we'll see where that falls at the
Well,
end.
that'll be a good race. Let's get them two together and see how they perform together.
That will be exciting.
Eddie Sanchez with a good lead in the number 2 lane in the Black Devil Girl, Just Aircraft Highlander. Throwing it into the full slip. Here come the flaps. He's actually paying attention to his flat limit speed. Most guys just throw him out there regardless of the speed.
Now, Curly's got this giant Behringer suspension. He can just drop it in at a lot faster speed, but I don't know if he's going to try that or not.
Yeah, a lot of these aircraft have custom suspensions. Especially check out this Just Aircraft Super Stol has the very long shocks. They're not Fox shocks, but they are similar to a very long stroke suspension that allows you to spank these aircraft down on the ground and not rebound, not bounce back up into the air halfway to the moon.
It's really awesome until you get into a crosswind, but yes, they are great for landing. So here you have the brother, Sanchez.
One of them flies for United, the other one for Southwest. So crew schedule, and if you're looking for your pilots, they're out here goofing off at Reno this year.
Yeah, you got Tony and Harry out there. Tony and Sanchez in lane 2, and Harry lane 1.
Harry Beaupre in the Spirit of Lewis. Yellow Kit Fox.
And the other one is a Super Stol. It's like a Highlander, but has a different wink in the suspension. It's got that long travel suspension as well. Now he's having lane 2's having a little bit of trouble. His sister-in-law ordered his flight suit one size too small to remind him that he's the bigger brother.
All right, guys, we're alive at the Stol competition. Action's everywhere.
Harry Beaupre getting it in the turnaround.
That was a fast turnaround by Harry Dupree. And Tony's getting going now too. Now you notice the Just Aircraft Super Stol flies at a higher angle of attack, kind of drags through the air. So for this sport, it's probably not the best option of wing for this particular sport. It does a lot better in the traditional Stol.
Yeah, you got to be able to accelerate quickly. Harry's touchdown.
I am impressed with Harry's speeds on this. This is pretty good. I seen him at May Day this year, and he was doing great in practice. And he's really showing what he's got. He's really come a long way from when he first started.
Looks like hometown favorite Kevin Palmer in the Red Rocket Kit Fox. Is he heading to the number 2 lane, I believe? Ty Firkin in the white Kit Fox. Feels Sunday, so hopefully he'll stick around for the whole weekend.
Ty's got some pretty amazing skills in this, flying in NVGs at night, spraying fields, under wires. Pretty incredible.
And these are very young pilots, too.
Looks like Kevin might have got the jump on him right initially, but it looks like Ty's picking that back up.
Both of these, I assume, are Rotax 912 powered Kit Fox aircraft, about 100 horsepower. Now, our Hal Stockman in the White Rans S7 is a Rotax expert. He does a lot of work on a lot of these engines, and Ty is running what we call a Stockmanized Rotax 912. Little increased performance thanks to Hal Stockman. Good race. Looks like Ty in the lead. Morning, Earl.
That's an aggressive slip right there from Ty Firkin.
And of course, the Kit Fox run flaperons instead of flaps and ailerons.
And I noticed a lot of those Kit Foxes, sometimes the tail doesn't come up as quick as the other planes, and I understand that those flaperons can mess with that.
Ah. Is that Brent Womack in the Rans S20, a later model Rans aircraft in the number 2 lane? Who we got number 1?
This is Aaron Greer in his 182. He's out of Washington. He's been out the last 2 days with a broken part on the nose gear, as the original track was really rough and it tore his nose gear apart. So they actually got some parts in and got it fixed, and he's back here for this is his qualifying kind of.
Chris, are you ready? Up to their job. 3, 2, 1, go!
Really neat to see such a mismatch of aircraft, the 182 being way, way heavier, still holding its own here with the Rans.
And that's the neat thing about a 2,000-foot course, is it really tends to equalize all these different types of aircraft. Now watch for that wake turbulence off that 182 there, and a good bounce in the number 2 lane.
Yeah, Womack got ballooned there at that end, which is really going to cost him quite a bit of time. Aaron's a little slow on the turnaround.
He's got to get that big nose wheel 182 spun around.
Looks like Brent definitely gained some time on him.
Chopping it and dropping it. There go the flaps.
Seems to be Brent's technique is ballooning it. Everybody's got their own little technique about when to pull flaps, when to pull power, where to set down after the line, and how fast to do that. And that's really interesting to see.
And Aaron just came sailing into the start-finish line, blowing right past the Rands.
He didn't get to fly the last 2 days. He really wanted to get some extra time in.
Andrew Patry in the number 2 lane in the black and yellow 182. This 182 was found right over here in Carlin, Nevada, sitting around for 4 years. And again, Hal Stockman to the rescue, grabbed a battery and got her running and took it home. And now she's out here racing today.
Since that time, has had a lot of upgrades. Titanium landing gear, you know, the reversible MT props, an exhaust system.
Sportsman Stol kit, VGs.
New lighting system, everything but paint.
Who's in number 1 lane?
John Hockala in the Zenith.
Zenith Super Stol.
2, 1.
That's Kevin Quinn, the chief instigator out there with the arm drop at the start-finish line. You see him out there in front of that checkered flag with the arm drop.
Now either John was asleep or they're expecting John to catch him. What do you think that was all about? Andrew's definitely got him on that turnaround, but John is catching up. He's not far behind. A real question here will be, will he be able to get the reversible prop going? Can he get it in beta and use that? And the way to tell is when you see a puff of dust go in front of the plane instead of just behind it.
And the trick with that reversible prop is you need good oil pressure, and the 0470 at idle RPM does not have enough oil pressure to really actuate that prop quickly and accurately. John Hockala bouncing it in. So the catch with the reversible prop is it only works at idle RPM.
Sometimes you can carry a little bit of extra speed, expecting it to engage, then it doesn't, and now you're in a worse situation than you would have been if you hadn't tried to use it. So it's a gamble.
Because if you get yourself a little bit short, you got to add power. Now you're not at idle RPM, and you can't use it in that case either. So it's a tricky operation.
That's right. Now we got Brian Steck and Hal Stockman up on the line. Hal is in the Rands what do you call it? S7. Yeah, it's got so many modifications on it. I can't tell what it is half the time. Lane 1 in Brian Steck in the Legend Cub. Lane 2. And for clarification for everyone, lane 2 is the one furthest away from the grandstands.
The big Legend Cub versus the very lightweight S7. Hal's already up in the air and paddling and pedaling as fast as he can.
When Brian Steck got this plane, the pretty blue one there, he immediately put slats on it. He flew it for a very short time without slats and has never taken them off. He flies it all the time with him. Well, when he got here, he thought he could pick up a little bit of speed by taking the slats off, and he was in for a surprise that the plane that he thought he knew how to fly was very different when he took the slats off. So he had to not only get the skill down for the Stol drag, but he had to relearn how to fly the plane with the slats off because it had been so long since he had done it.
And a lot of these guys bounce back and forth between Stol drag racing and traditional Stol, and so you got to reconfigure the aircraft. Neck and neck, side by side. Brian throwing it a big slip. Hal just sailing in like a leaf.
Now, if you look at how he's not using flaps and he's coming in faster, he's going to rely on the reversible prop, and it's a gamble.
He got it. I think he got it.
Outstanding. Good job, Hal. Tim Shellhorn and Bo Ellis are taking the field. Tim Shellhorn lane 2, Bo Ellis line win.
Bo comes from Bodad, California, a dirt strip right over here by Frenchman Lake. He survived the Dixie fire, and they used his airstrip to stage a lot of firefighting aircraft, and they saved his house and hangar and aircraft in that million-acre fire from last year.
We are seeing the remnants of that right now in the distance.
Yeah, that's the mosquito fire, which is at 63,000 acres, and it's beginning to simmer down. Looks like Tim gets the whole shot.
Tim definitely, he could do what he wants it to do, so we're excited to see what these times are.
Tim gets to stop first and turned around first.
If you do come to the pits, you'll see some giant weights that Bo's got to sling around when he makes that turn. They have a unique appearance, so come on by and take a look. Deep slip by Tim, and Bo as well.
Full control authority in those side slips, chopping it and dropping it.
Tim chose the 26-inch tires, which is if you had to choose a tire, one tire for the whole event, that is the perfect tire. Because based on the changing conditions, that tire works. Whereas you'll see Steve Henry, he's switched back and forth from 31s to these tiny little, I don't even know what, little donut things. But based on the track conditions, you'd have to change. But if you had to choose just one, 26 would be the right one. And I think Tim made the right call on that.
And that's a good all-around choice in the backcountry as well. The giant tires you really only need for riverbed type operations. Who do we got out here now?
It looks like Colin Kaniva, and that must be Bruce Graham over there.
Colin Kaniva, the number 1 lane. Bruce Graham, number 2 lane, both running a pair of carbon cubs. Carbon Cup being one of our proud sponsors, Stol Drag Races. Go up there in Yakima, Washington, buy a Stol Drag ready aircraft right out of the factory.
So Colin Kaniva's pulled away there in lane 1 in his Scooters Coffee Cub Crafters aircraft. He's the star of the Carbon TV show Old Green Plains. If you get a chance to check that out, he'd love you to come over and check that out. Not to be outdone by accomplishments next door to him, Bruce Graham has climbed Mount Everest, and also the only person in history to be a double donor, both a kidney and part of his liver, and he's out there still killing it.
Very interesting individuals in this very competitive, still Stol Drag race. Colin with a wide lead. What makes Colin's aircraft so fast? Has he got the bigger engine?
You know, some days it's fast and some days it's not. And I'm trying to decide if it's the airplane or how the night went before.
Scooters Coffee helps sponsor Colin. Ooh, got a scratch on Colin, it sounds like.
What a bummer. He had a great run there, too.
Double scratch at the turnaround.
Right.
So we got 4 judges down there checking for that complete stop and landing on or beyond the line.
Joe Dory now looks like he's taking the line, paired up with Steve Henry, both from Idaho, Caldwell, and Nampa. Those 2 airports are next door to each other. They're all friends and family in that area.
Right there in the Treasure Valley. Very busy cockpit in race 44. I'll explain a little bit here in a sec. So Steve chops the throttle, throws it in a full slip, pops the flaps, looking for his mark. He's got a hair trigger on his flaps right there. He retracts the flaps with a hair trigger. Now he's got to add a little bit of nitrous, not to the engine, but to the intercooler to spool up his turbo, get the aircraft turned around, and come back as quick as possible. because that turbo has a what do you got, a 6 or 8 second delay?
From idle, it's about 6, yes, between 6 and 8 seconds. At this altitude, it's been about 8 seconds.
So he needs to make up for that turbo lag by adding a little shot of nitrous to the intercooler. Just an amazing bit of experimental aviation. You guys have done a great job setting that all up. Joe Dory coming on in the highly modified Pacer. Great, what I would call budget bush plane. The Pacer with the extended wings and the PA-18 tail and the big tires.
Yeah, with all the custom work in it, maybe the parts didn't cost anything, but the labor to make that thing work must have cost a fortune. So
a lot of time and love. Looks like Kathy Page in the number 2 lane. They are in their new Carbon Cub FX2. And
Eddie Sanchez over there?
I think that's Eddie Sanchez and the Devil Girl, the black Just Aircraft Highlander in the number 1 lane.
Could be Curly. I can't see from this angle here. I think that might be Curly.
3, 2, 1, see ya.
Right you are. Grasshopper.
So Curly's plane's got some Behringer gear in it. It gives it a lot more suspension. You get that side load in it a little bit more. You might see it rock on landings if the ground is uneven.
What sort of suspension? Is it Behringer suspension as well on that?
It's a Behringer add-on, yes.
No, I need one though.
Ooh, Kathy. Turn it around quick. Getting it stopped very short.
She sure did, but Curly seems like he got the turnaround pretty close to her, so this will be exciting.
Kathy in the lead with the Carbon Cub. She's got a lot of experience running that clipper on this track with no flaps. So for her, running this aircraft is as good as cheating. Flaps up, she's down. And has the full stop.
The best run I've seen you make, Kathy. Great. Clear to taxi.
Here comes Eddie Sanchez now in the black Just Aircraft Highlander Devil Girl, number 2 lane.
And number 1 lane, I believe, is Harry Dupree in the Kit Fox. He's doing so well. This is a race I'd really like to see. These guys seem to be closely matched.
The Spirit of Lewis.
He's here from Fallon, Nevada.
That's right, he just relocated. He might be flying dusters out of Fallon here soon. Sanchez brothers all coming out all the way from Montgomery, Texas.
The little Sanchez brother. Looks like he's pulling away from Harry.
Got that bigger engine. All about making good pilots better. Practice making every landing a precision landing, hitting your spot. Being able to side slip while maintaining perfect directional control, perfect heading down the track.
You'll often see a pilot who is behind on the turnaround, see the guy in front of him, and since the guy's in front of him, he'll hold his throttle in long, forgetting that's going to take you way beyond the line. The second to land often goes further down the line than the first guy to land. Or
the Super Stol Just Aircraft.
Ty Birkin in lane 1.
From Nampa, Idaho. Kit Fox out of the whole shot. First.
You know, I've seen Ty fly over my house many times because I'm right in the middle of the flight path in Idaho, and these guys, to go to the backcountry on the Oahes, go right over my house. So I've seen him all the time, but I never met him, so I just met him for the first time officially just the other day.
Oh, good.
What a nice guy.
Good, they're going to turn around neck and neck. Now, let's see, will that Kit Fox be able to beat him out of the whole shot again?
Yeah, Ty's turnaround was a little quicker. They both started at the same time, but his tail got around faster.
Good turns.
Ty holds those wings so level. That must be something he's perfected in crop dusting.
Stick and rudder. Kevin Palmer, the hometown favorite from right here at Stead, Reno-Stead, in the Red Rocket. Kit Fox in the number 2 lane. Brett Womack in the Rans S20, number 1 lane. Brent came all the way out from Denton, Texas to join us this weekend.
There's a lot of pilots from Texas here.
Texas and Idaho.
Everybody will proceed after that as planned.
So that should mean we've got all the qualifying times equal number of runs for everybody.
And they're off.
So they'll be able to grab their best qualifying time out of all those different runs. This is a good pairing.
It sure is. Now the technique of them landing is different. So right when they pull, Womack will go up.
Let's see if is he going to pop it?
No, he changed it.
There it goes up a little bit.
Kevin's floating a little bit.
A little more bouncing on the Rans. Has he got that aluminum spring gear on that?
I believe he does, and it sure is springy.
That's the advantage of having a full suspension versus a stock landing gear setup.
And there's a perfect example of it when you see Kevin come out so much further ahead when they landed at nearly the same time.
Lane 1, scratch on the line. Floating her on down to the start-finish line. Looks like Kevin Palmer gets her stop first, winning the drag.
Here's the race we like to see. 2 182s.
Big old straight tail 182s.
So these guys both fly into Washington. They're based right in the same area.
Ellisburg, Washington.
These guys are great friends. They tour all over the country doing the National Stol and Stol drag. These guys love doing this. And although they both have a lot of other airplanes, or at least some other airplanes, they both keep flying the 182 because these distances they gotta fly are so far. They're like, my other planes would be much more suitable, but I don't want to fly it there.
A long haul and a slow airplane. And of course, the 182 with the tricycle gears still makes a great backcountry aircraft as well.
Yeah, well, these planes are a lot faster than some of their other planes. They're backcountry planes. So these guys are fairly evenly matched.
They're both running the 0470 Continental 6-cylinder engines. Number 1 lane pulling a slight lead. Aaron's been running a little higher angle of attack.
So Aaron pulled earlier, trying to slow down because he does not have that prop, that reversible prop. And there's the advantage of it.
I think he got it. I think he got that reversible pitch prop to work.
He must have.
Big cloud of dirt. Big lead coming out of the turnaround for the number 1 lane.
And that could all change on this landing. If he's not able to get that reversible prop back in gear, Aaron could take it, so it's not over yet.
Yeah, look at the number 2 lane sneaking up it.
Looks like he got it in. Yes, he did.
Good job, number 1 lane.
Good guys. Gorgeous.
Andrew Patches gonna take that.
Andrew, you got him by a hair. Clear to taxi. Aaron, follow Andrew.
Just by a hair, that's how close these races are.
And Hal Stockman lane 2 and Brian Steck lane 1.
Ramses 7 versus Legend Cub. Moac, mother of all cubs.
Now, if you're in the stands, you can look at the leading edge of.
Ooh, Legend Cub getting good at that turnaround. He got it snapped right around quick.
This will be really neat to see at the other end because Hal's a real contender, whatever sport he's in, be it Stol or Stol drag. He's always in that top 5.
Great to see the progression and the continuous improvement with Brent in the Legend Cub. If he didn't scratch, this is going to be a great run for Brent.
Brian Steck's flying that Legend
Brian,
Cub.
correct.
All the way from Texas.
I'd have to go to video replay on that, boys. Green 3. Wow, clear to taxi.
Too close to call, gotta go to video.
I love that.
They'll be arguing about it all night.
All right, Bo Ellis, lane 2. Tim Shellhorn, lane 1.
Bo running the Titan 370 engine in his Legend Cub. You'll notice all these aircraft are pretty well lit up with various strobe lights. It's good to be seen in low visibility conditions like today and out in the backcountry when seeing and be seen is really the only way to avoid each other.
And Tim is just smoking offline this time.
Got her running good and got the ground adjustable prop just about dialed into the way he likes it.
So Bo is running that as well, huh?
I believe so.
So Tim pulled real early, so which means he's going much faster than Bo. So I'm expecting his turnaround to be a lot quicker.
Look at that, he's already spun it around.
I don't understand the right turn he makes.
Yeah, usually you'd think go to the left for the torque, but sometimes some guys like to whip it around to the right, and there's no rule preventing you from turning left or right at the turnaround.
I was asking his wife, Julie, if maybe he was left-handed, and she said no. But since I am part of the crew for Steve Henry, I can assume everything that I know is wrong.
Looks like Tim's got Bo by a good lead. Looks like Colin Kaniva taxiing out, your favorite pole dancer. Looks like Colin got touched.
To sleep.
Okay.
no wobbles up or down. Eddie getting stopped first at the turnaround.
He sure got that.
Look at that turnaround. Go, Eddie!
Eddie's the only guy.
Finding him.
Brother's name tag has got his picture, so he's just dominating everything over his brother, and his flight suit fits.
That's page 69 in your Stihl Reno Air Race booklet for the Stol Drag pilots and aircraft, page 69. Brent Womack in the number 1 lane with the Rans S20 from Denton, Texas, and Happy Dog. Tony Sanchez, Eddie's other brother, in the number 2 lane, the Just Aircraft Super Stol.
Then Kevin Palmer and everybody clear down course. Judges.
Now, what engine did you say is it? Womack's Rans S21?
Well, let's see, I think it's another, Rotax 912. He calls it the Stol Creek Big Bore Kit.
Oh, okay, and that's something that Tony doesn't has as of yet, is the big bore kit.
For you, Kevin. Then we're going to run a grudge match and we'll have a little meeting here in a minute.
Okay, Kevin's going to run a qualifying run here, and then it sounds like a grudge match. Don't scratch, Kevin. Just get it on the clock.
So all he's got to do is pull a time without a scratch. Is that right?
That's it.
No pressure.
We want everybody to put in their best performance for the qualifying run.
All right, Kevin.
Determine their standing.
Don't scratch on the 8 ball.
Pass the line. Full stop. Tail down. The tail's got to be down. On heading.
They allow a 10-degree off heading right there. Is that right?
Yep. Judge's call, but we just want to see that you're well under control on the full stop.
Absolutely.
Good turn.
Kevin Palmer, the brother of Trent Palmer, also very well known in the aviation world for really helping explode the backcountry sport with some incredible footage and cinematography that he does, showing people what it's really like out there flying. Also local to this airport.
That's a big reason why we're here today, is these guys' social media presence has done so much for aviation in general and re-inspiring a whole new generation of pilots that are so desperately needed to get into aviation today.
So Aaron Greer on lane 2, lane 1, John Hakala. You couldn't have 2 more mismatched planes.
I think this is our grudge match, so that's where the name comes from.
Two nose wheel, tricycle gear.
Keep them out of the dirt, boys.
Sometimes called nose draggers. Looks like John's able to out-accelerate him.
Now get that 182 accelerating and ground effect. Get that tail up.
So you see the 182 having to pull power earlier, being heavier to slow down. Now, I will be surprised if he can outbrake John Huckle.
Bouncing it into the start finish.
And there's the advantage to the light plane being able to get stopped sooner.
Big Tuna getting turned around first in the number 1 lane. John Huckle and the Zenith coming in from McMinnville, Oregon. Home to Spruce Goose. With a good lead on the 182, Aaron Greer.
Arian's carrying a lot extra speed on that landing.
Yeah, he comes sliding in pretty quick right behind him, but look how long it's taken him to get stopped.
It looks like John took it.
Big Tuna, John Huckle is buying the drinks this evening on that grudge match.
Position. Let's have a beat down at just behind Kevin Palmer's plane. I'd like to have a medium line behind Kevin Palmer's there.
We're going to check where we are with the schedule. They're going to take a little break and find out what comes up next. Let's take this opportunity to thank our sponsors that help put Stihl Stol Drag Racing on the map.
Easy for you to say.
Yes.
There sure is a few of them here. We got AOPA, again, everybody familiar with that. Cub Crafters, Airframes Alaska, Tempest Aero Group, Flight Outfitters, Whalen Aerospace, Clemens Insurance, McFarlane and MT Props, Sky Cowboy, and Behringer Wheels and Brakes. And a lot of these sponsors are here today. Please check out their booths. Tell them you heard about them from us, and go check out their stuff.
They provide the things you need to go Stol drag racing or backcountry flying. Danny, what do you think's going on with race control? We still waiting for some visibility issues for the rest of the show?
Yeah, I checked with Earl Allen, gold medal winner in the biplane class. He's going to do our color
Earl
commentary
doing your
for us.
color?
Yeah,
Oh.
he's behind. Look,
Yeah.
you can only get a gold jacket like that if you won the gold in your division.
Me and Earl used to race biplanes together back in the day.
He did. He won the gold in biplanes. And yeah, so we're waiting for safety visibility for the biplanes, wisely so. And so Roy's got some messages I think he's going to give you, and then you guys will come back after that, sounds like, from what I'm hearing. So stand by, don't go away.
Flexibility is the key to indecision. We're standing by.
Yeah, but you guys heated things up this morning. You got everybody going. I can't thank you enough. We don't need no stinking visibility.
We'll be here all day.
Yes, right.
Wear me out.
They'd fly by Braille if they could, so. Well, good morning, everybody. How you
Hey,
doing?
it's Roy Happily.
It
Top of
is.
the morning, Roy. All the
Good
way
morning.
from Canada. The Royal Man himself.
Yeah, here we go.
So good day.
Oh, beauty. I looked again. I still can't find a Tim Hortons down here, so I can't get my double-double in Canadian maple.
We'll have something flown in for you.
Oh, thank you. I look forward to that. And here's something for you to look forward to. Of course, the Reno Air Racing Association's Checkered Flag Club. This is the place to watch the races from. Check all this stuff. You get up-close parking with shuttle service. We don't even get that, Danny. I'm parked at Never Never Land today, I tell you. Access to general admission event areas. You got a pit pass. You got a continental breakfast. You got lunch. You got the big dinner on Saturday night. There's a hosted bar. And there's grandstand seating.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Play your favorite games at JJ's and qualify for a square on the Thursday night football game board. Don't forget to check out JJ's Locker Room. Book your very own private football party. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun. Play at JJ's Sports and Spirits and you can win cash and free play. JJ's Sports and Spirits. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With a pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
For over 15 years, Assured Partners Aerospace has been proud sponsors and insurance agents for the Reno Air Races. We'd like to be your aviation insurance partner. Our national team of dedicated, experienced insurance professionals will always have your best interest in mind and are passionate about protecting your assets. It's what we call power through partnership. Enjoy your time here at the 2022 Reno Air Races. Pepsi is proud to support the 2022 National Championship Air Races and Air Show. Stop by one of our concession stands and treat yourself to an ice-cold Pepsi Cola. DP Air Corporation is an industry leader in critical environment design, construction, power, cooling, maintenance, and service. This includes data centers, MDF and IDF rooms, MRI centers, and many other critical areas. Whether you're building new, expanding, or implementing green solutions at your facility, DP Air is the perfect partner for you and your team. With over 35 years of critical environment experience, DP Air excels in providing their customers with first-class solutions, including UPS, power distribution, computer room air conditioning, power generation, and fire protection. With locations in Arizona, California, and Nevada, DP Air's team of professional architects, mechanical and electrical engineers, and project managers will assist you in all facets of caring for your critical environment. If you want it done once and done right, DP Air is your partner. To learn more, please visit them at dpair.com. Peppermill, Reno's premier AAA four-diamond resort, has been named one of the top 10 best casinos in the nation by USA Today's 10 Best. Tickle your taste buds in 9 award-winning restaurants. Unwind and indulge at the 3-story Spa Toscana, featuring an indoor caldarium and sun deck. Sip your favorite cocktails, enjoy live music, or party until the sun comes up at 15 bars and lounges. So much to do at the Peppermill Resort Spa Casino.
Throughout the course of the day, we will be using our official this year's program. Following a series of great programs going back to 1964, and we have some personal acquaintances who have one from every year, and that's quite a collection now. I wish we had the foresight to do that back in those days, and I wish we had the money to buy a program. They are a souvenir program, nothing to get rid of, something you'll enjoy for years to come. A lot of information on the inside about all of the racers, the race course, the race rules, the past winners of all of the divisions, and some people we're paying tribute to this year. It's just wonderful. And let's see, they are being sold behind the bleacher seating area at merchandise areas and also by roving program sellers, I am told. So make sure you pick one up. And as we like to tell the audiences throughout the course of the week, of race week, you can enjoy one for yourself and keep it for yourself as well. It's a coffee table type book. But if you have somebody that's in an assisted living home, think what a treat that would be if you send it to wherever they're at. They could enjoy it. They could reminisce with the note that you sent with it about the action and all the excitement. They could share it with folks that they are with each and every day. If there's somebody way out of college in another town, you could send another copy to them with some notes about the excitement of the Reno National Championship air races brought to you by Stihl. And in addition to that, if there's a man or woman in military uniform anywhere around the world, you can also mail a copy of our official program to them. It makes a great gift. And as we're talking about gifts, and Christmas is coming up, you two, I'll give you my size. Behind the bleacher seating area are many, many different items for a birthday, a graduation, an anniversary. Of course, we think of ourselves first. So what would I look good in? Whether it's a hat, a pin, a pendant, I don't care what it is, toys for kids, they are being sold behind the bleacher seating area. And men, Christmas coming up. It's not going to come very slowly. It always comes up fast. So buy the item you want right now. Make sure when you take it home, you know where you hid it for Christmas, and then wrap it up. Get some old Jefferson charts and wrap it up.
What, more airplane
I know
parts?
you still got some in the, never mind. At any rate, it's back there if you need it. It all helps the Reno Air Races, helps civic organizations, and all the food items that you may think that you love are back there as well. Pepsi, our official soft drink, back there as well. So when you're hungry, thirsty, or when you have to go, and we all have to go sooner or later, understand that behind the bleacher seating area is a full row of convenient booths for you. So all the action back there, we saw a whole lot of families back there enjoying that midway. And we'll continue to tell you that the best seat in the house can be in pit row. Man, that is a pageant down there. At the back of the bleacher seating area, there is a yellow ticket booth, several windows in it. And there you can purchase your pit pass for today or for the rest of the season. By purchasing for every day, you can save some money. And I'll tell you, if you go down there today, it is the lowest cost of the weekend. Each day it bumps up just a little bit. So it's a value today. It's great entertainment. And again, it's to our left as we face the Stol steel checker pylon. So that's the pit area down there. They have got down there, they've got the T6 SNJ Harvard class. I had to say Harvard for Roy. And the unlimited class, all of the sport racers, and I think they told us there were 47 sport racers contending this year. And T6s, unlimiteds are down there as well. As you continue to walk, you'll see Earl Allen's group down there, the biplanes. They're inside of a hangar, big 3-bay hangar. You're free to go inside there and browse around and see all the different models of aircraft, all the different paint schemes. And the Formula Ones are in there as well. Now, as we face the steel start-finish checker pylon, you point over your right shoulder, you'll see a number of aircraft that are on display for our invitational judging. There are biplanes, there are antiques, there are seaplanes, there are fighter planes, there's some very rare fighters planes there as well. Let's see, some really classic aircraft as well, all being judged. And again, this year we're going to have a People's Choice Award. You can go down there and place your vote on your favorite airplane, and the one you choose on your People's Choice Award may be the winner. And again, as you point down to the right, as we face the Stihl checker pylon, down there are the jets that are racing this week. And some of the military airplanes are down there as well. And all of Juan Brown's and Josh Connor's Stol racers are down there too. All different configuration sizes, tire sizes, gear sizes, gear types. It goes on and on and on. Anyway, the show is going on all over the place. It belongs to you, so enjoy each and every area that has been set up just for your enjoyment here at Race Week. Well, do you want to make your dreams come true, folks? You're at the right place. 8 drawings this week, today through Sunday, to fly with the racers in the T6 SNJ Harvard class. It's been going on for years. It's a thrill of a lifetime. You take off with the racers with you in the air. You fly overhead, watching the racers go around the course, and you land with the racers in a T6 SNJ Harvard aircraft. Now, like on TV, it says, but wait, there's more. For the true thrill of a lifetime, you could win a ride in a North American World War II P-51 Mustang, much like the one Tom Cruise owns and flies actively and enjoys the heck out of. The most famous airplane, many say, of World War II. Now, there will be 2 separate drawings for a ride tomorrow and a ride on Saturday in the P-51. And if this is not on your bucket list, you ain't got a bucket. It says here, for details of the drawings, simply go to the yellow raffle booth behind the pit, behind the bleachers, on the entrance to the pit gate. You'll see it has several windows in it, a lot of prices, and a lot of volunteers there. For details of the drawing, visit the raffle booth located near the pit entrance, opposite the bleachers, and get all the details you need on the price, the ride, how you get contacted. And we could mention your name in the air. We'd love to do that. but you have to sign up to win. And once we mention your name, you make a trek back to where you bought your raffle ticket, identify yourself, and you'll be in the air, getting a bird's eye view of the racers in the World War II North American T6 Texan. Yet another great feature of being here this weekend. Okay, folks, here's what we're doing so that you know and you can get around and be best entertained. You look out at the race course, you see haze, you see the smoke, and of course that is a safety issue with aircraft going around the pylons, and visibility between the airplanes and the pylons themselves, and of course the desert floor. So not compromising safety in any way, shape, and form. We are on, we wanted to get around to the convenience area. Now would be the time to do it. As soon as we get into the convenience area, now would be the time to do it. As soon as we get information on whether we can go into the air safely, we'll relay it over the PA system, and you can make your way back to the seats. But if you want to wander around now, that would be probably the time to do it. You could do your shopping that we talked about, enjoy a bite to eat, or anything that you care to do. It's your choice right now. Throughout the course of this year, on our very busy air show season, we have been overjoyed at the amount of people coming back out to air shows. Families, little kids and strollers being pushed by their young parents, along with their parents that are the grandparents and sometimes great-grandparents as well. Everybody's got their happy feet on out at air shows again. There's so many neat things are happening this year, milestones. We have been celebrating since the beginning of the air show season the 75th birthday of the United States Air Force's inception. Earl, doesn't seem possible. 75 years in the United States Air Force. After World War II, it was a separate division, and the Air Force, that was 75 years ago. That's been amazing. Now, if that's not enough to blow your mind, the United States Navy has been landing on aircraft carriers for 100 years this year. Oh, that also doesn't seem possible, but it is very true. We have another great celebration going on too. It is the recent release that came out May 26th of Top Gun Maverick. And there's a reason I bring that up. The original Top Gun movie starred some friends of ours, people that raced here and people that did air show routines here. And it was a blockbuster movie, all-time record in terms of income and gross receipts. But it also quantum leaped air shows. It introduced people to a form of aviation, the Top Gun F-14 airplane, and they came out to air shows in droves. Air shows got bigger. That movie did a lot for us back in the mid-'80s. Now the next movie, Tom Cruise, Top Gun Maverick, they finished it about 2 years ago, and then all the theaters closed. So they had a $170 million budget that they spent on the movie that was finished, and they didn't have an ounce of revenue or income. Tom Cruise, such an honorable guy, he promised a couple brothers that helped produce the movie that he wouldn't stream it. So he sat on it, they all sat on it for a couple of years. It finally came out May 26th and is breaking all box office records. So far, about $1.5 billion in worldwide sales. It's a very popular movie. It's a family movie. And here's the cool thing about it. Tom Cruise is a very dedicated and sincere and passionate flyer. He takes his flying very seriously, as do a lot of Hollywood stars that are infatuated with aviation and just are devoted to it. So not only is he a pilot in it and helped produce the movie, but the producer of the movie, our air show buddy and competition buddy, David Ellison from Skydance Production. He is the producer of the movie. So two pilots getting together to produce the second edition, Top Gun Maverick, and everybody is raving about it. Earl Allen is a great pilot, airline pilot, race pilot, sport pilot. And you know, pilots sometimes are a little crusty when it comes to movies, should I say, airline pilots. I'm not gonna go see that movie. Well, I got buddies who are aviators who have gone to see it twice. And they say, I may go see it a third time. I may take my grandson with me. I may take some friends with me. It is that great of a movie. It will impact you. It's a great American story. The world is loving it. It's produced by pilots who fly, for pilots who fly. And now if that's not enough, if you haven't seen that movie, by the way, you need to see it. And take as many people as you can. Take the entire family, because after the movie, there'll be a lot of things to talk about. We'll tell you more about that. But now, because that movie was in the can for 2 years and not to be released because our theaters were closed, next year, the next Mission Impossible is coming out, again with Tom Cruise. And he was over in Europe wing walking on some biplanes over there with one of our air show stars who got tasked with going over there and doing the shots. You know that Tom Cruise does his own stunts, no stunt doubles most of the time. So he's out on the top of the Stearman walking around and doing some promotional for that Mission Impossible that's coming out in 2023. So there's a heads up on that one. Top Gun, if you haven't seen it, a great American film. And you'll get some messages out of it. I think everybody gets a little different message out of that movie. But it's a movie with great American values. Well, you're all pretty good weather observers. So as you look around, you're seeing the same things we are because we're outside with you. And just not good enough. So again, where's the entertainment? Well, it's in the pit area. It's off to your right with the jets and the Stol racers. See them up close and in person. Get some selfies with any of the aircraft. Check out the area, the airplanes in the pit area. That's the T6 Texans, the Unlimiteds, the many, many, many sport aircraft in the sport division. And then further under a roof in the hangar, big 3 hangar doors, are all of the biplanes and all the Formula Ones. The aircraft being judged as we look at the Stihl checker pylon over our right shoulder. You can see some of the big machines down there. Some of the military machines are down there as well. So that's where the entertainment is right now. While we're waiting for safe conditions to race, that's where you can be occupied and enjoy the entire grounds with your friends and family. That's where the show is right now. The show before the show as we await Mother Nature to give us a break. Thank you for being here. We love each and every one of you. Yours truly, Danny Cushion, the host that loves you most, will keep you informed of anything, any changes, as we continue to do what we can safely.
The problem now
audience. I've just invested enough money to where I can. No, I'm not. Now, here's the rub. If you're already paying, if you're paying the fee, though.
Well, this is it, the 2021 Stihl National Championship Air Races. This is the final day of 4.5 days of racing in this truly unique American world event, if you will. And this is the day when we hand out medals, silver, bronze, and gold. A gold medal means a national championship, and we have one imminent right now. We're about to start the sport gold race right now for a national champion inside the cockpit with defending champion Andrew Findlay. Tommy Sanders, Rob Lowe with you here, and we are just about there.
That's right, Tommy. They are actually coming down the chute now. This is 6 laps on our largest 8-mile fastest course, and we are going to see close to 400 miles an hour out of these home-built aircraft, truly the fastest home-built aircraft in the world. There you're on board with that fantastic shot. You see the airport out in front of them, the guide pylon out in front of them. Just like the jets, they've got to stay on their lane until that guide pylon. Now, Jeff Lavelle and Andrew Findlay have had a years-long rivalry. They haven't got to go head-to-head much this week. Findlay is out front. Lavelle is farther back, and I expect Lavelle to make a really quick move and try to catch him up front. Let's see how they go. They are just about onto the guide pylon. Here we go. We are in the race, Tommy.
8 planes are racing. 8 planes have qualified through this week of qualifying in the gold class. And again, that's your defending champion right there. Has not won every race so far this week, but he's won the last 2.
And Jim Rust in race 24, the green and white airplane is right up there with him, as is Findlay, and it is really tight up here at the front. You can see Findlay and Rust side by side for second and third. This is really going to be something. It is exactly as we expected, Tommy. Here they come around. Pylons 4, 5, and 6. They're headed into the Valley of Speed. This will be the first chance that these aircraft can truly accelerate the nose down. They're going to turn from a crosswind to a tailwind as they turn towards the Stihl home pylon. That is Jeff Lavelle that's jumped out in front in race 39. He did get him as expected there on the start. Now, these are the 3 aircraft that should have all been up around 390 miles an hour or a little faster, and that's exactly what we've got. So we've got race 39, Lavelle in first, the defending champion, race 30, Findlay, and right behind him is race 24, Jim Russ, who truly has been in the mix all week long, Tommy.
Absolutely, he has. He's had a great week. And Jeff Lavelle, you knew he had something in his back pocket for this one. He's won this one so many times, made his move right at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a good shot of first, second, and third. You can see them up on the farthest northern end of the course around pylons 4, 5, and 6. And again, Lavelle is out front. Findlay's in second, and Rust is in third with those bright green wings. Here we get a nice in-camera shot with Andrew Findlay in race 30. You can see Lavelle out in front of him there on the horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what 400 miles an hour at 50 feet in Reno looks like. It is the fastest motorsport on the planet, and here's why it's that way. That last lap I just heard was about 392 miles an hour. There you see them coming around those pylons, and they're headed back for the Stihl start-finish line. And if we know Andrew Findlay, the strategy we've seen him use before, Tommy, he is going to sit there and follow Lavelle, and he's going to study him. He's going to look for every chance he gets for what does he do at this pylon, what's he do at that one. And you see him in the cockpit making adjustments. He's trimming, he's adjusting the engine, he's setting up. There is a strategy here, and I would expect as we get towards the end of our laps, we'll see Andrew make a move.
Equidistant. Andrew Findlay from Jeff Lavelle, and equidistant is right behind him, Jim Rust. So those 3 have moved out ahead of the pack right there. Andrew Findlay not able to gain much traction against Jeff Lavelle.
No, not too much, but I'll tell you what, he's not letting him out of reach either. You know, it's not like Lavelle's accelerating away from him, so they've been fairly well matched coming around. And here they come through the Valley of Speed again. Today, that wind is coming from the west, which is off to the right wing of what you see there off Lavelle, and they're making this left turn towards the home pylon. It turns into a tailwind, and they accelerate through the start-finish line.
Race 39, Glass Air 3 is moving very, very fast on this championship round here. Trying to keep pace with him. Andrew Findlay, so far he is doing that. We may see him gain a little altitude in order to have something to trade off for some more speed when he does decide to make a move on him. But he's got to gain it. He's got to have a little ground gaining time first.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you see our leader headed north through the course there. Great shot here from our pylon cam. So they're kind of settling in as we roll through these 6 laps. Tommy, we're approaching halfway through the race, and Findlay is continuing to assess, and now the faster aircraft are beginning to catch the slower ones. You see the pass there as the leader passes some of the slower lap traffic, and here at Reno, like always in all classes, they've got to pass to the outside. So the shorter. Here we are on board with our second place race 30 and Andrew Findlay in the Stihl-sponsored Lance Air Super Legacy, excuse me. Great shot of the pylon there as he goes around it. Again, 50-foot minimum altitude. The top of that pylon is 50 feet, and Andrew and Jeff Lavelle both doing a great job of staying right on top of that altitude as they come around. The race lap traffic is going to be a factor here, Tommy.
Absolutely.
Lavelle is going to have to move outside, and that may give Andrew Findlay an opportunity to close that gap.
Also, time is going to be a factor. We're already into lap 4 of 6 laps here. So Andrew Findlay cannot afford to fall much farther back. We do know that.
Yeah, that last lap, Lavelle was able to stretch it out just a little bit more than he had. And so I don't know if that's going to be what we see the whole time, or if Findlay is really holding something back. You're not sure. But right now, they appear to be pretty closely matched, but Lavelle in race 39 appears to be stretching it out just a little bit. Here you see a great shot again as they come around pylon number 6 and head into the Valley of Speed. They drop down, level the wings, and accelerate. This really is the fastest home-built aircraft in the world. You see them approach 400 miles an hour.
Faster and faster every year as the sports class.
You know, Tommy, we talked about the innovation here. A lot of manufacturers test their aircraft propellers, all kinds of systems on these racers with Lavelle and Findlay and others. That stuff, that technology really will transfer into your general aviation airplane down the road, but it is the innovation, and that's why this class has the relaxed rules to allow for that. Home-built aircraft, but relaxed rules. They're limited to that 1,000 cubic inches or less. Innovation is encouraged. They use turbochargers, superchargers, funny fuels. It really is anything to make it go faster, and we're seeing that here with our leaders. But Lavelle in race 39 continues to demonstrate why he is the 6-time national champion.
Yeah, made a very smart move right at the top. What you would expect from a crafty veteran, and it is paying off big time. He is not yielding anything to Andrew Findlay. In fact, Findlay may be losing a little bit at this point with time running out. We're in the white flag lap.
Absolutely. Race 39 in the Glacier 3 with Lavelle. There you see it coming again around pylon 6, headed south through the Valley of Speed. It just is got out front, and he stayed there so far, Tommy. He's just really running. Here we are on the white flag as he comes around the 7, 8, and 9 pylons for the last time.
Checkered flag is poised. Jeff Lavelle is poised for a 7th World Championship, and he is going to do it running away. Jeff Lavelle, 7 times the national champion in sport. 2nd place is Andrew Findlay.
Yeah, great shot of Andrew Findlay there. He gave it all he could right there. It was awesome, and it was what we kind of expected in this class. You know, we thought Lavelle might jump at the start there, and he certainly did. He got out fast. He came from behind. Remember that start, they were all the way side by side, and he had to really accelerate out front. Now here coming across the finish line here is that great silver airplane, Moto Mio, race number 2, followed by Kevin Eldridge in race 42 in that really exotic Shark Nemesis NXT. I believe this is race 56, Catalano.
Yeah, George Catalano, the Lancer Legacy.
He's coming around now, headed for the checkered flag.
I believe Matthias Hayde held on for 3rd place ahead of Jim Rust. That was a good showing from him.
Yeah, that happened behind. We were trying to watch Lavelle and Findlay. That pass happened there towards the end of the race, and good for him. That was a great race out of that Thunder Mustang.
Well, a winning tradition, a great legacy in the sport class. Jeff Lavelle now 7 times a national champion. That is the stuff of legend, and he proved that you can make the right move early on in the race, and you can hang with it and win it.
There you go. There you see this was the first lap as they entered the course, and you can see there Lavelle is already out in front. Findlay and Rust are fighting for 2nd and 3rd, but Lavelle got out front. Like we said, in that initial lane, he made the guide pylon first, and he really went from the guide pylon wire to win. And here you see middle of the race there, Findlay was a little bit closer, but Lavelle was able to stretch it out and hold the lead the whole way. Jim Rust in the bright green wings of that race 24 was able to stay in the race for a little bit, but eventually even gives up 3rd place to Matthias Hyde in the race 151 Thunder Mustang. But great on-board shot here with Andrew Findlay and the Stihl-sponsored Lancer Super Legacy. Really gives you a feel. You can see Lavelle out front right in the shot there. It was really a great race all the way around. There's Lavelle. He flew a very tight course right on the pylons, and at this point unofficially looks like he held on to win the national championship.
Yeah, it's all unofficial right now, but man, oh man, 7 times a national champion. And Andrew Findlay denied his bid for a 3rd straight championship, but you know he'll be back next time. He'll double down. He'll work harder and harder over the next year.
Absolutely. This is a years-long rivalry, and this is just another notch in it. It's going to continue. And that's what's amazing about this sport class. That's why it's so fun to be here at the fastest motorsport on the planet. Here's our unofficial results, Tommy.
There we go. Jeff Lavelle, race 39 with his 7th championship. Andrew Findlay in 2nd place, race 31 moment. Jim Rust, race 24. Kevin Eldridge, race 42. Matthias Hyde, this has enlisted in 5th place. Conrad Huffstutler in race 90. Vince Walker, race 2. And George Catalano race 56 in 8th place.
Yeah, so we did mistakenly talk about the Thunder Mustang there in 3rd, but it really was in 5th. So our apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. These are the unofficial results pending the pylon judges and the race control reviewing everything, making sure it's there. But for now, that looks in Jeff Lavelle. Certainly great performance by him and Andrew Finley, that great rivalry between these two. Here we get a live shot back with race 30, and Andrew Finley is there circling back around to come back and land here at Reno-Tahoe Airport. This class, Tommy, is just so exciting. I mean, I'll tell you what, just my heart's just now starting to slow down again. I mean, this is where it's at, ladies and gentlemen. We are on Sunday. We're crowning national champions, and it's not over yet. We've got more to come. Yeah, it's so exciting. But this sport class was really what it delivered everything we expected it to, Tommy.
Absolutely. It's man, these guys are gaining ground on the unlimiteds in the world of speed right now. One of these years, maybe a long time away, but they're going to pull up even with them speed-wise. But it's two different approaches. They would be equally entertaining no matter who is the fastest. Well, we have 7 different classes here. We have awarded gold medals in 6 of them. 1 more left to go. The unlimited yet to come from the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Spectacular day, Tommy. The wind blew really strong yesterday. Sure, it's blown pretty hard today, but right now we have a breeze that makes the flag stand out, but it is not very strong at all. And this is going to be a Chamber of Commerce afternoon for the unlimited gold race, the Steve Stavrakakis gold race here at the 57th running of the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Been cooler than any of our previous days today. That's good. It's denser. It helps these engines work the way they were designed to work. And as a result, we have had some tremendous races. I think 3 photo finishes that have just been thrilling.
Absolutely. Here you see a great shot of how our pace plane has the smoke on so the other aircraft can see him. It also helps the fans spot the aircraft as they're making their way around. Now, you talked about the cold air being more dense and it creates more combustion. That's absolutely true. And in this class, Tommy, we talked about it's piston-powered or propeller-driven aircraft. That's really the rule. Yep. Other than that, they can do whatever they want. Superchargers, blowers, turbos, exotic fuels, ADI, which is anti-detonation, water injection. All those things are designed to cram more air in there, make it more efficient, get more horsepower, and really that is what it's all about. Heavily modified World War II and Korean warbirds. They're going to be well above 400 miles per hour. And at 400, you're covering 2 football fields per second. It is going to be something. Minimum altitudes in this class, 50 feet as they head around the pylons on our largest course. And 50 feet above the desert at 400 to 500 miles an hour, Tommy, it is just spectacular.
And vintage, you know, legacy aircraft though they may be and upgraded though they may be, they still require a lot of attention. These guys have been on and off the ramp all day long, engine testing, doing this, fixing that, taking a look at that, monitoring other things. Here's pylon 4 right here. It's a great shot that we feature and always delivers some good stuff.
Absolutely. Let's talk about that for just a minute. You see that big can there at the top. That can is actually hollow, Tommy, and it is at 50 feet. So the pilot can look at it. If his helmet isn't below the can, he knows he's at a good altitude. But we have judges that are also looking up through that can. And if they see any part of the aircraft through the portion of the can that they're looking through, that tells them the aircraft cut the pylon, and then there's a penalty. So there's another good shot of a different pylon there. And we have judges at all the pylons that are looking for the cut, and that's why when the race is over, we have unofficial results until all those reports come in. Make sure nobody cut a pylon, and that did just happen in our sport race.
It sure did.
Where our number 2 finisher unofficially ended up being 3rd because of a penalty.
4 judges at each pylon, so there's no sneaking one through there. Pretty strict.
Yeah, absolutely. You talked about how complex these aircraft are. Tommy, I was fortunate to visit with Robert Hoot Gibson, former astronaut, former 2015 champion in this race, and he was describing for me what happens at this point in the race and what they're thinking of. Different than some of the other classes, these vintage aircraft that you talked about are so complex. I mean, they're watching the RPMs come up when they come down the throttle. They're looking for the water or meth injection, whatever they have. They're monitoring manifold pressures. They're looking for cylinder head temperatures. They're watching oil pressure, oil temperature. The airspeed is increasing. They're having to look out the side of their eyes to watch the formation. So much going. It's really, really exciting, very complex. So there's a lot going on here, Tommy, but we're about ready to get going. So, Tommy, you can see on your screen the pace plane still has the smoke on. The racers are off to the right, lined up. Let's listen in and see if we can hear the pace plane talk to them as they line up, get ready to come down the chute.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, you've got a race.
There we go. The words we long to hear, and the final time this week in the ultimate event, our real marquee event to cap it all off, the Steve Stavrakakis Unlimited Gold Race, and we're just about there, Rob.
Yes, we are, and here we are coming down the chute. They're headed for that guide pylon. Remember, they have to stay in their respective lanes until that point, and then they can turn left, and as expected, out front, making the first turn. Here he comes. Nice shot from our pylon cam.
Again, he has been invincible this week, but we have seen other ones that were seemingly invincible taken down during this day's racing. So anything can happen. Stay with this one.
So, Tommy, what happened earlier in an earlier race, in race 11, Brent Heisey came from the very last position, the farthest outside, and you see him here on our camera. He's jumped to second right at the start, and he's hunting down Dreadnought. We may well have a race here. Look how close this is getting. The other thing I want you to listen for, Tommy, as they come around is hear the difference between those massive engines in the Sea Furies and the engine in the P-51. This is going to be something. But right now, Brent Heisey in Miss America is really making a race out of it. He is chasing down Dreadnought, and I'm not sure we expected that, but this is going to be a race.
Oh, man, we have seen this maneuver before from a couple of different pilots, and a couple of times it has paid off. We will see if it does for Dr. Brent Heisey.
Let's listen to him come by our pylon cam on the north end of the race course here. And there they are, headed around the north end of the course, pylons 4, 5, and 6. Brent Heisey's up a little high, and I'm sure what he's going to do there is trade that altitude for speed. They're going to turn southbound, head into the valley of speed, Tommy. He'll put that nose down a little bit. There he comes. He's starting to descend. He's going to try to accelerate, get a run on Dreadnought, see if he can run him down, coming down as they head back to pylon 7, 8, and 9, coming right.
Well, if he can pull that off, it will be an accomplishment. Dreadnought has been so powerful all week long. And of course, this plane responsible for so many national championships.
Absolutely. You see Brent Heisey in Miss America continuing to stay a little bit higher. Now, I don't know if that's because of the wind and the turbulence or if that's just part of his strategy, but it's kind of like NASCAR when they run the inside lane or the outside lane. Right now, Heisey's taking that higher route. It is a little bit longer around the course, but he is making it work, and he is really not losing any ground. In fact, I think he may be gaining just a little bit. There you see Swagger and Dreadnought begin to pick himself up a little bit as he heads down around pylons 4 and 5. And this is a race, Tommy. Boy, this is something. I think that Brent Heisey may be just setting him up. You know, we've seen that strategy all week, too. Several laps, just watch your competitor out in front of you and see if there's an opportunity to pounce. He may be holding something back, something in the tank. We'll see.
Takes a lot of patience and discipline, but we've seen it work. And look at him, seems to be moving ever closer to Joel Swagger and Dreadnought.
Absolutely. As they come around those final pylons, headed back towards the home pylon, I'll tell you what, Heisey's making some ground on him. They're closer than they were last time, Tommy. Less than a second separating those two past the Stihl home pylon that time, Tommy. Spectacular.
Just a fraction of. He's keeping that altitude there. He's keeping that in his back pocket. That means he's loading up something that will give him some extra power at the ultimate moment when he chooses to make his move.
And just remember, Tommy, we talked about the complexity of these aircraft. These are aircraft engines that are running at the ragged edge of their ability to hold together. So those pilots are having to watch those oil temperatures, the manifold pressures, all those things in addition to flying. It's not just look out the window and fly around the pylon. These aircraft, incredibly complex, and it happens nowhere else but here at Reno at the National Championship Air Races.
Race 114, sure.
Great cockpit shot out of race 31, Dan Vance, and you see our leaders in the split screen off to your right. That race battle continues to be very tight up front. Here we get a full screen of it, and they've begun to lap some traffic there on the bottom. But Heisey is certainly keeping pace with Dreadnought.
Coming by, Dan, on the outside. Coming by, Dan.
Keeping as high up there as he possibly can and staying with that scheme.
And there you see our leaders past race 31, Dan Vance right there, have to pass on the outside. And both of them, you can see the speed difference, significant speed difference with our two leaders. Great shot of Miss America in race 11, Brent Heisey there. And he continues to just stalk Dreadnought in race 8, Joel Swiger. Those two are very close together, and Heisey is gaining ground every lap, Tommy.
We are well past the halfway point of this race right now, and Joel Swiger having a tougher time than he has had all week long, facing more of a challenge than he has.
Yeah, and I don't think, not sure that the Sanders family and Joel Swiger and Dreadnought expected to have Brent Heisey in their hip pocket today, and they certainly do. And this is a definite challenge. And boy, Tommy, this is so exciting. We are counting down the laps, and we are getting to the point where we're going to crown a champion. Wow. They're going to come back to our pylon cam as they head north towards the foothills in the northern part of our course. Look how close those two are, Tommy. I mean, they are virtually side by side.
Well, Swiger won in Dreadnought the national championship back in 2018. Dennis Sanders won it the last time I met in 2019.
Here you see both of our leaders passing race 2, Bernie Vasquez and Goldfinger in the F-51 down low. The speed difference continuing to outpace some of the slower aircraft, but these two are pacing each other exactly. Heisey continues to take that higher line, and I'm wondering if at the end that will be, let's save it up for that last chance and make the dive and accelerate, because they certainly are staying matched right now. You know, we talked earlier about this being Reno. Hold your cards close to the vest. We'll see what happens, but we are getting down to the last few laps here, Tommy.
It may well happen in the last lap, Robin. And oh man, meantime, it's still a terrific, terrific battle between these two.
Our leaders now, you can see in the camera shot there, they're coming up on more late with race 114, Sherman Smoot, and race 924, Dennis Sanders are being passed now by our leaders. There you see Dreadnought coming around the outside. It's a great shot right here. And look who's right there with him. When the camera picks out here, you'll see up high, there's Heisey in Miss America, continuing to stay right with Joel Swiger in race 8 and Dreadnought. This is some kind of exciting, Tommy. I tell you what, wow.
We are just seconds away from the bell lap, the white flag lap. To decide this thing, we're looking for a national champion here in our marquee event, the Unlimited.
White flag, white flag.
All right, it's on now, the white flag lap, and now we've got Brent Heisey. Let's see what he's got. If he's got something left in the tank for Swiger. Swiger continues to hold it out there, but Heisey's a little higher, and he is rolling. Now's the chance that it's all out. I guarantee you, both of those aircraft, they're maxed on power, they're maxed the torque, everything that engine will do, they're pushing it to the absolute limit. You can see they're beginning to catch up on race traffic. That's race 44, Brant Seghetti in Blondie. So the race traffic, the lap traffic may come into play as they pass him here. They're going around pylons 4, 5, and 6 for the last time, Tommy.
That's the story right on your screen right there. Dr. Brent Heisey above. He can trade that altitude for speed. Would it be enough, though, to run down Joel Swiger and Dreadnought?
Well, here they come. They're in the valley of speed. You see the wings come level. They'll drop the nose. They'll accelerate as fast as they can. Let's see if he can get him. This is the point. Can the P-51 catch the Sea Fury?
Well, here they come.
All right, pylon 7, 8, and 9. Here we go. Hand me to it, Tommy. Oh,
didn't get there.
They almost got it. There comes, oh, wow.
Another gold, another national championship for Dreadnought. How about that race?
There we go. Golly, and here we are back on board with race 31 and Dan Vance coming across the line there. You see more of our Sea Furies as the rest of the competitors finish the race. Here's 924 with Dennis Sanders, our defending champion from last time. He finishes there. Wow. Whoo, I can almost breathe now, Tommy. I'll tell you what, that was some kind of exciting.
Boy,
man, if you like to see airplanes, you like to see racing, they have delivered here today. It is spectacular.
Well, those two squared off in the center of the ring early on. I mean, in the first few seconds of this race, and it was on.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expected to see that out of Miss America. And we saw him do that earlier in the week.
He did.
He took that outside lane, and he just outruns everybody down the chute where they're allowed to accelerate. He just can't turn in, but he gets far enough in front that he can make the turn, and he rolled in right behind Dreadnought. So let's go back and take a look at it. Tommy will watch the race here again from the start.
Brent Heisey, of course, you mentioned that race that Heisey was in earlier. That was a lower class race. That maneuver is what put him in the gold class on this very special race right here. And here it is again for you, the condensed version, and your leader all week long, dominating Joel Swigert, Dreadnought.
Right here you see Dreadnought coming around the guide pylon for the very first time, and right behind him already is Brent Heisey in Miss America in race 11. I mean, he jumped to second right out of the box, and then it was like this most of the race. You see the distance here in the early laps. It was a little farther. In the entire race, he was able to gradually reel Swagger back in. The Dreadnought's really not been under fire for years, Tommy, honestly, like it was today from Brent Heisey. Another great shot. Just love that engine sound of these aircraft engines. I mean, so complex in racing around at 500 miles an hour, 50 feet off the deck here at Reno. Look at this spectacular shot as they're coming up on lap traffic with Goldfinger down in the bottom and Dreadnought and Miss America passing. And they get.
Yeah, you kept thinking, this is Dreadnought. Going to pull away at any second. He's going to make this thing moot. That did not happen.
No, Heisey's team in Miss America, what a great support from them. And look, there's your finish. And Miss America almost got him. So here's our unofficial results, Tommy.
Yep, Joel Swagger, another gold, another national championship for Dreadnought, race 8. Brent Heisey coming in second place, race 11, and what a fantastic strategy, what a great scheme. Just fell a little short at the end. Sherman Smoot, race 114 in third place. Dennis Sanders, 924, the former national champion, in fourth place. Bernie Vasquez and Goldfinger, race 2 in fifth place. Dan Vance, Speedball Alice in sixth. And Brant Seghetti, race 44 in Blondie, in seventh place.
Absolutely, man. What an exciting day, what an exciting week. And just a reminder for our fans, these are unofficial results.
Yep.
The pylon judges that we talked about are all sending their information in. Race control evaluates everything that they have to look at as well. So if there were by chance a penalty, then that may or may not adjust the results. So that's why they're unofficial. But here you see another great live camera shot out of Dan Vance, Speedball Alice, the P-51D Mustang, race 31. Great onboard cam shot there.
All of our Unlimiteds now getting into the regular traffic, doing their approach for the final landing of this special week here. And I know that you were looking forward to, we all look forward to it, and we've been looking forward to sharing it with you because you're so knowledgeable about all of this. And man, I can't say enough about how fun it's been to share your enthusiasm.
Well, thanks, Tommy. I appreciate that. And it has been my honor to join you, legend here at the Reno National Championship Air Races, and the professionals at JM Associates that put this on. Really, it has been a real pleasure of mine. But, man, we have seen some racing, Tommy, in all these classes. We've seen them here today in the gold classes. The biplanes, unfortunately, got blown out a little this morning, so we got to see what turned out to be the gold race for them yesterday. And all week long, we have just seen the ultimate in American racing. Competitive folks in all the different classes. They're so widely varied here. But, you know, this is... It's not just a phrase. This truly is the fastest motorsport on the planet. And all these different classes in all their own unique ways are representing that. And it is just makes you proud to be an American to see this such incredible excitement going on here.
Great crowds, a lot of pent-up demand since we didn't get to do it last year. And they are all here. And there's something for everyone here. There absolutely is. There's tech, there's innovation, there's heritage, there's tradition. It all works together so perfectly. It's just one of those great experiments in sports that turned out to be a total success.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see from this cam shot, you can see those Marine V-22 Ospreys that were there in the shot for a second. There's also an air show that goes on here with it that the Reno Air Race Association puts on. I mean, it's incredible. The complexity of the timing and the maneuverability of just the ramp, of getting things out at the right time to take off. And, you know, Tommy, we talked earlier, but there's a full 7 classes now with Stol drag now being the 7th class that was official this year for the first time, demo last time. So exciting to see all 7 classes. Here, a great shot on the screen of Dreadnought. Ended up holding off Brett Heisey and Miss America. There is, unofficially, your national champion here in the Steve Stavrakakis Gold Unlimited race.
I know it.
Julius.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno air races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one, and then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship, tagline for 20 race, getting more young people up there, and that's what the scholarship program's all about.
I've always really liked evolving planes. I used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, all that stuff, and it evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something with me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space, and it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year, and so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races presented by Reno-Tahoe.
Welcome to Reno-Tahoe, the special week in the desert here. Of course, we all look forward to these 4 full days of racing. This was scheduled to be the first one on this Thursday, but things are kind of at a standstill right now. The so-called mosquito fire across the border in California, about 70 miles away. And the wind has become unfortunate for our purposes here, putting the mass of smoke right on our race course here. Safety is always the first consideration here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races, and of course we will remain on hold until it becomes safe for these pilots to operate. So please hang with us, check in as often as you can, and we'll bring you the racing when we can.
Put a kind of a damper on the races and our qualifying, but we've had to cancel 2 races, and that's put a big effect on where we sit in the lineup. But we need about 3 miles to fly.
Well, you can see the grandstands there. Normally, Rob Lowe, these would be full of partisans, fans ready for plenty of racing. But right now, as we mentioned, because of the smoke from the Mosquito Fire in California, we are at a standstill right now. The racing is called, and safety, all the risks these guys take are calculated. Safety is the #1 calculation in every case, and that's what we have to obey right now.
That's true, Tommy. It absolutely is the always
have to obey right now.
That's true, Tommy. It absolutely is the always the first thing that we point to in the air show, air racing world, flying aviation in total. And you heard him talk just a minute ago about the visibility requirements for 3 miles for some of the slower speed aircraft, and then the fast movers up to 6 miles. And right now we just don't have that, the way the wind's blowing the smoke in. Also, there's in fact, the schools in the local area are out because of
I've never heard of that. Schools being canceled. It is unsafe.
Yeah, right. So they have smoke days out here. So safety is the prime concern, Tommy, just like you said. But we still have the folks here at the National Championship Air Races are very focused, not just on safety, but also getting the program in. So they're going to fly as many as they can, and they're just being flexible and adjustable and adjusting the schedule when they can. And certainly all eyes are still on Sunday. That's when the big races happen, and the championships are crowned, and they'll just keep adjusting and figuring out how to get the qualifying and the heat set so that we have gold and silver and bronze and all those things. And right at the moment, it looks like, from the weather guessers, that things hopefully will improve as we get closer to the weekend. So, but it's one of those things. It's Mother Nature and the wind, and just depends. That fire is very big, so we'll just see how they do that. But I know we've got some other things to working as we work through that flexibility, Tommy. So we've got some other folks coming up here in just a second.
Absolutely. We were able to get some racing in very first thing, very early this morning. That was Stol drag. That is the 7th discipline or category here. It's just added a couple last year, as a matter of fact. So we did get some Stol racing in, and that was a lot of fun to watch. And of course, we have a full slate on schedule today, but we'll run over that schedule with you a little bit later. But right now, let's listen to Bruce Grant and tell us more about the Stol category.
You have obviously all over the lower 48 states, but mostly up in Alaska, where you had people taking hunters or fishermen landing on gravel bars, riverbeds, mountaintops, dirt roads, any place possible that you could land these airplanes. Is the primary history of where it came from. As we've gotten more and more affordable aircraft, Kit Foxes and Highlanders and Carbon Cubs, better performance, better avionics, and it's just taken on a wider audience. So you have a lot of people that do this off-airport type of flying, tremendous amount of fun, super safe as far as we're concerned. We do consider it, there's always risks with what we do, but we try to mitigate those risks. We think that we're very proficient in what we do with lots of practice, which makes it safe, and it's pretty exciting for people to watch because we're so close to the crowd.
There's Bruce Graham, one of our fantastic Stol pilots here, a different breed for sure. And we have more Stol racing, Rob, on the schedule today, and hopefully be able to let you see some more of that. All of our racing here is about, of course, the pilot strategies, the pilot skill. It's also about going fast. In this special category, it's just as important how quickly you can stop, which makes it unique among all of our disciplines here.
Absolutely. Tommy, this is the newest class of all the 7 classes flown here at the National Championship Air Races, and you can see on the screen there the pilots are getting back in their aircraft. So we'll see if they're going to fly or if they're taxiing back or what they're going to do. But I see some engines starting in the lineup there. You can see them beginning to fire up. So hopefully we're going to get to see some Stol action here in just a few minutes. And like you said, Tommy, it's all about how fast can you get in the air, get down the 2,000 feet as fast as you can, slow down, stop, turn around.
Come to a full stop. You have to do that or you're DQ'd.
And then turn around and come back and do it again, get back across the start-finish line. And, Tommy, this happens nowhere else on the planet. Stol competitions happen other places, but they aren't this Stol drag competition. It's very unique in the setup here at Reno, and what's really great about it is it's right up close for our fans, right up front, up close and personal. It's an incredible fan favorite, and folks that really like to do that. So I think we're going to go and take a look here, Tommy, at what the course actually looks like and kind of how it flows. The Stol folks are just incredible family group of competitors that, you know, you head down the drag course just like we said, come to a full stop, spin around, race back to the starting line. What's really unique, Tommy, you'll see them go fast, and then at the end you'll see the flaps come down. They turn the airplane sideways, trying to get as much drag on that airframe to slow down. And there you see some great footage of the aircraft slowing down and turning around. And it's head-to-head drag racing, bracket-style racing, just like you would have at a car drag race, but it's all airplanes. So you can see 2,000 feet down the course there, Tommy. You can see the great graphic here. There you see them turning the aircraft sideways on the graphic, get across that line, stop. The tail wheel has to come down, come to a stop, then turn around 180 degrees, and then it's accelerate again. And one of the things that's really fun to watch, Tommy, is as they get to that acceleration point, if you can see on the graphic or if you can see on the film when we watch it here in a minute, the flaps come down, they get the power up, tail comes up, flaps come down, the airplane jumps in the air, and then hustle back and come to a stop. First aircraft to come to complete stop, tail wheel down wins.
That's your winner. Yeah, it's fun to watch, and these little planes, just a lot of adaptation specifically for this kind of racing too. They do a lot of things to them. Juan Brown, who was our great announcer that we will hear when we actually get some racing started here, was talking about some of those. They even put nitrous in there. They have a trigger, like hair triggers on the flaps. It's amazing to hear them talk about.
Yeah, absolutely, that's true. You know, the group that kind of got this started were known as the Flying Cowboys, and they're still out there. And really, it is kind of just an adaptation of a very creative use of aircraft back in the bush country in Canada and Alaska and stuff like they were saying. But here, the head-to-head bracket racing, you see them lining up here, Tommy. We're going to get to see this happen here in just a few seconds as they go.
How's your temps? You feeling good, Bo? You feeling good?
We're getting ready to start a heat here. This is number 80 Echo in race 3 Lawnmower. Harold Stockman and Lawnmower, William Ellis and Echo, just about ready for them to get ramped up and watch the takeoff here. You'll see different strategies at play, depending on the aircraft.
And absolutely, Tommy, you know, here in the stadium here at Reno, they have Mr. Juan Brown of the Blanca Lorio channel is the announcer, and he is so connected to this Stol group. Let's jump in and listen to Juan call these races.
He's great.
Bo pulling a quick lead out of the whole shot in the Legend Cub against the much lighter weight Hal Stockman, weighing in at just over 600 pounds in the Rans S7. Blammo!
That sounded a little funny on the start. Were they doing something with their throttle, you think?
I don't know. Look at that. Perfectly matched at the turnaround. Looks like Bo's got the whole shot in the turnaround.
He sure does, but maybe Hal can get him with his reversible prop and outbrake him since he's lighter. So here comes Bo with his slip, and Hal won't slip for a little bit longer.
He doesn't get psyched out by that slip. Hal just keeps his eye on the prize and just keeps motoring ahead. And look at that, they touch down about at the same time.
This is gonna be close. We are blocked visually, we can't see.
Scratch lane 2 on the turn, now it's tight, clear to taxi, next 2, come on out.
Scratch lane 2 on the turn, that'd be Howell, right?
That would be Howell, yes it would be. Well, it was close and he gave him a good run.
This looks like Brian Steck in the Legend Cub in the number 2 lane.
I did.
And Kathy Page in a brand new Carbon Cub FX2 in the number 1 lane.
I'm okay with this race, with the grudge match, but when Kathy, if she gets lined up with the 182, the Super B, or the, what do you call that one?
The big straight tail 182?
The big straight tail 182. If she beats him, I have to shave my beard. If he beats her, I have to wear this stupid thing another year.
The grudge matching continues.
We go clear down course. Cleared up course. Judges. Kathy, are you ready? Brian, are you ready? On the arm draw. 3, 2, 1, video.
Looks like he got the jump on her.
Yeah. Little hole shot on that brake release. Kathy Page coming in from Tucson, Arizona in her brand new Carbon Cub she calls Lunacy. And you've seen her race before in her Piper Clipper in years past, giving her a lot of great racing experience.
Her last year against Katie Wado was one of the most exciting slow races I've ever seen.
Looks like the Legend Cub has the lead at the turnaround. Hauls it into the air. A little quicker on the acceleration, a little bigger engine with the Titan 370 in the Legend Cub.
And Brian got some extra weight in his tail yesterday, so we'll see how much that's helping him.
Just got the word from the judges, a scratch lane 2 short. He landed short of the line at the turnaround.
Dang it, so close.
Kathy's gonna win it.
I can't see it, but it sounds like Steve Henry from where I'm at.
Lane 2. Taxi, follow Kathy.
Yes, it is. Lane 2, Steve Henry against.
You said you wanted 2?
Bruce Graham.
Oh, good. Listen to this Yamaha Apex 300 horsepower turbocharged engine on race 44.
Just such a competitor. Steve Henry.
Morning, Steven.
He's still making changes to the plane because he still wants to go fast.
Roger's gonna give me the countdown. I'm gonna send you, okay? Actually, excuse me. I'm gonna send you 15 seconds. It's gonna be a different arm drop, Steve, because I'm just gonna count 1, 2, 3 for 15 seconds.
So he's going to give Steve a 15-second lead on Bruce Graham in the #1 lane to make a very interesting finish.
Or
Check
vice
this
versa.
out.
I hope it's Bruce that gets to go first.
That's right.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
They're launching Steve Henry. Bruce is already down here past the Stihl Reno home pylon, kicking it into a slip. Now watch how quick Steve catches up to him. This is amazing. Chopping the throttle, throwing it in the hard slip, dumping the flaps. Bruce is just getting to a full stop and turning around. You think so? He's going to pass Bruce up right here. Whoosh! Look at that. Bruce says that's not fair, man. That race 44 will hit 100 miles an hour before he chops that throttle on this short 2,000-foot course, showing the incredible acceleration of the lightweight Yeehaw 6.
But don't remember, it's not over yet. Anything can happen at that end.
Anybody that races number 44 should get a 50-second head start.
Yeah,
5-0.
you're going to have to increase that penalty. Yeah, you almost had him, Bruce. Brent Womack in the Rans S20 in the #2 lane. Who's that in the #1 lane, Josh?
That is Colin Kneva
from Lincoln, Nebraska.
Our after-hours activity coordinator for Stol Drag.
Calling each other out for another grudge match.
Harry, come on up to curling.
This should be a good race. They were fairly close last time.
We are cleared down course. Judges are ready. Colin Kneva, are you ready? Brett Romack, are you ready? Keep it safe, boys, on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Colin in lane 1, Brent in lane 2. Colin really pulling him with that Carbon Cub over the Rans S21.
Lycoming versus Rotax.
Well, this is where the Rotax shines because those little planes can break. Well,
Big
maybe not like
bounce.
that.
Hang on, Riley. 2, 3, 4. Whoa, he keeps it on the track.
I hope he's going to log all of those.
He's fully current and qualified for the next 90 days.
And now he's got the dust to concern with.
Is this a Stol race or a rodeo?
We just about went to the rodeo on that one.
He's got those aluminum spring gear, and that is a perfect name for him.
Yeah, they'll spring you right back into next week if you bounce that thing in. That's why so many of these aircraft have custom suspension to help dampen that rebound. Good landing.
Great safe race. I see Kevin Palmer and Ty.
Ty Firkin coming up next in the white Kit Fox. Is he taking the number 2 lane?
Kit Fox to Kit Fox. Now 22 took it last time, so we'll see what they do this time.
Pair of very, very closely matched Kit Foxes with the Rotax 912 engines.
Harry, follow Curly. Come on up into position.
Now both of these have the bump cowl, and that was something back in the old days that Kit Fox at some point wasn't selling too well, and then they decided, let's make this bump cowl, make it look like a radio. I personally thought it was crazy. They became the #1 selling kit aircraft after that.
Wow.
That was a very good move on their part.
Great marketing.
The lesson here, don't listen to us.
The Red Rocket, the #1 lane, Kevin Palmer, your hometown favorite, based right here at Reno Stead.
And Ty Firkin in the far lane, prop duster. He does that exclusively at night under NVGs, under wires. Watch how stable his wings are.
From Nampa, Idaho, Ty Firkin taking the lead.
So Kevin held it in a little longer.
Will you call our winner so we can hear it? We can't see back here.
Boom. Who's going to get stopped first?
I would expect Ty.
Oh, hang on. Watch those tails, boys. They've
I'd
got
say
their
they're
fangs
really
out
close.
already. It's early Thursday racing, grudge match racing.
This is great.
Keep it on the mains, boys. Ty pulling a bit of a lead here past the Stihl home pylon.
And then Kevin will hold the throttle in longer, 2 totally different techniques.
Gonna come drifting on in. Get caught up to him.
Good turns, copy.
Good turns.
Ty got on the ground quite a bit sooner.
Look at that.
Looks like Ty this time.
Good race.
And gentlemen, if I could, important message, a car in the handicap area with the Utah license plate, Golf 181 Romeo Lima. It is a Nissan, and a good volunteer spectator came up to tell us it is running. That car is running. Again, it's a Honda. Correct, it's in the handicap area. It is a Nissan. Utah plate, Golf 181 Romeo Lima. The engine will stop, but you don't like it.
That was a tie. Yeah, that high one was a tie. Hear that tie?
So now we have Dave Curley in the outside lane, #2.
It looked like it was damn close.
Just Aircraft Highlander. And on the inside lane, we got a Kit Fox.
Harry Beaupre, the Spirit of Lewis.
Right out of Fallon.
Again, very good, close pairing. Harry pulling a lead.
So Curley is not slipping. Here come the flaps. Wow, not slipping. Curley and him stopped at the same time. I'd say he outbroke him.
That looks neck and neck from here. Harry got a slight lead. Harry the yellow Kit Fox in the lead, come back to Stihl home pylon.
Let's see if Curly slips this time. Just a little bit.
A little. Interesting. The harder you slip, the quicker you'll slow down, and that's what we're testing, not only your ability to accelerate, but your ability to decelerate. Who stopped first?
I can't see over these planes. What do you guys think? Who took it?
Harry took that one. Good job.
Harry. Thank you.
We'll get us a cherry picker here next year and stand up real high.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Joe Dory and Aaron Greer. Joe Dory on the outside, Aaron Greer in the 182 on the inside. And since Joe Dory's is a Frankenstein plane, can you tell me again what it is?
Started out as a Piper Pacer with a tired old 150 horse Lycoming, extended wings, PA-18 tail, big tires, custom gear, and a fairly stock early model straight tail Cessna 182 with some Stol modifications.
And some big tires.
Joe pulling a lead in the Pacer. Aaron popping it up there. Easy, son. Smacking it down the finish, or turnaround line.
So you'll notice that Aaron on the inside lane had a tail strike. He's got a wheel on the inside of that tail, so when it does that, it just keeps rolling.
Ooh, Pacer got him on the turnaround. Great build on that Piper Pacer.
Tuna and Tony, you will follow Simonetti.
Oh, Aaron scratched at the turnaround.
So lane number 1 is out.
Pull up real quick.
Looks like Joe's got it.
Scratch lane 1, clear to taxi. Clear to taxi, Joe. Follow Aaron.
Now we have Eddie Sanchez, lane 2. And Tim Schillhorn, lane 1.
More grudge match racing.
So this is a new carbon cub head for Tim Schillhorn for this year against the Just Aircraft Highlander with the Edge Performance. They call it a 912 with a big bore. I don't think there's much left of a 912.
And you can see all of this online at stoldrag.com. And if you're interested in Stol drag racing, come on over and run what you brung. We'll get you checked out here at Nevada, and you can come up here and race your airplane too.
That's what's great about this sport, is that you don't have to have a special kind of aircraft. You can get some training, come in here and fly. Run what you brung, they say, right?
That's right. They got stopped just about at the same time.
And that right turn is so unusual that Tim uses that technique.
Tim pulling a narrow lead. Good turns from the judges. Full slip, flaps out, dump the flaps, smash it onto the finish line.
Well, I'm calling.
Screeching to a full stop.
Great racing, Tim by a hair. I'll give you a half second, Tim. That was a great race. Clear
Tim
to
by a
taxi,
hair.
boys.
Now that run was about 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Clear
So I
to
might be a little
taxi,
off.
clear to taxi. Great job. That was a great race.
And these races are won and lost in
Half
fractions of a
second.
second.
I believe this race coming
John
up is
Hockala
everybody's at a
pulling up
garage,
in lane 1
and we'll just see what we can get
against
for another 10,
Tony
12 minutes, I think.
Sanchez. Last round, I think Hockala pulled ahead. But then Tony caught up at the end.
Sounds like he's talking underwater. Clear on course. Here we go. Judges. Tuner, are you ready? Tony, are you ready? Let's be safe, boys. Here we go on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Blasting off like a herd of turtles.
That's a great description.
The Xena Super Stol pulling the whole shot. But watch how quick Tony can get this Super Stol stopped and turn around here at the turnaround point. Well, Hockala's doing good too.
John was on the ground so much sooner,
Wow.
allowed him to brake for so much longer.
But look at him now, they're turning around just neck and neck. John's gonna get a little better acceleration on that Xena and get the whole shot out of the turnaround.
John is looking really good this run.
Good turns from the judges.
I don't know if that flight suit that Tony's sister-in-law got him is constricting him too much, that he's having trouble communicating and thinking and functioning.
Yeah. That's a smaller suit.
That's right.
Who got stopped first down there?
That's a close one. I'd have to go to video on that one. Great race, boys. Clear to taxi. Great race. We'll watch a video and call winner on that one. Great race.
Wow, even despite the big lead over here, the race was too close to call.
All right, here's a winner for the T6 raffle coming up today, weather permitting. First winner, Carl Hicks, H-I-C-K-S. Carl doesn't show up. Then it goes to Daniel, O-V-A-T-R-O, I believe. It's somebody else's handwriting. Daniel, O-V-A-T-R-O, or that variation does not show up. Either a J, H-A-N, or John, J-H-A-N. One name, two names, I'm not sure. We'll repeat that. Let's go back to the break.
Get your T6 ride. Steve Henry, number 1 lane. Bo Ellis, number 2 lane. Legend Cub versus Rans S7.
Hal Stockman in that number 1 lane is not slipping too hard, but also not using flaps. He's relying on that reversible prop he has from Duke Propellers, I believe.
Allowing him to come in to the start-finish line a little faster. Look at that, just neck and neck. Good grudge match racing, well paired.
Though these shields on the wing struts of Bo's airplane in lane 2 are there to create more drag in the slip, for those of you who see that, those black squares on the side, just for air braking.
Like an old Dauntless dive bomber. Only different.
I think Bo got that.
Got to give that one to Bo by a hair. I think he would have got him, Hal, without that little bounce there. Great, clear to taxi. Great job.
Bo by a hair. They got to get that tail all the way down and stop bouncing for the full stop. Is that Brian Steck in the number 1 lane?
Kathy Page, lane 2.
Gang, just take our time. Keep it slow and steady. We're doing real nice. Clear down course, up course. Brian, are you ready? Kathy, are you ready? The arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Now, did they just have the grudge match last time with those two together?
I believe so.
So Kathy had him in front of her, and she still pulled power first. That takes some guts.
Smashing it in there. Nice bounce. 2,
He
3
used
landings.
every inch of that suspension.
Got 4 minutes. I'm going to get one more race.
We'll have to see if that was a complete stop. That landing got him so shook up.
We'll do Kneva, Bruce. They're in line.
Brian Scratch, lane 1.
Just as I suspected, lane 1, Brian in the blue Legend Cup scratch, probably an incomplete stop. Good flying, Kathy.
Coming out next to.
On the mark.
Scratch lane 1. Great race, gang. Good job. Scratch lane 1. Go ahead and taxi.
Looks like Bruce Graham is taxiing out to lane 2.
Going to the pits. Everybody can pull up. Kevin Palmer.
And Colin Kneva to lane 1.
Clear to taxi. Clear to taxi, Kathy. Clear to taxi.
Colin Kneva on the inside lane, the star of the Carbon TV show Old Green Plain, where they fly a 182 all over the country and meet all kinds of different people in aviation, out of aviation.
Once Kathy clears, let's come on up, tighten our conga. This will be our last race.
In his scooters,
Bruce, I'm going to give you a 5-second
coffee,
head start.
Carbon Cub.
We're clear on the course. Bruce, are you ready?
Colin also has Web Eye Care sponsored.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go, Colin.
Little handicap there on Colin. 5 seconds. Let's see how this plays out. Bruce Graham and his new Carbon Cub.
Keep it safe, gang. Last race. This is our last race. Great job, everybody. So far, so good. Let's keep
Bruce
it
is
safe.
down, and Colin is right behind him. Bruce gets turned around first with that lead, but here's where the 5 seconds is going to pay off.
Let's see if that dedication, concentration of climbing Mount Everest comes in to help Bruce Graham on the outside.
He's still got a
lane.
good lead. Good turns, good race. Colin sliding in, a little bit ahead.
I think it's Bruce.
Bruce Graham by hair, clear to taxi. That was a great race, gang. Great race. He finally won one. Colin, when you clear, you can make your left turn, I believe. You questioned that yourself.
So we're going to be doing double elimination bracket racing throughout the weekend to determine our Stihl Stol drag champion by Sunday, if not sooner. And we're going to be racing for a $30,000 purse here in Stol Drag. And it takes a lot of sponsors to help make this happen. Some of the sponsors for Stol Drag Racing include AOPA, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. Cub Crafters out of Yakima, Washington. Go up there and get you a Stol Drag ready airplane, a brand new Carbon Cub. Airframes Alaska, who are here this weekend and have all your accessories that you need for flying in the backcountry. Tempest Aero Group for all your aviation parts needs. Flight Outfitters that do these great jackets and other luggage for flying.
Whalen Aerospace. They make all the awesome lights we see out here on some of the planes. Clemens Aviation, which all of us use here. McFarland and MT Props. McFarland is a distributor of MT Props.
Come say hi to Brenda. She's right here behind me.
There
She'll
she is
sell you
right
a brand
here.
new
Look at that
MT
cutie.
propeller.
Sky Cowboy, they're a supply company. They have a lot of awesome products, from helmets to lights on the underside of your wing, your 182. I don't know if you've seen those, they're pretty awesome. And Behringer Wheels and Brakes, I think we're all familiar with them. outstanding. Not only they're one of the best brakes out there, but also they're the best looking.
So here come our aircraft in the lead right here, following our golf cart. Part of our crew, that's probably Brian Forsyth, they're part of the gang. Race 73, Tim Shellhorn.
44, Steve Henry.
From Nampa, Idaho.
And Brent Womack in the Rans S21, silver with the green stripes.
Race 15 from Denton, Texas.
And number 21, Kevin Palmer in the Kit Fox.
Your hometown favorite from right here in Reno-Stead.
And 22 in the other Kit Fox, Ty Firkin out of Idaho.
Kathy Page in a brand new Carbon Cub FX2, race 85 from Tucson, Arizona.
Well, we're watching a parade of our Stol drag racers going before a very appreciative crowd right here, Pablo. We're all kind of starved for racing here. Atmospheric conditions are not allowing us to do our full program as yet. We're on hold for it, but we had enough visibility to run a 2,000-foot course.
Absolutely, and Tommy, we're looking back here at some of the very close grudge match races that we just saw here over the last half hour or so. Here you see a couple of the competitors coming in. You see the where they tip the aircraft, turn it sideways, get all the drag they can on that slip. Here we see two competitors. This was a grudge match that one of the announcers, if the airplane in the blue wins, he had to shave his beard. The airplane in the orange win, he had to wear some goofy shirt again another year. So the announcer had a lot on the line here, and it wasn't Juan Brown, it was the other announcer with Juan. But here you can see the turnaround as they're coming back. Very, very close race here. You see them come across the finish line. They get on the brakes, the flaps are down, get it stopped, tail wheel down. Here you see this Carbon Cub in the yellow gets a head start over Steve Henry because his airplane is so fast. That 300 horsepower Yamaha on this aircraft is just so good. And look, you see there at the closeout, he even with the head start, Steve Henry got way ahead and got stopped and won.
Real spectacle to watch these guys, kind of like saddle bronc riding in the world of rodeo a little bit, especially when they're trying to get these planes on the ground so quickly. The sooner you can get it down when you pass that finish line, the better your chances are of maybe getting a victory.
Right, and here you see race 43, Colin Caneva and Doc getting out in front is on the turn there, and you can see he finished way ahead of his competitor there across. There you see the starter. They line up. The starter does a countdown on the radio frequency that they can listen to. Here you see race 21. This was a particularly competitive race we saw just a few minutes ago. You see both aircraft stopping and turning virtually together. Coming back in, you see the wide aircraft. Race 22 getting a little bit of a head start, but 21 does come in the beast. That's Jeff Whiteley, and he gets in there. Here, race 11 in the very cool olive drab camo called the Grasshopper. That's David Curley. He gets a good start there, but race 27 comes to a stop. Look at the turn, Tommy. I mean, just textbook right there by race 21 as he comes back. And here you see the slip as they're both coming in. A little bit different technique between these two types of aircraft and how they slow down. You can see the difference in the flaps on these aircraft, and then the aircraft make the landing there. And then here, this is really cool. Race 84, an old Cessna 182 full steel. Notice the tricycle gear. Most of these are tail draggers, Tommy. Tricycle gear on this aircraft, and he does make the turn. Now, he did get scratched here on the turnaround because he didn't quite get it completed with the different, and the winner here was race 53. Joe Dory in race 53 ends up winning this race because of the scratch. But it's really cool to see that old all-steel Cessna 182.
Double elimination match racing goes on throughout this week, and by Sunday we'll have a champion in our the 7th of our 6 classes here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races. You can see the scene right now, and the story behind that scene is we can't see far enough, and more importantly, the pilots and teams can't see far enough to safely stage these other races that we have on the schedule. We have a full slate of, so this is the first full day of racing here. We had some qualifying and some early races yesterday. Be able to get some of those in, but right now we're just waiting on Mother Nature, waiting on the wind to help us out a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. One good sign though, Tommy, is it's clearing slowly, and they are beginning to taxi out or tug out some of the bigger airplanes, the T6s. There's a P-51 just coming back, so hopefully we'll get something back here in a little bit.
Yeah, coming up, if we can get started, we've got F1 action, T6 Sport, also Jet and unlimited, all of that, all that good stuff. Everything you love about this week in the desert coming up.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With a pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
Opening ceremonies of the 2022 National Championship Air Races. Are you excited? I love it. At this time, would you please, if able, stand, remove your hats, and face the Stihl home pylon flag for the singing of our national anthem, brought to you by the Sierra Sweethearts.
Dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Very much, Sierra Sweetheart. This time, I'd like to introduce to you the chairman and the CEO of the Reno Air Racing Association, Mr. Fred Telling.
Thank you very much, Roy. Good morning, Reno, and welcome all race fans. I'm delighted to see you here. But I will say one thing before I get into the more celebratory portion of today. As probably every one of you know, especially those who are managing businesses, we've been living through supply challenges, infrastructure challenges, labor costs, and so on. And the Reno Air Racing Association is no different. And I send this message out first and foremost to all of our box holders. You know, as you know, we've always had lovely boxes draped, the curtains to go across them, and we tried to make it look very nice. Honestly, this year we were unable to find some of the material for it, so the look and feel of what you're experiencing is obviously less than we would like, and I suspect, which is why I'm making this. probably less than you would like. So I have to ask your patience and your support. I appreciate it. We hope we have this thing back on track next year and the world returns to a better situation. But thank you for your patience, and I just wanted to get that word out. Many changes have been made to address the challenges we face, but our goal is to not have any of them impact safety of the racing or the quality of the event. But if your customer experience as fans is slightly less than you'd like and you've got any complaints, I'm easy to reach. As my daughter says, you shouldn't do this, but it's fred.telling@gmail.com. And I want to hear from you. And in the meantime, I do appreciate your patience. So on a more positive note, are you ready to see some racing when these damn smoke clears? You know, I've always said California is a beautiful place, although they have strange politics. And I know they're great exporters of many fine agricultural products, but I would really wish they'd stop exporting their smoke. So if you can talk to anybody over there, have them go to work at it. It's a personal tragedy for those affected by the fires. I do not make light of it, but the fact of the matter is we had a perfect summer and then this came in. So we will adapt as we always do, and I thank you for your patience. Look, we've got a very exciting day today. I couldn't be happier. Thursday is almost always focused on education. I won't introduce the people specifically behind me because others are going to do so, but I want to tell you a little bit about the talented folks we have behind us. Over here on, let's see, I have to remind my considered stage left, the committee that has managed the scholarships did all of the selection, and we had many fabulous candidates. Dressed in blue back here, the scholarship winners for this year, of which, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 2 of you have already achieved your private pilot's license. Put your hands up. All right. I have to say, you know, I'm now 70, and the truth is, you know, we all have our doubts about what the world will be like for the younger generation. But when I met these kids, and I work with a lot of military, the truth is, these are the kinds of people that give you faith that America will be in good hands long into the future. And I think that's critical. Next, I'd like to point out, and they'll be introduced, the head of the Ray Foundation is here, and Greg will be introducing him. And the other 2 members of the Ray Foundation board are back there, and they'll be introduced. And the Ray Foundation has played a particularly critical role in the expansion that I announced just last year, standing at this spot. The last person, the person I'm about to introduce, is Reza. And Reza Karamous has been handling for years our STEM program in conjunction with Tony, but Reza's team has done all of it for us. And over the years, we've expanded participation in our STEM program focused on younger kids growing up through high school, and to the point where we have close to 7,500 people each year come through and participate. I'm going to ask him, thank you very much. Give Reza a round of applause, because God knows he deserves it. So I won't steal all his thunder, because he's got a lot. But the whole point of it is, if all of you, any of you wonder, you know, why is RARA doing this? As I tried to explain last year, we're doing this because when I got into aviation over 50 years ago, I could afford to pay for it with my summer earnings. I was lucky, and don't worry, that wasn't because it was a great job. I was building burial vaults. It was the only manual labor job I ever had, and it made me swear I would find a different way to earn a living. So, but that was possible. It's not possible anymore. And it's very difficult for young people to necessarily be able to put all the resources together to get a focused education based on, you know, the classwork they have to do, the instruction, the flight time, the training, and everything else, fitting it into a schedule between school and so on. So, the second reason we wanted to do this, we thought it's a logical extension of what we've done. But the second reason we do it is, while you would hope that getting a driver's license would teach people sufficient responsibility, the accident statistics kind of belie that. It takes them a few years to realize that is a license to learn, something pilots learn right away. When they have that freshly minted private pilot certificate in their hand, it's a license to learn and to grow. So we believe that building on the STEM program, that our scholarship initiative is a great way to not only help people advance careers and participation, but frankly, it builds better citizens for the long run. And I firmly believe that's true, and it's part and parcel of the vision we have for the future and what we're trying to create. So with that, let me introduce Reza Karmus, who has managed our STEM program. Come up and tell everybody about the great work you've been doing.
Thank you, Fred. I want to first thank Fred, Tony, and every one of you all that have helped make this thing happen. Your support of the STEM Discovery Zone has been absolutely priceless and really welcomed and unexpected, and everything Fred said is so true. The Reno Air Races stands behind this. The youth that are standing back there, and the two of you guys that already got your pilot's licenses, and everyone else, this is really testimony to the hard work that goes on to make that happen, and it's only growing. I can't say enough. I'm touched by everything that you guys have done. My team this year is made of all sorts of awesome folks, professionals from the industry who have flown in. Mike's sitting right here in front of me, naval pilot who flew in from Virginia. Vanessa back there, flight test engineer, flew in from Florida, and we have dozens more like that in our tent, running our flight simulators. I invite you to come to the STEM Discovery Zone. To find it, just look at the tower and vector that way. We've got pilot handbooks, race guides, all kinds of cool stuff. It's just to take. And like Fred said, this year we expected over 8,000 kids to come. Yesterday got canceled. Hopefully everything gets back on track. Thank you, Fred. Thank you all. And back to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you. Big round of applause for everything in STEM. And if you haven't had time, and I regret to say, given the weather, you might have more time than you want to do, go down and look at the Discovery Zone. While it may be oriented to a slightly younger crowd than folks like me, it's really impressive. And one of the things they do extraordinarily well, in my opinion, is just inspire youth to focus on the benefits of STEM education, of any education, but applying it to aviation and aviation activities that gives them a reason to take all those tough math courses and everything else. So please, one more round of applause for Reza. Thank you very much. So now, without embarrassing him, I do want to take a moment to introduce Mr. Greg Gibson. Greg and I have known each other for, God, better than a decade. He was a critical component in the success and development of Sun and Fun in Florida. And he, in conjunction with Lights and the Ray Foundation, have built an extraordinary program. I will say for the moment, although I don't ever want to say I don't aspire to what they've done, but they literally have a school with what, 50 some kids? 300 and some kids. Well, he'll tell you more about it, but I mean, it's so far down the road. But I'm going to turn this over to Greg because I've said it quite public and I'll say it again. Without Greg Gibson and his input, insight, experience working with Sun and Fun, and then frankly, you know, borrow from the best. You know, best form of flattery is plagiarism. Now, you kids don't take that back home. That's not good for tests. But we borrowed from the best, and without Greg, we couldn't have gone from standing here 1 year ago announcing our aspiration to where we are today with 10 very terrific kids. So let me introduce Greg Gibson, who's going to discuss what we've been doing. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Fred. I'm not quite sure how to follow that. I'm wearing a red hat, really. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Greg Gibson, and as Fred said, it is my absolute privilege and pleasure to be here in front of you today with a group of fine people that we have been working together with now for several months. One of the things that we'd like to impress on you that there's a vision emerging here at the Reno Air Race Association to establish the Reno Air Racing Association as the pinnacle of inspiration, education, and exhilaration for people of all ages. So we race. This is a race event, and we're going to bring you some brand new racers coming out, because I just saw them up at the Microsoft tent. If you haven't been to Microsoft, seen this, it is fantastic. If you ever wanted to be out on the track, see what that's like, you should go to the Microsoft booth. It's awesome. Okay. Keeping it close here. So as Reza said, the STEM education program here at the Reno Air Races is really the incept of how we came to where we are. And, you know, building on the successes of the organizations that Fred mentioned at Sun Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence, certainly our friends at EAA and AOPA, all part of the best practices that we're trying to employ here. And this past December, which we will again this December, we opened our scholarship window for applications December 1st. It runs through January 30th, and we award the scholarships in mid-April. So we had 10 students this year, and they had a variety of instruction, but 6 of the 10 went to an organization I'd like to shout out to real quickly, Great Basin Aviation. Jennifer Fonda and her team there were absolutely fantastic. I cannot say enough about how well they have adopted us and these young people into their program and really made it special for them with a lot of extras. So we're very, very appreciative of that. Of course, if you'd like to help us develop more of these, you can always go to airrace.org. There's a great big button that says donations on there. We would love to have some input from you. Something we'll be rolling out a little bit later this week. I'm going to hand it to Danny to be able to announce throughout the rest of the week. If you make a donation here this week, and it could be to any of our causes, there's quite a number on there, we're going to be drawing for 10 reserved grandstand seating and parking passes for 2023. So this is a gambling state. Let's see what you got. That'd be really nice. So if anybody that donates this week, we're going to pull from that group to award those tickets. So without further ado, I would like to recognize the scholarship committee. As Fred said, these are the people that actually went through the scholarship applications and helped vet these folks and award the scholarships. So if you'll just give a wave when I call out your name. We have the lovely Bobby Thompson, also on our board of directors. We have, he's every bit as lovely, Terry Matter, the delightful Sue Gardner, and the dynamic and energetic Joey Scolari. A lot of work and time went into selecting these folks, and now I'm going to introduce them. And if you guys will just give a wave when I call out your name. As we mentioned, we have our first private pilot from the group, Corey Bostrom. Social media phenom, by the way. Annalise Hornback, she also just soloed here about 10 days ago. Curtis LeMay, our next private pilot, who's already through the program. We got Justin Peterson, our rock star in the back with the Wayfarers on, looking like he's ready to step into the cockpit. All right, John Burleson. There's John. John's our resident gamer. He's going to be over there showing it how it works at the Microsoft tent. Patrick Fredrickson. Patrick's already been, his role in life, he's already serving our country and is looking to aspire to more service in the military as well. Thomas Van, we got a legacy here. Thomas's family actually back in the day were the owners of Big Red, T6. So you can actually see the aircraft that is flown here on the track today. Xavier Frock. He's a little bit held up with a broken arm, but we got him back in action. He's going to be hitting the airwaves here soon. Hunter Drost. Hunter actually volunteered with us here last year as well. He's an excellent photographer. I highly recommend his services. Clinton DeWitt. We've seen Clinton in a couple of different roles. He's in college now, but he's also out on the flight line working at local FBOs. So he's gotten a lot of hands-on experience there. And certainly without the support of the families of these young people, then this is a lot harder road for them. So I'd like to recognize in box 8 and 9, right here in front, our parents and families of the 2022 Reno Air Race Association Scholarship Squadron. If you guys would just give them a wave, please. Right here in box 8 and 9. Give them a round of applause. Okay, now for the Ray Foundation, who has been so kind and generous to us, I'd like to introduce right now the entire foundation, and then I'm going to hand it over to Chuck Ahern to speak for a moment. Chuck Ahern, of course, is the president of the Ray Foundation, and he just realized something on the way out that he's going to impart to you here in a moment. It's pretty special. Patty Arthur is the secretary of the Ray Foundation, and Jeff Tempest is the treasurer. And I'm going to hand it over to Chuck now to tell you a little bit about the Ray Foundation, and he's got a presentation here, I think.
Thank you very much, Greg. Good morning, everybody. Fred, thank you very much for having us here today. It's a pleasure to meet these fine young student pilots who are working on their private pilot certificate. We've supported a great program. Reno Air Race Association and all the volunteers and administrators have done a great job keeping these young people on schedule and moving them through training. For many years, I was James Ray's executive officer and wingman, he would call me. And we're carrying on his mission of inspiring America's youth to develop life skills through learning how to fly, basically life skills through aviation. And as I was taking the bus here this morning from the hotel, it dawned on me something that I only just now made a connection about. James flew 30 missions over Europe as a B-17 lead pilot for the 8th Air Force out of Rattleston, England. He finished his enlistment in the Nevada Air National Guard, and he was base commander of this little place called Stead Army Air Force Base. So James Ray, for 2 years, was the base commander right here. So for the young people who have been taking flying lessons with our support, it's really full circle now. James's philosophy giving back to some local kids right here where he spent several very good years. You know, flight training is an interesting crucible for life skills. You really can't go through training successfully halfway. There's nobody out there who's a pilot only halfway. You have to learn life skills, decision-making, self-discipline, critical self-assessment, all the things that not only get you through to a private pilot certificate, making you PIC, pilot in command of an aircraft, but life skills that make you PIC of your life. If you can discipline yourself to get through flight training, there's really not much else in life you can't achieve. And that was James's message. In 1942, when he was going through primary flight training, those disciplines awakened in him. If he were standing right here, he would say in 1942, he wasn't a bad kid, but he wasn't a good kid either, mischievous. But flight training shaped him up and gave him skills that made him a very successful person in life. So again, we couldn't be more pleased with the administration of this program, the fine young people that RARA has identified to get through training, and the administration has been top-notch. So with this background, I'd like to present Mr. Fred Telling with a second grant to support the class of 2023 flight training scholarships for teenagers. $100,000. It's a matching grant, Fred, so you got some work to do.
Chuck, on behalf of the Reno Air Racing Association Board of Directors, our scholarship committee, and all the volunteer and staff that helped make this possible, I can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. The fact that James has been here at Stead, I never knew that. And you're right, that brings it full circle. I had the honor to know him back in the days when I was still on the EAA board. He was one of the 5 critical supporters, as you well know, of the Leadership and Education Center at that time. And he has always played an outsized role in aviation and creating this next generation. Your philosophy, or his philosophy, which you're carrying on, is perfectly parallel to the one we believe and why we think this is so important. So on behalf of the board and everybody else, I deeply thank you for this, and I can assure you that we're hoping you'll be back next year. We'll see another group of very talented people, and hopefully a larger group, and we will be good stewards of your investment. Thank you very, very much. If you want to close out with anything? Okay. Well, I have to admit, the smoke's not clearing. I was hoping for one of those great moments that apparently only exist in scripts and movies, that I'd finish up, the skies would clear, and we'd be in good shape to go race. My apologies. Obviously, my relations with the Almighty are just not what I might have hoped they'd be. So I thank you for your patience, and we'll continue the program throughout the day. And if you are looking for things to do, the Discovery Zone and the Military Zone are up and running. If any of you were here yesterday, we had a U-2 flyby that was absolutely fabulous, and we will have many other activities throughout the day. I thank you very much for your support of the Reno Air Racing Association, and welcome to the 2022 National Championship Air Racers. We appreciate all your support, and we look forward to a fabulous and safe year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President and CEO Fred Telling and the entire team out on the ramp. Give them a big round of applause, if you will, making all of this possible. And we need the royal man himself, the Royal Canadian Roy Haffley.
I'm on my way.
Has got duties in a couple of minutes.
And I do want to mention, Danny, that the folks from Stihl, our title sponsors, were hoping to be here today. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get in here, but of course, we salute our friends from Stihl that gives so much support to this great event. And we look forward to talking to them tomorrow.
They will be here tomorrow en masse, I'll guarantee you. They would not miss it for the world. And remember, we can keep this going with the help of great companies like Stihl, a great American company. Virginia Beach is their headquarters, over 100 years of tradition, the highest selling merchandise of its type in the world today. Integrity is what they have. I did my part. I did my part by buying a new Stihl chainsaw, and now I'm a true lumberjack.
And you're okay.
Don't burst into song, Monty Python. All right, Philip Steinbaugh in the Game Bird is on the takeoff, rolling in the air. We turn it over to the Royal Canadian himself, Roy Haffley.
Well, thank you very much, Danny. As that aircraft takes to the sky, you can see the air show smoke is flowing behind. And you watch as this incredible little machine comes around. The GB1 Game Bird is what it is. It's an FAA Aerobatic Category Type certified airplane produced under FAA production certificate. Currently 35 airplanes are produced and flying, with 10 more on order. Here he goes. This aircraft is designed for competition aerobatics right up to the unlimited level. Freestyle aerobatics, formation training, and of course aerobatics. Upset recovery training, sport aerobatics. Precise and predictable slow speed characteristics and behavior combined with an available power provides unique ability for immediate recovery out of nearly every situation with minimal, if any, altitude loss. The Game Bird's viceless spin and spin recovery characteristics instills confidence in the aircraft. Crisp aileron handling over the entire speed range, great positive centering, makes stops precise and clean. Superior rudder authority offers comfortable and safe spins and crosswind landings. As he pulls back on the stick, watch as he rolls the airplane around, keeping his performance in front of his great Reno crowd. Look at the control that he has in this thing. Look how slow he's going across the sky, holding it upside down. That's the bottom side of the aircraft you're looking at right now. Diving down, pulling back on that stick and rolling. Look how fast that thing rolls around. It has a 25-gallon fuel capacity for aerobatics, 600-pound useful load for, ready for this, plus or minus 10 G capability. Knife edge, down on the 45. Roll the airplane around. Pull back once again as the ground gets pretty big in the windshield. Roaring across the sky, show center going straight up, rolling the airplane on the way up this time. There's the top, there's the smoke, and watch him as he snaps around. Well, something's kind of cool with this machine. It has both a single and two-seat canopy that can be swapped within 20 minutes, so it depends what you want to do. You want to fly by yourself? Put the single canopy on. Want to take a friend? Take 20 minutes, throw the other canopy on. You saw that roll rate. It's fast, 180 degrees a second at 80 knots, 380 degrees a second at 235 knots. Ouch! You know, most unlimited aerobatic airplanes are not very good as cross-country airplanes. But we're talking about the GB1 Gamebird here. The freedom of composite structure design allows for optimized ergonomics and aerodynamics. It actually has a baggage compartment. Try that with your pits there, Danny. It has a large UV-absorbing canopy, allowing unrestricted visibility from either seat. Speaking of the seats, they're reclined 30 degrees so you can absorb those G-forces. It has a 10-inch pedal adjustment range, ergonomic flight control positions, of course safety seats and safety belts, electric trim for aileron and elevator control, dual flight and engine controls, comm, transponder, nav usable for both seats, and even comes with pouches for those small items. And there he is, showing you the crisp characteristics of this incredible little machine. It's got a Garmin G3X avionics suite in it, engine monitor, including range and endurance calculations, weather, traffic, flight planning, and maps. Has a 900-pound useful load, the aircraft does, carries 81 gallons of fuel, a 200-knot cruise speed, and 1,000 nautical mile range. Up he goes! That's the bottom side, kicks in the rudder. He's just got to let it, look how he can control this thing, flying sideways, forward, upside down, right side up, you name it, the GB1 can do it. Inverted flat spin, roll it out and bring it back towards the ground. Now, if you decide to purchase one of these incredible aircraft, but don't know much about aerobatics, don't worry. They actually offer type training and aerobatic training in your machine. Aircraft you see flying here in the show today is actually the prototype. First flight took place in 2015, now has well over 1,000 hours total time on this one. Are you ready? He's holding it right there. Look at the beautiful paint scheme on that machine too. Oh, does it ever show up nice despite the smoke? You know, the way that thing rolled when it came towards us there, it almost looked like an RC plane. Didn't look like the real thing, did it? It's the real thing. That's a prototype right there, the GB1 Gamebird. As mentioned, this is the prototype aircraft. Down at the booth, they have serial number 2 on display, owned by the late Joe Clark, and serial number 28, owned by their friend and business partner, Stuart Walton. The Game Bird is completely built in our facility in Bentonville, Arkansas. Currently have a team of 65 people completing one Game Bird about every 3 weeks or so. Current lead time for a new airplane is 6 to 8 months. Got lots of great videos for you to check out on their website at www.gamecomposites.com that may help getting a little more of an impression of this airplane as he brings it in for landing. Big round of applause for Philip Steinbeck and the GB1 Game Bird. And thank you very much. Big round of applause for Phil Steinbeck and the GB1. Oh, we got more airplanes coming in. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you a man whose life has been totally immersed in aviation. From Pierre, South Dakota, please welcome gentleman Jim Pites and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in its hometown of Pierre, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Since his first solo flight 47 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 18,000 hours of accident-free flight in more than 151 different models of general aviation aircraft. And a heck of a view up there as he does a perfect Barnstormers loop. 2022 marks Jim's 30th year of performing aerobatics, and during that time he has entertained millions of. He enjoys performing in a 450 horsepower Stearman, a Harvard Mark IV, a P-51 Mustang, and of course the ever popular Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim continues to be amazed at the crowd response that he gets from flying the Aerobatic Bonanza. People don't expect to see a four-place family airplane known for its cross-country capabilities, flying inverted, doing rolls, or going vertical. As he brings the aircraft around, Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management, that is, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors for the International Council of Air Shows, serving 2 years as its chairman. He currently serves on the ACE committee and also an aerobatic competency examiner. Jim also mentors many new aerobatic pilots. Coming in from the right, Jim Pites and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is proud to have received the highest honor given in the airshow industry, the ICAS Sword of Excellence. While watching Jim perform for you today, keep in mind that this is not your ordinary Bonanza. This is a very rare 1986 F-33C that is built and certified for aerobatics. The Beechcraft Bonanza has been in continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since its initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Of those 17,000, only 179 were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, November 14 Juliet Papa, the airplane Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Jim's Bonanza is powered by a stock, out of the crate, 300 horsepower Continental IO 550, turning on Hartzell 3-bladed Super Scimitar propeller, weighing at almost 3,000 pounds. The aircraft, it is certified to +6 and 3- Gs. Amazingly, Jim's Bonanza is not equipped with an inverted fuel or oil system. Make this performance possible, he's become a master of energy management and is proud to list the legendary R.A. Bob Hoover as one of his most influential mentors and friends. And there he was, gone. Hey kids, if you're in the grandstands or in the box seating, if you see him, yell, yodel, wave your arms, let me know if you can see where he went. I want to hear the yodeling. All right, Jim, what'd you do? All right, this is a little concerning. Hello, Jim. Oh, there he is. Just like his friend and mentor used to do in the P-51 Mustang called Old Yeller. Here's Jim Pites popping out of Hoover Gulch in salute to the great Robert A. Bob Hoover. As he pitches up, he's going to roll the airplane, and up goes the landing gear. He was upside down, that's why the gear went up. Jim is a highly experienced aerobatic pilot, and this is definitely not your typical stock Bonanza. So again, all you Bonanza pilots in the audience, don't try this with your machine. Jim Pites, proudly brought to you by Hartzell Propeller, the leader in aircraft propeller systems built on honor in Piqua, Ohio since 1917. SiriusXM, from wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Aspen Avionics. Avionics able to withstand the punishment imposed by an aerobatic routine and then still allow Jim to safely make it back home in the most demanding instrument conditions. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft. Made in America since 1952. Phillips 66 Aviation products, at home or on the road, it's always Jim's choice of fuel. And of course, Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art full-service FBO located in his hometown up here in the great state of South Dakota. Make sure you stop and visit Jim and his amazing staff at Mustang Aviation. There he is, taxiing in right in front of the Stihl home pylon. Wave your arms, wave your kids, wave grandma if you brought, no, put grandma down. Don't do that. Well, Danny, I think because Jim's got a little time, he's taxiing down to our broadcast right, and I think he's going to do a parade in front of us here so everybody can really wave the kids and leave grandma alone. There you go, my friends. He's got that little window open. He's waving his arms. There he is, the man we call Gentleman Jim Pites. All right, as Jim Pites brings the airplane around, now, you know, you gotta stop the plane, and you gotta turn off the lights, shut down the engine, and turn off the radio, and take the seat belt off, and take your headset off, and, you know, all that pilot stuff. And then, of course, take a deep breath. That was so much fun. There he is, Gentleman Jim Pites. Let's give it up, Reno. Great job, my friend.
Folks, as we're looking at things we can do and try to do, here's the tentative. Now, again, the word is tentative. Here's the tentative schedule for this afternoon. The next race will be tentative Formula One at 12:30, conditions permitting. Just so you know, you and I can both look out at the smoke line on the race course, surrounded by people 50 feet above the desert floor, surrounded by other racers going fast, and visibility is a key issue in safety, and we won't compromise safety. It's a bad example to you, And we care about our racers and their crews and our families, of course, and the example that we give to all of our spectators, young and old alike. So this is tentative. And again, mark your watch, 12:30, or your phone, 12:30. So do you have time to go do something that you want to do? The answer is yes.
Like your parents tell you, it builds character to have a plane that's that basic, that difficult, yet powerful and unpredictable. And I've talked to some other of the commentators, some of the other pilots here, and they all say when these guys cross the start line, they get a little nervous because these planes can be a handful, and until they get stretched out just a little bit, everyone holds their breath.
Yeah, and we've heard from some of the earlier racers today, Tommy, that it's a little turbulent, especially on the outer corners of the course where the air is tumbling over some of the hills. And but we also heard from the jet class just a minute ago that one advantage that the wind, it has a good and a bad. A lot of times when you're following the aircraft in front of you on the course, you get turbulence from that aircraft, but the wind is blowing just enough that for the most part they're not flying through each other's wake, if you will. And so some cases it's a little smoother than a non-windy day. So good and bad to everything, but what's awesome is we'll see we saw the course earlier, the minimum altitude is 50 feet, and all of our pylons have a big metal can, about 55-gallon drum-ish size on top of them. That is at 50 feet, and the pilot knows if he can keep his helmet, as long as his helmet doesn't go, his head doesn't go below that can, then he or she's above the minimum altitude, and they're good to go.
They can avoid penalties that way. You talked about the wind here a little bit. We also had someone inform you and I a little bit earlier. So some exhibition planes were intending to come over here, over the Sierras to our west here, where the winds they reported to be over 100 miles an hour. So we're in the middle of a system here, and I think we're a little bit lucky today to get just enough cool down in that wind speed in order to get our races in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the officials here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races and Air Show, Tommy, have safety rules. It's all about safety, right? And there are wind levels that when it gets too high, we won't fly. And the wind levels that, fortunately, like you said, have stayed below the thresholds that we can operate safely. You saw our T6s take off. We're well within the wind limits. So we are so excited about that. Here you see them circling to their left, out to our west. And this is one of their final turns now that they've all gotten gathered up, and they will be headed inbound to us here shortly, Tommy. It's going to be very, very competitive racing here. You know, this doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, Tommy.
Absolutely not. And of course, our top two qualifiers here represent a lot of overachievement here in this class in recent years. The champion, the gold medalist from 2016 and 2019 is our pole position guy, Chris Rushing, in race 14. Right behind him, John Lomar, who won the national championship in 2017 and 2018.
Yeah, and Tommy, I just realized, I think I misspoke earlier. I think I said we were going to do 5 laps, and I was wrong. We are doing 6 laps here in the gold race. So my apologies for that, everybody. It is a 6-lap race. So if you were wondering what in the heck happened, that was my error. We are doing a 6-lap race, and I can see the racers just off to the west of us here in a great shot there. You can see them forming up on your left on the screen. That silver airplane is the pace plane, and they will be lining up here and headed our way. So they're making their final turn from heading south to back to come east and head back inbound to the course. They will enter the race for the fans here at Reno-Tahoe Airport. They will come from their left to their right as they overfly just to the north of runway 826 and head for the Stihl home pylon, Tommy, and we'll be on now. You can see the pace plane has the smoke on. That's so everybody can see it. And all the aircraft are beginning to form up, get side by side, line abreast, and it's going to be a great thing. That one aircraft that's down below is probably our other safety plane. In the T6 class, we have 2 safety planes that pull up and above, and one's the pace plane and the other's the safety observer. And then we have our 7 racers. We're getting close. Let's listen into the radio here, Tommy. What you're hearing here, ladies and gentlemen, the pace plane is actually lining up the racers. Tell them to scoot up, scoot back, get ready to go, and when they're ready to go, you'll hear that, gentlemen and ladies, you have a race. We'll listen for that here in just a second.
They drop down, and we are almost there, folks. Let's say you hit that start-finish pylon, and they're going by the crowd right now, west to east.
Tommy, here they come. They are coming in on the Stihl home start-finish pylon. Here they are. Wow, I told you about that engine sound. Is that spectacular or what? That group of 7, Tommy, you could throw a big tarp over all of them. This is amazing.
Out front, #1 qualifier and has been first in all races this week. Chris Rushing, race 14, Baron's Revenge.
Right behind him, you see #2 qualifier, race 88, John Lomar in the blue and yellow aircraft.
There's Stinnett, race 43, coming up in 3rd place right now, just in the starting order.
Look at that group. There was all 7 airplanes on one screen at one time. This is very, very close. We told you it was going to be close head-to-head racing. There's our 2 leaders, race 14 and race 88. Now, folks, we have a couple cameras out at the pylons out in the desert. We're going to get some fantastic shots of these aircraft coming low over you. And I want you to listen for not only that throaty engine sound, but also those supersonic sonic booms from that Hamilton standard prop.
Chris Rushing in charge so far. John Lomar will not be shaken off. Listen.
You know, at the back of the pack there, you see on the right side of your screen is race 90, Greg McNeely. He's moved up at least, I believe it's into 5th position. He's passed a couple, if not 3 people already. And a lot of stuff moving. We're back to our leader here, Tommy, in race 14, Chris Rushing. Great shot of him as they head to the northernmost part of this course that is our T6 medium length course. Yeah, there you see McNeely, Tommy, in race 90. He's making a move on Vitaly Prochaski, race 50 in Abracadabra. And you can see McNeely's got some speed going down the back straightaway out there. We'll see if he can hold it. Now here at Reno, you have to pass on the outside. So the shorter trip around the course is closer to the pylon. And right now, race 50, and Prochaski has that shorter route, Tommy.
Prochaski and McNeely, both veterans of the racing here in Reno. Look in the middle of the pack there. Those 3 bunched up there, Stinnett, McMahon.
Here we get another good look at this race between Prochaski and McNeely. And as expected, the shorter course really did help Prochaski. But look, here's McNeely, dives down, traces the altitude for speed. Let's see if he can get him.
Got a little traffic in front of him they're going to have to deal with, of course. Back to our leaders now. Chris Rushing still holding his position there, flying the position you want to fly in this race, of course.
Absolutely. And remember, we talked about that 50-foot minimum altitude. You see them duck down low right near those pylons. Here again is that race between race 50 and race 90. I mean, this is wingtip to wingtip. All pilot skill right here, Tommy. This is head-to-head close course pylon racing at its best, ladies and gentlemen. This is the gold race for T6.
We're almost halfway through with this race already. Lap 3 of 6.
Wow. Look at that, Tommy. That is so cool. Wingtip to wingtip. Wow. That is so awesome.
Battling as hard as they can for 5th place on this final day in this gold medal match in T6.
Yeah, that is just, I mean, golly. Wow, just spectacular racing right there. Amazing airmanship when you're that close together at these speeds, at those bank angles, in the wind. Fantastic stuff.
Back to our leader, Chris Rushing. Maybe extending his lead a bit over John Lomar. Both of these guys former national champions.
Yeah, just stretching it out a little bit out front there. Here we got a good look at Rushing and Baron's Revenge. There's that propeller sound I was telling you about, Tommy. Just spectacular.
Very distinctive.
Here's a great in-cockpit shot of John Lomar. He's in 2nd place. Now, Rushing is extending the lead a little bit. You can see out there on the right, you can see the solo camera shot of Rushing in 14. And then this is John Lomar in 88. He's getting to the far north part of the course, and signal blocks out there for a second. But look, you can see Rushing moving from the center of the screen to the left out in front of him. This is just a spectacular view of how amazing the racing is here at Reno.
Rushing has dominated all week long, won every single gold class race in T6. And He is not breaking stride today either, it doesn't look like.
Here he comes by the Stihl start-finish line, starting his next lap. I mean, he's just doing, his course is right on the pylons, Tommy. He's right on altitude. He is hitting all his marks, as they say in NASCAR. He's doing it here in air racing, the fastest motorsport on the planet.
Don't do anything crazy, run the rest of it mistake-free, and hey, you can say hello to your third gold medal.
Yeah, we've got some good battles all over the course, Tommy. It really is matching up at race 14 and Chris Rushing just doing a spectacular job. Now, as we jump back to that race for 5th place, again, this is race 50, Percherski and race
McNeely,
90,
yeah.
McNeely on the outside. Race 90's got the longer route around, and these aircraft are so evenly matched. The pilot skill is so evenly matched. They've just stayed right there, and poor Greg McNeely just can't quite find the place to get by yet. But we've seen in other races this morning all day long, Tommy, there may be some strategy here that I'm very closely matched, and I'm not going to show you all my cards until that last lap.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of last-minute heroics all week long here in Reno. Greg McNeely's been around the game long enough. He's got every trick you can imagine up his sleeve. Back to our leader now, Chris Rushing.
And here comes our battle for 5th around the final pylons, headed for the home stretch. And they're about to enter the white flag lap that our leader did just a second ago. And they should be almost wingtip to wingtip here as they come by.
Going to come down to it. Back to our leader now. He's kind of just flying on rails right now. He knows how to take this thing home. He has done it consistently all week long. Chris Rushing.
Yeah, and you see him wings level in the northernmost straight section on the top of the course there, and he's coming around the left for pylons 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is the southern end of the valley of speed that the larger course has, and as you see Chris Rushing finishing his final lap, his final pylons, he's headed for gold, Tommy. I think he's going to do it. This is amazing stuff.
Well, in a class where it's so hard to dominate, where the specs are so near one plane to another, and a pilot who can step out like this and create this winning margin and do it consistently all week long deserves your applause, and so he gets it. Unofficially, your gold medalist, your national champion, Chris Rushing of Van Nuys, California, in race 14.
And here we are jumping back to that race for 4th and 5th. Now let's see if McNeely has anything for Percherski. This is the last couple pylons to come by. This is where it's going to decide it. Closest race on the course, Tommy. Here we go. This is going to be close. Let's see if we can do it. It looks like race 50. Percherski's going to be able to, oh, I don't know. Let's see.
Watch out, it could be Chris Rushing.
Oh, another photo finish here at the Reno National Championship Air Races. Wow, how many have we seen this week? Especially today, that's like the third one today where we've had a photo finish. Wow,
never seen the like of it.
Incredible. Man, Tommy, I'll tell you what.
Go ahead and call it, Rob.
I don't know. That's too close to call, Tommy. I'll tell you what.
Is.
We're going to go back and look at this race here in just a second, but man, here we go. Here we're going to back it up, and we're going to look at it in slow-mo here as race 50, Vitaly Percherski, and race 90, Greg McNeely move forward. Here we go, Tommy.
McNeely
look at
in the
that.
foreground. Watch, watch, watch. Oh, Percherski may have held him off.
He may have held him off. Boy, I'll tell you what. Now, that's going to come down to the judges, Tommy. And I got to see and hear this the other day. What they have in race control is this big flat panel TV that's mounted vertically, and they've got a camera that's shooting at really high rate of speed, and they can go frame by frame, and they actually use a ruler to measure whose nose got out in front of who.
I'll let them do it then.
That's right. Now, here we are looking at the race again. This was part of the first lap, and like you said earlier, race 14, Chris Rushing had the pole. He got out front. He stayed out front. The pole position is so important in this racing, and here you see him use that to great effect.
Chris Rushing is the defending champion. He won the gold medal, the national championship in 2019, and before that, three years earlier in 2016.
Now, here was some of the early racing that we saw between McNeely and Percherski, and these two all race long were exactly what you see on the screen right now. Look at that wingtip to wingtip as they went from east to west along the northern straight on the back of the course, and then through the corners. That inside track is always vital. You know, it's the shortest route around the course, and pending any cuts that our judges will assess before they post the official results. If anybody cut too close to that pylon, we assume at this point that it was a clean race until we hear different. And here again, a great shot of our leader and our gold world champion, race 14, Chris Rushing, as he comes around the final few laps here. He just flew, like you said earlier, Tommy, on rails all the way around.
Absolutely perfect all week long. And one more look at our dramatic finish, fighting for 5th. Oh, I just don't know. I just don't know.
Let's look at it in slow motion one more time, Tommy. You can see Paczerski is the out front right there at the moment, but McNeely is making hay on him. And, oh, right there, I mean, it looks like the length of the spinner that maybe race 50 and Paczerski and Abracadabra may have held him off. But we'll wait for the officials to call that for sure. But right now, here's your unofficial results.
Well, Chris Rushing, of course, unofficially your national champion. John Lomar, race 88 in 2nd place. Joel Stinnett, race 43 in 3rd. Good week for Vic McMahon as well. Race 66, and of course this unofficial reckoning has Vitaly Paczerski holding off Greg McNeely for 5th place. So 50 over 90, William Walker in place 7. What a great race, what a great day. With so many, I think, like you said, we've had maybe 3 photo finishes already on this day, and we are far from done. We still have the jet gold, we still have the unlimited gold, and the sport gold. Don't go away. National champions are crowned today in all of our classes here, and of course the fastest class of all is that one right there you're looking at, Jet. That is the field. 6 have qualified for this final gold round here. And there is your #1 qualifier. He is undefeated this week. Pete Zaccanino, 3 times, Rob, 3 times a national champion.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. And a beautiful looking airplane in the blue-gray camo. L-29 Delphine aircraft. He's just a spectacular aircraft. And like you said, he's dominated all week. And we're going to move back to our race 77, Pete Stavridis. And another L-29, good-looking airplane there. In the Viper is what he calls that aircraft.
Yeah, race 77. The red plane there is Aaron Hogue, right here in the state of Nevada, Henderson, Nevada, and that's race 29.
Race 29 in Ballista, yeah, absolutely. Another L-29, and there we see the bigger, older, newer, younger brother of the L-29 in the L-39. That's Alexander Ekman in race 777, Red Thunder 2.
Alexander originally from Brazil. There is, yeah, that's David Sterling. It says it's race 8. Race 8, David Sterling.
There's the black and
yellow, yeah, Bob McCormick.
Yeah, and race 1, Athena. And they're bringing up the back, Jerry Jive Kirby, race 11. He bumped up from the silver class that we just saw a little bit ago, so he got bumped up into the gold. And what's great about that, we get to see what you see on your screen here out of his aircraft, Ivan. It's an L-39. We get the in-cockpit camera over his left shoulder. So we are in the gold pairing here today, and these jets, not only the fastest class on the course, Tommy, these are the fastest of the fastest. We should see speeds up near 500 miles an hour. Now, the jets do have a top speed limit of 525 miles an hour on the course here, and that is a safety restriction, and it does help us all the way around. With that safety restriction. There's also some altitude restrictions, like all of our classes. 50 feet will be the minimum altitude, and then near the home pylons as they come down our larger 8-mile course. They are also restricted vertically on top to 250 feet. So the combination of the 525 maximum speed, the 50 feet to 250 feet altitude restrictions, along with the number of Gs that energy projects, that keeps everything in line, and those are the safety rules that the Reno Air Race Association, along with the FAA, have imposed to keep everything safe. And that's obviously what our main focus always is, Tommy, is safety. But here at Reno, once we do everything safe, we're about going fast. Fly low, turn left, go fast, right?
Yeah, this jet class, of course, which started out as an exhibition attraction here at the air show dimension of the National Championship Air Races, now has been a part of our official classes now for several years, and I'd like to have seen the first group of spectators who were here for the first jet racing on this course at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do race our largest and fastest course, Tommy, like you said, 6 laps on the 8-mile course, speeds up near 500 miles an hour, sometimes exceeding that. And we do have an air start in this, like some of our other classes. So the aircraft have departed now in qualifying order. They're forming up on the pace plane, and they will circle around Peavine Mountain until they're totally lined up, and they will come down the chute from south to north. They will stay in their lane. Here you see a depiction of our course there. You see the Reno State Airport depicted, and there is the pylons going in. And our aircraft come from the south, like I said, entering the chute. We'll see that here in just a minute on the depiction. The pace plane in red. Once they're lined up, they'll say, ladies and gentlemen, you have a race. Pace plane pulls up. Now, the aircraft have to stay in their respective lanes, Tommy, as they go down towards the guide pylon, the very first pylon. That is the first chance that they can turn left. So the pole position, like every class, is vitally important. To be in that left turn first, and the shortest way around the class or race course is the ability to stay on the inside track.
Well, we talk about who's dominated so far in the gold class, in the A class, and that has been, of course, the 3-time champion Pete Zaccanino. Let's take a look at his first. This is race 1A from earlier in this week in jet gold, and Pete Zaccanino was the top qualifier, and he took that and ran with it. He said he just punched it and it went.
Yeah, and he ran it wire to wire, as they say, yep. Right? Mm-hmm. And he flew a really, really nice race. The track that he had around the pylons was really good. We did have some close racing that you see here back in the pack, slightly behind Pete, and it was a very competitive race. We had this battle here all day long, and those two fought it out. That was
Pete Stavridis.
Yeah, in the darker airplane, and he had the inside track here, and it was, but there you see right there is where he got past, and then all the way around, there's race 24, the bottom of Pete Zaccanino's Just Lucky aircraft, the L-29, and great race all the way around the Heat 1A from Friday. And that set us up for today, but today's Gold Sunday, Tommy, and you know, 8 minutes to gold, and we're about to see a national champion crowned in the jet class.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you have in the back of your mind, don't break anything. We want to make it all the way through this thing. Today, everything goes. Yeah. Oh, it is a unique class. Let's visit now with the jet class president, Mike Steiger.
Motorsport race in the world, and we have the fastest aircraft, and we're up to 525 miles an hour, and that's about a design course speed that keeps us within the design parameters of the aircraft. We can exceed forces if we have a higher speed or a tighter course, but the way this course is laid out, our top speeds are about 520 miles an hour, 525, and that's pretty good. It's less than a minute going around an 8-mile course.
Listen to the radio as we have our 7 planes now ready to go.
And Tommy, what you're hearing on the radio here from our pace plane is they're lining them up. And when he's saying back a little, he's just getting them all lined up. There's a great shot of Jive, Jerry Kirby looking over his shoulder.
Looking real good. 1-1. You're looking good. Now you're back in position. 10 more seconds. The fastest race on Earth. You have a race.
There it is, Tommy. We're on. Here we go.
Diving onto that course, that race course in the sky, but a little bit lower than what they are now. It will get down to 50 feet, going almost 500 miles an hour.
And remember, they're straight ahead. They can accelerate out in front of each other on this till they get to that guide pylon, and that's where they can make that first turn. And it looks like race 24, Pete Stavridis out in front is going to have that first turn at the guide pylon, Tommy. But right with him is race 77, Pete Stavridis. And it looks like Pete might have gotten around him there.
Yeah.
Looks like race 24, Zaccanino had it at the guide pylon, but race 77, Stavridis looks to have made the push around those last couple pylons. Now they're headed down into the Valley of Speed, Tommy, as we say, the longest portion of our largest course. This is where the speed really develops here at Reno at the National Championship Air Races, and these aircraft are just beginning to accelerate and get up to full speed. Here we go with race 77 in the lead. They're beginning to stretch out just a little bit as they go around. Here's a great shot from our pylon cam up north near the guide pylon. Let's listen to him go over.
Pete Stavrides, a very aggressive start here. He's looking to change the arc of what's happened in Jet A during the course of this week, and so far it's working.
Yeah, absolutely, and he has not wasted any time. We've seen other racers this year, or this week, Tommy, that have kind of laid back and waited till the last lap to make their move. That's not the case with 77. Stavrides has really jumped out, and frankly, he's starting to stretch his lead a little bit over Zaccanino now as he comes around the last pylon, headed for the home pylon. 1, 2, and 3, all you see them in your shot there, kind of spaced out just about equally. We've got Stavrides race 77, followed by 24 Zaccanino, and then Aaron Hogan race 29 in third. But there you see, here they come, first, second, and third, up to the northern part of the course as they head for pylons 4, 5, and 6. Tommy, you're seeing the two aircraft that we're seeing here, but believe it or not, they is here now in the gold race. The Aerobatic L-29, designed in the early 50s, the 29. In the 60s and 70s came the 39, but you can see these racers got these L-29s rolling. First, second, and third, and our leader is just rolling it out there with race 77, Tommy.
1, 2, and 3, Stavrides. Race 77, Zaccanino race 22, and Hogue 29, equidistant from one another, about a half a second apart.
I mean, look at that shot, Tommy. I mean, you get a feel for how low they are. 500 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen, out in the junipers and the sagebrush. These aircraft are rolling here at Reno. It's awesome. Now let's look here at third and fourth. We've got the red race 29 of Aaron Hogue, along with the 777 of Alexander Ekman in red and white in thunder there. This is a really good close race. Yeah.
It's 4th and 5th there.
Yeah, that's 4th and 5th,
Sterling.
Yep. My mistake. That was 4th and 5th at those two, but that is turning into a good race there at the back of the pack.
Sterling in race 8, David Sterling.
It really is something. 500 miles an hour at 50 feet. We are just rolling. Here's a good shot of those. The black aircraft just did get by on, and he is headed. There comes our leader, headed towards the last few pylons, coming out of the Valley of Speed. He's going to come right at your living room, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. That is spectacular.
White flag.
Pete Stavrides, one more lap to go. One lap separating him from a national championship and an upset, really, of Pete Zaccanino.
Yeah, I think everybody picked Zaccanino to do what he'd done all week, Tommy, and it's just not playing out today. Stavrides made that move early, and he's got out front and just stayed there. And here you see his final lap. He's now halfway through, half a lap to go, and he, if everything holds, will be your national champion. Look at that. That is just spectacular. We have such a clear day here in Reno at the Stihl National Championship, the 57th running, Tommy, and we are about to crown a national champion in gold jet.
Pete Stavrides, Virginia Beach, Virginia, heading out of the backstretch, down his final run here.
Here he comes. He's going to roll wings level. There's the Stihl start-finish pylon.
Flag, checkered flag.
Checkered flag, Tommy. Oh, whoa. What a race. What a race,
Pete
man.
Stavrides, number 1. Number 2 is Pete Zaccanino.
Wow, this has just been it's just exactly as advertised, Tommy. Look here as the rest of the finishers come across the finish and they pull up to enter into the traffic pattern to land. That was something. I mean, this is the fastest motorsport on the planet, and we just saw the fastest of the fast race around here. And this is our final competitor, race number 8, followed by race 11, Jerry Kirby and Jive. You get to see again the great in-cockpit shot, how fast the sagebrush is going by.
2 football fields a second. That is fast.
Yeah, they are really, really moving. Look at that. That is incredible. And here you get to see Jive will roll out. He'll finish the last pylons 8 and 9. He'll come around to the runway and then roll out. Here he is, headed for the checkered flag. What a view. You don't get this anywhere but at Reno. Tommy, closed course, pylon racing in jets of all things at 500 miles an hour. Spectacular day on Sunday. Gold Sunday. We just crowned another national champion, Tommy.
Not a repeat for Pete Z, but the other Pete Stavridis takes the gold, takes the national championship in jet racing here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races. Take another look at this race. Always a treat to be inside the cockpit. We were this time all the way through this race with Jive Kirby, Jerry Kirby.
And here we are at the start, and here you can see Stavridis right there. He's starting to make his move early on, and we thought that Zaccanino would get out front, but look right there. Here's where Stavridis comes around him on the outside, and there on the northernmost part of the course, pylons 5 and 6 is where he made that initial move. And once he was by him, Tommy, he never looked back. He just stretched it out and stayed in front the rest of the race. And here it is. They were closer here, but then he got a little farther in front and just continued to stretch it as the race went on.
Never quite gave Pete enough to make a move on him. He really put himself in the perfect position early on, which is a little bit rare versus what we've seen this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And much to what we've seen these two race this week, there was something a little extra in the tank today for Stavridis, and he saved the best for last. And you know, we are in Reno where you don't show all your cards right up front. That's right. And that's what he did.
Close to the vest. He held through the week, apparently.
He held him close to the vest, and he got the best of the 3-time champion and the defending champion in Zaccanino, and today our brand new national champion in gold jet. Race 77, Pete Stavridis. Here he is here, beautiful looking airplane.
L29.
Here's the checkered flag finish. Here's some of our other competitors coming through, the red of Reno-Tahoe, Ballista. Just a spectacular day. And here we're back on board with Jive Kirby and Ivan.
Our 7 planes working their way around. As you say, they get back into the regular traffic and head back on in, put her down, and make way for the next 2 gold races. We got 2 more on the way here, and that's an exciting prospect as well. There's your unofficial finishing positions right there. Pete Stavridis with the win, the national championship. That's still unofficial right now. Pete Zaccanino, defending champion, in 2nd place, 24, race 24, on Alexander Ekman, race 777. Did very well this time around, and this year, Aaron Hogue, race 29, Bob McCormick, race 1, David Sterling, 8, and Jerry Kirby, Jive Kirby, race 11 in 7th place.
Absolutely, and one of the good things to remember for our fans at home is the reason these results are unofficial is now the officials that are out at all those pylons will radio in if anybody by chance cut a pylon or if there were any other issues. They review all of that, and then the officials in race control will make the final call and make it determined. So that's all still going on right now, but those are the unofficial results, and the race committee and race control is reviewing now, and they will, as the aircraft circle around, make their final determinations.
Boy, we had great jet races in the silver class and this one in the gold class this week. It's just been a treat.
Yeah, we've been blessed with some great weather, even though it's a little windy. You can see here it's clear, beautiful day. You get to see that beautiful black and yellow L-29 touching down on the runway. You can see it's a little windy, and these pilots are doing a great job of fighting through the wind here today to put on this show for you, but also to race. I mean, it's all out racing, everything they've got to win the national champion. And this has just been a spectacular day, Tommy.
We got treated to some clear skies versus the smoky ones we dealt with all through the first, well, 2.5 days of racing here.
And there you get to see a good example of the L-39. And here we're on board with an L-39 in race 11. Jerry Jive Kirby as he makes his way down on final here. Great view of the final. This is the approach to runway 26 here at Reno State Airport. Comes across the numbers. Main gear touches down. You can see it on the right side of your screen and in cockpit on the left side. Nowhere else do you get a view like this, Tommy.
No. Hey.
The in-camera production is just spectacular, both in the cockpit and outside. Nothing but professionals here, and folks at home get the benefit of spectacular.
Big thanks to Jerry Kirby and his crew there for allowing us to get inside the cockpit and put our camera in there anyway, and our little transmitter. Worked out just fine. What a treat.
Yeah, and folks at home are getting to see something that the fans that are here in person don't. You know, so you get that advantage, you know, and then we're so excited to be able to bring that to you. And ours, again, like Tommy said, our thanks to the teams for allowing us that insider access.
Callie won't be here for the rest of the race this year. Never beat up your mentor. Please.
Callie is far more accomplished than I am as an aviation. She's an aviation attorney and pilot, flies a couple of aircraft and back east.
We've got a pass in the back.
There's
No
another lap
strings
pass
attached.
back in back. You see the white wings of the shoestring coming into turn 4, just lapped Scott Holmes there.
And Fat Ass crosses the Stihl home pylon.
Let me deal with some speeds here. First lap, 2:30. Second lap, 2:30. Third lap, 2:28.
It's a fast airplane, very fast airplane. More about the Formula One class. Got to be fixed gear, got to be fixed pitch prop, got to have at least 2 main wheels, got to have a third wheel somewhere, front or back. 66 square feet of wing area and nothing bigger than an 0200 engine. All right, look at that shoestring eating up the distance along the back stretch. He wants to be back up in the gold heat, and it's clear that he'll be there soon. All right, coming across home stretch now. That should be Feisty. That's Feisty there.
Looking fast.
Some of these racers will turn over 4,000 RPM. The most I've seen when I was racing Aeromagic was about 4,300 RPM. Here comes Justin Phillipson.
And 4,300 is so fast because these engines are usually turning about 2,500 in a Cessna 150.
Exactly, 2,500 would be your cruise RPM, 2,700 is the red line. They can turn into a sort of a hand grenade once you get much above that. Hopefully they're well balanced if they want to keep them running. But then when you only have to run for 8 minutes at a time, you can get a lot of flights out of them. I see Linda Law pointing at somebody. All right, we just had Monkey Ninja coming across the checker pylon. And now Feisty's moving across here from 6 to home to the steel checker pylon. Phillipson coming around for a lap. I just can't bring myself to talk while that sound is going by in front, Danny. When next time the shoestring comes across the steel checkered pylon, that will be for the white flag.
They've got a pass coming up on the back of course.
The yellow aircraft, Feisty, is flying a really nice, low, consistent line there. Phillipson's moving up for safety. He's still got the speed, even with the greater radius of turn. He's got the speed to both stay safe and continue the pass. So it should be a white flag for Justin Phillipson in the shoestring. No strings attached as he comes across home pylon right now. There's a white flag. White flag, 1 lap of racing to go.
Dave, you mentioned that Feisty's flying great lines, and Trent is a rookie pilot in Formula One this year. It's really impressive that his course is looking so clean and tight.
I totally agree. It's low and tight is what they ask the rookies to do. He's doing that, but he's doing it pretty darn fast, too. I think he's in second, unofficial second position right now.
And Scott Holmes, an outlaw, coming around Highland 6, crossing home. He's a veteran racer now. I think this is 6th year of racing.
I believe that's correct. All right, white flag for Scott Holmes there, and then coming out of turn 6 into the home stretch is Justin Phillipson, and no strings attached. Checkered flag, checkered flag. In second position,
Monkey Ninja.
Monkey Ninja, followed by Feisty. I cut you off. I'm sorry, Kelly. A little more racing going on in the back. Around turn 6, and then one more racer going into turn 4.
It's like Fat Ass Cass.
Fat Ass Cass finishing the race, getting the checker.
And followed by Scott Holmes in Outlaw, who's coming around the turn now.
I really do look forward to seeing Scott's fast racer. I know he's looking forward to getting it out here too. Spent a lot of time working on the electric Formula E racers before that project stalled, and I know he's glad to be getting back into fast cassets.
All right, now we're going to wait for the official results. We got action on the ground right now at 12:30, so we're going to turn it over to the Royal Canadian for that information. Roy, it's all yours.
Indeed, we've got the Stihl Timberworks Lumberjack Show coming up in, well, right about now, according to my watch. That's located right on the east end of the stands, so you can't miss it. Look for the great big spar trees. They're going to be racing up the spar trees. They're going to have the hot saws going. They're going to have the misery whips happening, the axe throwing and chopping. Timers ready, competitors ready. 1, 2, go! It is the Stihl Timberworks Lumberjack Show getting underway in just a moment.
Where is that?
Over there.
Cut it out.
I
How
said
about
that
between
over
the bleachers?
Between the bleachers, just look for the great big spar trees.
Yes.
See, I come from big timber country in the temperate rainforest of British Columbia.
I come from the tall timber of Montana.
Oh,
you want to ride to the train station?
I was going to say, wait a minute.
It's all about TV.
Yeah, okay.
All right, final results coming in from our timers. And it looks like, from our point of view, average speed, 229.151. Holding right at that 229.230. And is that, we're waiting to see if it, waiting for the results from the timers as to any possible cuts. It looks pretty clean. It looked like everybody was doing a great job in the conditions we had.
Danny, can I put a plug in for the biplane classes fundraiser? We have approval from RAH to sell raffle tickets for a biplane ride, $20 raffle ticket. Buy one ticket, there'll be 3 drawings. First drawing is today for, and one ticket, 3 chances to win. A biplane ride at the end of racing. You'll be launching in a Pitts S2 2-seat biplane about 5 minutes prior to the last race of the day. Be climbing up overhead and watching the race from above in a Pitts biplane. Those tickets are on sale. You'll see someone walking around with a biplane raffle ticket shirt, and there's also a setup down by the biplane and Formula One pits. If you don't have a pit pass, buy a pit pass. You really get a chance to get in there, see what's going on, watch the maintenance taking place and the interaction between the pilots and the other pilots, and the abuse we give each other. Buy a biplane raffle ticket. Today, buy one today for that first draw. There aren't as many people here today as there will be this weekend, so your chances are better for today's draw.
And indeed, once again, the Stihl Timberworks Lumberjack Show is getting underway momentarily. I'm going to look over that way, and I don't see anybody climbing up the spar trees quite yet, but I'm sure they're going to have, again, like we used to call it, the misery whip. And those ultra sharp axes, they're so sharp you could pretty well shave with them. Yeah, they're that sharp. And of course, the hot saws and the sawdust coming out of your ear and a whole bunch more. So don't miss it. Taking place right about now, the Stihl Timberworks Lumberjack Show. Looking for the two American flags up there. That's right. Yeah, the poles probably came from British Columbia, though.
Montana.
Okay.
Here are your Formula Ones show center shutting down. You'll see the pilots getting out in just a moment. We have unofficial results from the Formula One Heat 2B, the silver race. As expected, Justin Phillipson in race 79, the shoestring, no strings attached, took number one, took first place, and I'm thinking a pretty good chance he'll be bumping someone out of the gold, and he'll be back up in the gold tomorrow. Number 52, Feisty, the yellow casset, in second place. In third place, 74, and in fourth place, number 9. Oh, I had an average speed of the winner there, 229.151 miles per hour. That's Justin Phillipson, 229.151 miles an hour average speed. If that doesn't put him in the gold, it's a fast heat.
All right, we're getting this from the tower now. We mentioned to you that if possible, we were going to do back-to-back Formula One races. So you two don't go in. They are making their way to the staging area right now, even though most of us can't see it because it's way down to our left. And we're going to get the pairings, and they're going to race. They are going to race And we'll start to get the row numbers for Dave and for Callie. And let's see, we do have time now. We do have the board. So Dave and Callie, let's go right into it.
In pole position is Steve Temple and Frade Knott. Frade Knott is a former gold champion winner in Formula One. It's going to be a great lineup against Limitless, flown by Justin Metters, who's also won the pole twice.
And Justin built and designed that aircraft himself, an amazing, gorgeous snowshoe SR-1 aircraft.
Justin also only flies using hand controls.
And no one else, to my knowledge, although they've tried, has gotten comfortable enough flying that airplane or driving that airplane on the ground to even taxi it at more than a few miles an hour. Justin flying the entire thing with hand controls. Pretty magic, impressive pilot from a former motorcycle racer. After Justin Metters in number 34, Limitless, is Tim Conan.
What airplane, honey? There must be a story there.
We shouldn't do that. It's like we're a married couple. Tim Conan, What Airplane Honey, cast at 3M. He's been flying here for quite a while. Tim is a character.
Back to you from Reno-Tahoe, the Stihl National Championship air races. We have been hindered by a smoke atmospheric situation for all of today, basically all of today. We've had a little bit of Stol drag racing, but now we see planes starting to stage for an F1 race, a Formula One race. They actually ran one a few minutes ago, but now we are up and going, and we're going to see Formula One class Heat 2A. This is the gold class race in Formula One. Rob Lowe, we can say there's our second place finisher from the heat we televised yesterday.
Absolutely, Mr. Justin Metters out of Weatherford, Texas, and doing a really good job there. You know, Tommy, this class is really exciting. It's one of the oldest classes in air racing at all. In fact, it's the only continuous racing class in the history of air racing in our country. First known as midget racing back in the 30s.
Yeah. Cleveland Air Show.
Yeah, back in the 30s and 40s. This specific class was developed in 1942 and 43, and it was the first race that followed World War II. Most famously, the Cleveland Air Races, most people know from 1947. What's really interesting is this class has used the same set of rules, the same basic rules for over 66 years now, and it's really interesting. The great thing is for us is we'll get to see them up close and personal on our most intimate, smallest track, 3.5 mile track up close, and they will do a standing start, Tommy. It's kind of a Grand Prix, if you're familiar with that, with either horses or cars, but a standing start, right? There's typically 8 in a class, and we'll have that in this heat here in a minute. They start with 3 on the front row, 2 in the middle, and 3 on the back, and you can see on the screen the aircraft are being towed out now into those starting positions, and we're starting to see where they are there. And again, here we talk about the 3.5 mile course. They fly 8 laps, just a little under 25 miles. Speeds up over, well over 350 miles an hour in this class. I'm sorry, 250 miles an hour, excuse me. Yeah. So the top qualifiers, just almost 255 miles an hour in this class, and it ranges down to just around 200. So it ought to be a very competitive class. And the particular airplane, you can see a great example of race 12 there on the screen. All the aircraft have to be a monoplane. They're single wing. The wing is limited to 166 square feet. They all have to have fixed gear, and they have to have a third wheel somewhere. Most of them are tail draggers. Some of them have a nose gear occasionally, not this year. They all share the Continental O200 engine, 4-cylinder, air-cooled engine. Same thing you would find in your Cessna 150. Here you see a great graphic of our up-close and personal 3.5 mile course. When they do take off together, the first lap is a oil warm-up or a starter lap. The race actually begins when they cross the Stihl home pylon start-finish line. That's when the clock and the timing, the race laps start to count. Now they can maneuver, Tommy, on that warm-up lap for position. So basically they're racing. It just doesn't start counting the 8 laps until we get that first lap complete. Typically the faster aircraft these days, Tommy, are composite and have a little bit more dynamic airframes, but most of the aircraft in our classes this year are all cassette racers, and in fact almost all of the aircraft are built by the pilot or by their crew.
So this is a really unique class of aircraft. They have a minimum weight of 500 pounds. The pilot and the gear have to weigh at least 150 of that. Most of them weigh up around 800 pounds when they race. You think about that, that's just a little more than half the weight of a Harley-Davidson.
Yeah, you really have to see these in person to appreciate how small they truly are.
Yeah, and you can see there on the screen compared to folks, the human folks standing beside them, standing up, the aircraft barely come to their waist. It's been described as strapping on a go-kart. And it really is. So think about, you know, you're 50 feet off the ground, 250 miles an hour over the sagebrush, and basically strapped on in a go-kart. So it's really exciting racing. The other thing that's interesting about this class, Tommy, is they have fixed pitch props. So it's kind of like, think about starting at a bicycle with the what gear you choose.
Yeah, you can only choose one.
Yeah, you only get to choose one. And so you, the crew chief and the pilot decide, do they want to go fast from the start? Do they want to go fast once they gets up to speed, or some sort of a combination of both of those? So the decision they make on which prop they put on plays a big part in how the overall race outcomes. And typically, those Continental 0200 engines that are the same as what's in a Cessna 150, they're turning 72-inch props. The pitch is what changes the speed there, but running about 4,500 RPM for those that are used to flying those kind of airplanes, they've got those wound up, and typically, like we said earlier, up around 250 miles an hour.
This is sort of, I guess you could say, it's the gateway class of racing planes here at Reno. I mean, this is where you get the easiest access. You just say mostly home-built aircraft, small, stock engines pretty much, and that makes it the largest category, the largest class, as well as in terms of numbers of participants here.
Right, absolutely. And Tommy, one of the other interesting things about this class is there's some folks use it like an entryway, like you said, and move on to some other classes. And then there's racers here that have flown this class forever and ever, and they just love this style of racing. And we talked about the standing horse race type, Grand Prix type start. They all depart simultaneously, which is unique to this class, where all 8 of them, even though they're in those rows of 3, 2, and 3, they all go at the same time. So here in a few minutes, you'll see a red flag come up. There you see that white Ford truck in the middle. You can see the red flag kind of to the side. The 5-minute warning, that red flag will go up in the air, and then when all the aircraft are set and ready to go, and we're about ready to start, that red flag will change to a green flag that will be standing up straight. And then when the green flag drops, that's when they can take off. So we'll see that here in just a few minutes. We'll see the engines start up, and the aircraft are just getting they're in position now. They're all getting prepared. The pilots are climbing into the cockpits, running those final checks, making sure everything's good. The ground crew's walking around the aircraft, taking a look at everything, making sure that the airplane is ready to race, and it ought to be quite a competitive event here in just a few minutes, Tommy.
If you're just picking up with us here in our streaming coverage of the Stihl National Championship Air Races, this is the first full day of racing here this Thursday. We'll go all the way through Sunday when all the iron is given out, as they say, the medals and the national championships. But we've been hindered some yesterday, a lot this morning, by an atmospheric condition, which is fire. Smoke from a fire about 50, 60 miles away across the border in California, the so-called mosquito fire, and unfortunately we've just been right in the bullseye of the wind direction from there to here, and it has been fairly relentless. It comes in sort of in fits and starts, but it has diminished the overall visibility and your range of visibility by a good number. We got a little bit of relief now, Rob, so I think we're going to take advantage of it. We're fingers crossed. We're going to keep going.
Absolutely, Tommy, and our viewers at home can see some of that in the camera. You know, we've got cameras with great big long lenses on them to see the aircraft down on the end of the runway, and you can see some of the haziness, and that's not the lens, folks. Those lenses are very clear. That's just the haze in the air, but it has improved. So, Tommy, we can begin to see some of the mountains, the foothills around us that we haven't been able to see all day, and that's good news, and that allows, again, we talked about safety being the first and foremost thing here at the National Championship Air Races in Reno, and the visibility is improving, allowing us to race. And we're excited to see this gold pairing in Heat 2A get started here in just a minute. There you can see on the screen, engines are starting to turn. They're putting the canopy on this airplane right there, getting ready to grow. The crew chief is making sure everything's good. That is our pole position holder in this heat, Tommy, Mr. Steve Temple in race 31 in Frayed Knot.
Frayed Knot, 3-time national champion here at the air races, and there was second place from our first race yesterday in this particular category, the gold category of F1. That's Justin Metters. He is the defending, champion.
Absolutely. And then behind him is Timothy Cohn out of Fresno, California in race 99, the red, white, and blue Cassett 3. Love the name of this airplane. What airplane, honey? And there's got to be a story behind that. So great name, though.
Absolutely.
And up next beside him, we should be seeing the quad nickel here in just a second, but you can see again the engines are getting fired up and all the aircraft are going through those final pre-race checklists. There we go, Tommy, with the
Jake Spidell, Carmel, California, quad nickel, another Cassett. They're all Cassett, well, except for one. Excuse me, two, in this 8-team field.
And then there is race 27, aircraft called Once More, flown by Kent Jackson out of Washington, D.C., yellow and white Cassett as well. Just getting fired up there, the engine just starting on him. So the red flag is up, ladies and gentlemen. What that tells the pilots is we're getting ready, that conditions are good so far. We're preparing for a race. The course is prepared and clear. And then again, like we said earlier, Tommy, that will change to green, and that will give them the final minute or so. And then when the flag drops, they'll go. And looks like we've moved over to.
It's race 8, I believe. It's the Atomic Pumpkin, is it not? The orange and black.
Yes, race 48. Flying in position 8. That's Blair
Position 8,
Hamilton. Interesting story about Blair. She bumped up into this class based on her time yesterday. She won her silver heat class yesterday and bumped up today into this heat for today. So that's kind of how it works as we make our way to Sundays. You can, depending how you perform, you can bump up or bump down. So I know she's excited to be here in the gold class heat race today.
Qualified with a 190 and change in her Class B race.
There's a couple other aircraft in between her and where we were. The white and green number 21 from Josh Watson, airplane called Blackjack out of Wilton, California.
We may not be able to get a shot of him right now, but also we didn't see Carl Robertson out of Longview, Texas. He's in a silver and white called a Sleeper. It's race 81.
Yeah, absolutely. So that covers our eight competitors in this class, Tommy. Again, this is Heat 2A of the Formula One class. And we'll see them on our up close and personal 3.5-mile course that we saw just a few minutes ago on the graphic. And again, you can see, folks, that we're finishing the preparations across the field where engines are getting started, canopies are getting locked down, crew chiefs are, you can see them, final communications with their pilot. They're good to go. You see the crew begin to walk away. And that's happening all across the field of 8 as we get ready to go. So again, we talked about the green flag coming up here in just a minute. When the green flag goes up, you know, the power, the brake pressure, and the adrenaline starts to flow in those cockpits. And then when the green flag drops, it's go time. And that's, Tommy's going to be very exciting in this race. Again, we talked about the fixed pitch props. And as we watch this go here, you see our pole position on the right of your screen. That's race 31, Steve Temple and Freydnot, multi-time winner. The aircraft is a 3-time national champion winner with different pilot, but Steve Temple there this year. And then on the left side of the screen, race 34 and Limitless is Justin Metters out of Mineral Wells, Texas. Yesterday, they were clearly faster than the rest of the field, so it'll be interesting to see what changes they went back and did, what tweaks they made, and kind of how that plays out. And there's a lot of strategy, Tommy. It goes on through the week. You're not going to show all your cards during the week. You're going to do just good enough to get where you need to be on Sunday. So it'll be interesting to see how Steve and Justin play it out here this afternoon.
They were so close yesterday, within 1 mile an hour as far as their speed went for the average speed of the race. That's just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those fans that may be new to this, Justin Metters, our defending national champion from last year, has a great story. And there he is on the left side of your screen, right behind the red flag. You can see Justin is actually was injured in a motorcycle accident years ago and is a paraplegic. So unlike most people who fly their airplane with rudder or using their legs, Justin does not have that luxury anymore. And he is a world-class leading competitor. And the airplane has been converted to all hand controls. And Justin not only is the best in the world at the moment as a defending champion, he's doing it differently. Right. And the name of his airplane, Limitless, has a lot to do with what that is. Justin has overcome some amazing obstacles
And folks, you can see the red flag beginning to move off the runway. That will probably change to green here in just a second, at which point, like we said, the power begins to come up, the brake pressure increases, and the adrenaline starts to flow in those cockpits, Tommy.
And you can't see it from this shot right here. We will see it very soon. We have rows of competitors who will be starting all at the same time. That's unique in this meet here in the desert as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And typically, you know, fields of 8, Tommy, they're lined up with 3 in the front row, 2 in the second row, and 3 in the back. And again, they all start together when that green flag drops. And as we talked about earlier, they take off and they head down the course. And the first time around the course is known as the oil warm-up lap or the starter lap. Now, the aircraft can jockey for position, certainly, so they're racing. But the clock doesn't start and the laps don't start counting until they come back around to the Stihl home pylon here at the start-finish line. And then that's when we start counting. They'll do 8 laps, a little under 25 miles. And it's going to be nothing but excitement the whole time, Tommy. I am really excited to see this go. And here we go. Green flag is dropped. You can see race 34, Justin Metters and Limitless on the left, Freydnot on the right. In race 31, Steve Temple, and you can see both of those fairly side by side. Now, yesterday, Freydnot, the prop that he chose, got him airborne just a little bit sooner, and again, it looks like that's the case again today. He's got a little bit of advantage over Justin, but Justin was able to close up on him yesterday.
Air 1 and 2. Here's Blair Hamilton and the Atomic Pumpkin. Move up from Class B. She's got a great performance in her last race.
Absolutely, and I know she's excited to be in this heat here today and show what she's got compared to these other racers. And there we jump back to the lead with our 2 leaders. You see Freydnot in race 31. In that shot there, you can see Justin Metters and Limitless right behind him. And again, folks, don't forget here at Reno, where we have closed course pylon racing, it is passing on the outside. You can't pass on the inside. They also fly around the pylons. They're basically 55-gallon drums on top of 50-foot poles. So you can't cut inside of that or you get hit with a penalty. So they have to stay close to the pylon as the lead. It's so vital to have that pole position. And here you can see our 2 leaders as they come by the Stihl home pylon start-finish line. And Tommy, we're on. The clocks have started, and we are fully into lap 1 officially now as they go around the first few pylons.
Steve Temple in Freydnot has the ideal position. He can fly the shortest race course of all of them. Again, as you mentioned, Justin Metters in second place will have to go around and fly a longer race course. If you want to be as efficient you can, fly the shortest course you can in order to win one of these things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great shot of headed down the backside of our course. You can still see a little bit of that haze in the air, and there's a great shot from our pylon cams out in the desert. And again, now as Freydnot and Limitless come around the last couple pylons headed into the home stretch, you see the aircraft in those banks, Tommy. In Formula One, they spend most of their time pulling 2 to 3 Gs or 2 to 3 times the force of gravity. Very little wings level time, but as they came by the home pylon there, you can see Justin Metters beginning to make some ground on Freydnot. He's going to try to go high, see if he can pass him while he's vertically above him, and then maybe convert that altitude into some airspeed increase as he dives for the valley floor behind Freydnot there on the backstretch. You can see he's definitely closing in, Tom.
Yeah, he has made a little space on Steve Temple at this point right now, and look for him to make another move when they go into the second turn.
Yeah, absolutely. As they head around those final 4, 5, and 6 pylons here on our course, Tommy, they definitely are neck and neck, and Justin has closed that gap significantly. But don't forget, he is taking the longer way around, and as they come by us, Tommy, his nose is slightly in front of Freydnot right here, but again, Steve Temple's got that inside track the shorter way around as they head into pylon 1, 2, and 3.
Going to be cat and mouse between those 2 you expect for the remainder of this race right here. We've just got 1 lap down, actually 2 laps down right now, so time is ticking away.
Tommy, on the backside of the course, it looks like Justin is out in front now as they go down the back stretch. He made the pass there coming around pylon number 3, just like we expected. It definitely is going to be competitive. Now we'll see what Steve Temple can do to get back caught up to Justin. Justin is flying the higher level right now, or the higher part of the course, just to stay clear. Don't forget, folks, they don't necessarily have a rearview mirror, and he can't really look over his shoulder and see if he's totally past him. And as they're coming back by, Steve Temple has almost caught back up with him, and they just both lapped our Atomic Pumpkin and Blair Hamilton in race 48 as they came by the home pylon there. So it's neck and neck again, Tommy, headed around the first 3 pylons.
Absolutely. Justin Metters may be ahead, but he can't take that lower route until he is clear of Steve Temple in race number 31, and that hasn't been achieved yet.
No, and here he is. I think now, Tommy, you see him begin to descend down the backstretch as they go through the valley on the backside, and they're headed into the final turns there. There we can see as they're coming around, we can see some of the Justin Metters in Limitless race 34 as he is now in the lead, coming around the flat sea as they're passing the other aircraft that are a little bit slower. So those two clearly the class of the field, Tommy.
Very much like the first race they did in this class yesterday.
Now here you can see as they go around the back, there is race 31, Steve Temple and Freydnot. He's trying to take the low route, stay in tight to those pylons, see if he can make up a little bit of ground. And whatever Justin Metters did between yesterday and today, he's got a little bit of difference where he couldn't quite catch him yesterday. He's gotten out in front and seems to be able to hold it at this point. We're on lap 5 of 8, so we're a little over halfway, Tommy.
Justin Metters holding up higher as he went through. You think maybe he's enough to get clear enough to get down. And there he goes on the straight stretch, flying level. Maintaining a little slightly, just a slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's held that line pretty consistently, Tommy. I thought he was initially flying a little bit higher just to make sure he was getting around Freydnot, but he's out in the lead. He's continued to hold that, so that's where he's comfortable. That's where his airplane's flying the best. And again, the rule is you just got to be outside of the pylons to fly the course. They're obviously some high altitude back there in the back, but Justin doing really good. Now here's some other competitors.
This is 21. Blackjack in 6th and 7th place. Blackjack, race 21.
And here we are jumping back to the lead here. Here's Justin Metters out front of Steve Temple crossing the Stihl home pylon start-finish line. You can see Justin now is appearing to stretch out that lead just a little bit, and they had just passed some more lap traffic. So they have just about passed the entire field here, Tommy, in 7 of the 8 laps. We should have a white flag next time.
Next time it's white flag. Bell lap. Justin Metters certainly has made an adjustment that has paid off for him versus yesterday's performance, and he is they've switched roles basically is what happens from yesterday's race.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see what the cat and mouse game that goes on between now and Sunday, what Freydnot does to adjust to make up that difference again. But as they come around, our leaders come around pylons 5 and 6 and head for the home stretch, you can see Justin Metters there. He converts that altitude into a little bit of nose down acceleration. There we do have the white flag. Tommy, 1 lap to go.
Justin Metters right where he wants to be. It's going to be very, very difficult at this point for race 31, Steve Temple and Freydnot to catch him in the short time remaining.
Both our leaders are beginning to make ground again on race 48, Blair Hamilton out of Alberta, Canada in the Atomic Pumpkin. Again, she bumped up to this class from the slower class yesterday, and there we see the aircraft now, both of them making maneuvers around some of that lap traffic. They're passing through pylons 4, 5, and 6 on the west end of the course. Coming to the checkered flag, you see Justin Metters passing the Atomic Pumpkin, and then Freydnot there in the middle of the white airplane, race 31.
Let's get back as those two lead the race course now, first and second unofficially. Let's look back further in the field right there.
Race 21, Josh Watson and Blackjack, along with Carl Robinson in race 81, Sleeper, silver and white airplane. Still a lot of competitive racing going on back in the pack here, Tommy, as well. Don't forget, each of our competitors are all working, for that final Sunday time, and they want to bump up and bump down and stay in this gold class if they can. So they're all giving it everything they can as they come to the finish line here. There you see race 21, Josh Watson. Race 81, Carl Robertson right behind him.
They are finished.
And we have one more racer. And then so the last aircraft, Blair Hamilton, when the race was over, she went ahead and pulled up on that there. So Tommy, that wraps it up for this. Hey, man, that was an exciting heat. And what we saw yesterday, let's go back and look at it again. Here we got Freydnot out front of Limitless as they head into the first turn, and it took Justin Metters. We talked about the fixed pitch prop. He got off a little bit slower, but then when his aircraft settled in, it began to make ground, and he eventually passed Freydnot.
Took him about good third to a half of the race to get the job done, but he did get the job done, and it took a long time for him to get clear of Steve Temple in order to gain that absolute pole position.
Yeah, and here you see during the middle part of the race where Justin is up high over the top, and he's accelerating through that turn, and we thought he was just flying high to get around him, but here you can see them lapping Blair Hamilton right there, and that was the point where coming past the Stihl home pylon start-finish line, Justin finally got his nose in front, and then the next couple laps he just continued to accelerate away and eventually finished about 10, 12 plane lengths ahead of Freydnot at the finish. There you see as we're coming to the checkered flag there.
I think that was the yeah, that was lap number 7, the finish of lap number 7.
It's a great shot from our pylon cams out there. Isn't that beautiful? The skies are clearing just a little bit for us, which is nice. You can see the smoke and the haze in the distance, but you can see the leaders had to contend with lap traffic here all the way around. They were just enough faster than the rest of the group that complicates those passes, because, Tommy, you have to pass on the outside, so you not only have a competitor right on your tail, but there's the checkered flag in the wind right there, Tommy.
Well, it's unofficial, but right now, this is what we have for you. Justin Metters, race 34, Limitless in first place. Steve Temple, Freydnot, race 31 in second place. Timothy Cohn started in third. He finished in third. And what airplane, honey? Jack Spidell, for race 45 and quad nickel in fourth place. Kent Jackson once more, race 27 in fifth. Race 21, Joshua Watson in blackjack. In sixth place, Sleeper, race 81, Carl Robinson in seventh place. And Blair Hamilton, the Atomic Pumpkin, in finishing it. Actually, a DNF did not finish because left the race a little bit early.
Right, I think she left before she finished that last lap. So, Tommy, what a competitive race, just exactly as advertised. And man, I'm excited we got to race today with the smoke, and we got to see just fantastic competitive race at that.
These guys had to wait about 3 hours from their scheduled time in order to, so you know they were full of enthusiasm. They were just fit to be tied. And there's your winner right there, Justin Metters, race 34.
Yeah, great look at these aircraft. Again, we talked about how small they are, strapping on a go-kart that's half the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. But there you can see Justin Metters taxiing his aircraft back in. And that we talked about earlier, Tommy, again, where most people are taxiing with their feet to control the rudder.
Yeah.
Justin's got it all in hand controls. He has an extra stick in the cockpit. His throttle is a twist type, like a motorcycle, if you're familiar with throttles on a motorcycle. And then he is very adept at how he flies this airplane.
He has to do so much with less than most people have to work with. He is a great example of a limitless human potential, basically. That's his plane's name is
the
Limitless.
name of his aircraft, and all the obstacles he's overcome. And you got to see those aircraft taxi by our United States Air Force F-22 Raptors. So the demo team is here with Major Josh Gunderson, call sign Cabo, going to be flying here in just a minute. And so Reno, no place like it, Tommy, with closed course, pylon racing, shoulder to shoulder, up close, mixed in with an air show with performers like the United States Air Force Air Combat Command F-22 demo.
Oh man, so great to get the racing started here on this first day, full day of racing. We did have some races yesterday, but man, we are so excited. It's looking better. So stick with us. We will have more coverage on the way. We are getting some of our races in the books here on day number 2 of actual racing here. We got 4 days to come from here in the desert, the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
We are not pressuring anybody, and if it's safe, we'll do it, and your team is safe. Thank you so much.
That's exactly right. They did a great job, Danny. And the biplane guys made a class decision to not race with the 3 miles visibility that the Formula One guys went with. More power to them for going with the 3 mile vis. It's getting better now.
All right, now, Dave and Callie, if you would, turn around. Folks, give them a big round of applause for calling that race. They will be back. Thanks to both of you. Appreciate it. And we're getting ready for some military display action in about 5 minutes or so on the last schedule that I got. So it's going to get loud, it's going to get fun, and it's going to get military as we celebrate, the 75th anniversary of the United States Air Force. Give them a big round of applause. They're going to be filling up the sky very soon. Royal, back to you.
Okay. On behalf of Mayor Ken Tedford and council members, the City of Fallon is proud sponsor of this year's events. And for over 100 years, the Oasis of Nevada has continued to provide a safe and business-friendly community for all. You know, from thrilling outdoor adventures into picturesque Nevada landscape to delicious food and drink made from the freshest local agriculture, the city of Fallon has something for everyone and is just around the corner. To learn more, visit FallonNevada.com on social media and just search City of Fallon.
Now, we have mentioned to you when there's a break and you need to go someplace to do something, do it. This time I'm telling you to stay because we're minutes away from the F-22 and the Air Force F-22 Raptor team to fill up the skies with jets and jet noises and some extra added attraction that'll make you happy. So don't go away. Stay in your seats right about now. And you'll hear more of that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the F-22 is doing a quick site survey, and then we're going to roll right into our demo. But just curious, I wonder how fast this thing will do a lap. All right, everybody, just in case you were wondering, 54 seconds to do the long course. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of your United States Air Force, the commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, we want to welcome you to today's F-22 demonstration. I am F-22 Demonstration Team Superintendent, Master Sergeant George Fagan from Augusta, Georgia, and as a proud member of Air Combat Command's 1st Fighter Wing located at Joint Base Langley Eustis, Hampton, Virginia, it is my distinct pleasure to describe to you today a capability demonstration by the most technologically advanced 5th generation fighter aircraft in the world. The F-22 Raptor's mission is air dominance. It supports our joint forces and allies to freely operate in today's joint fight anywhere, anytime. And now, introducing your 2022 Raptor demonstration team from Richmond, Virginia, Dedicated Crew Chief, Technical Sergeant Eric Talman. From Corning, New York, Dedicated Crew Chief, Staff Sergeant Alan Van Etten. From Bayamon, Puerto Rico, Avionics Technician Tech Sergeant Fernando Yama. From Pickerington, Ohio, Avionics Technician Technical Sergeant David Geller. From Hampton, Virginia, AFE Specialist Senior Airman Taylor Webb. From Logan, Utah, Public Affairs Craftsman Technical Sergeant Don Hudson. From Belchertown, Massachusetts, F-22 Demo Team Chief Technical Sergeant Ian Ivey. And our special guest from the 1st Fighter Wing, hailing from Littleton, Colorado, Staff Sergeant Matthew Sanchez. From Davenport, Iowa, our safety officer and combat-ready fighter pilot, Captain Samuel Raz Larson. And your 2022 F-22 demonstration from Tampa, Florida, Major You are about to witness the maneuvering capabilities of the most advanced and most lethal fighter aircraft in your United States Air Force. The F-22 you will see today is an unmodified and fully combat-capable aircraft. And while we can't show you everything that makes the Raptor the most lethal fighter aircraft in the world, we will show you its raw power and thrust-vectored maneuvering capabilities as it executes maneuvers that no other fighter aircraft in the world can perform. The Raptor plays a vital role in the defense of this nation and represents your Air Force's dedication to aim high, fly, fight, and win, ensuring our ability to meet any challenge under any conditions, anytime, anywhere in the world. As we kick off today's demonstration, you will see the Raptor executing maximum power pull, producing 70,000 pounds of thrust from its powerful F-119 engines. At a safe altitude, Major Gunson will quickly loop the aircraft, reversing his flight path, and then roll while diving straight down. So now, it's time to stand up, move forward, and get ready. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the most feared aircraft in the world today, your United States Air Force's F-22 Raptor! Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's Raptor demonstration. We hope you've enjoyed this brief display. Thank you, guys. We hope you've enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the F-22's full combat capability. As a key component of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your F-22 Raptors are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe. Ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win, air power, anytime, anywhere. You can see us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at F-22 Demo Team. Once again, on behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your patriotism, and thank you for your support.
Master Sergeant George Fagan at the microphone of the F-22. What do you think of the Raptor, my friends? Outstanding. Well done. Excellent. Let's do it again tomorrow. All right. And you can see the aircraft just coming in for a landing. And, oh, look at that. Makes it look so easy. What a machine. Fantastic. Wow, after that, how do you top that? I don't know. Right, well, I know how I'm going to top it by paying some bills for this machine. Head to the Nugget Casino Resort for a great meal before or after the air races. Try the legendary Nugget Oyster Bar for the best seafood around. And check out dining at its finest in the new Anthony's Chop House. Rosie's Cafe offers a great variety of choice for any meal during the day, and Island Grill features quick, tasty meals Thursday through Sunday. This fall, don't miss top name entertainment in the Nugget Event Center, including Journey, Kid Rock, and more. Go to nuggetcasinoresort.com. It's time for more fun and excitement at the Grand Sierra Resort. Find your thrills at our 80,000 square foot casino with table game favorites like blackjack and craps and over 1,100 slot machines for all types of gaming. It's always sports season at the GSR with an all-new sports book featuring a 45-foot wide LED viewing wall and spacious race stations. Satisfy your appetite with 13 unique dining options to fit every budget. From fine dining to casual fare, bring the whole family to enjoy escape and puzzle rooms, axe throwing, bowling, go-karts, and an expansive arcade with more than 125 games. Grand Sierra Resort is Reno-Tahoe's favorite destination. For more than 50 years, Embraer has been a leading manufacturer of aircraft across executive aviation, commercial, and defense. We are proud to sponsor the Reno Air Races with our best-selling Phenom 300E, the fastest and furthest flying single pilot jet that is in production. Don't forget to pick up your pit pass. You want to get a season's pass, it's only $150. That gets you in there today, tomorrow, right through till Sunday. And it's $65 for juniors, so make sure to get your pit pass. There's so much action going on in that area there. Stihl is proud to be the title sponsor of the Stihl National Championship Air Races and the number 30 Stihl plane. Stihl Incorporated manufactures the #1 selling brand of gasoline-powered handheld outdoor power equipment in America. At its manufacturing facility in Virginia Beach, Virginia, Stihl manufactures more than 275 model variations of handheld outdoor power equipment for sale in the U.S. and right around the world, including blowers, trimmers, hedge trimmers, and of course, chainsaws. Stihl products are not sold in big box stores and are only available through a network of more than 10,000 servicing dealers from coast to coast, not big box stores. Visit stihlusa.com for a Stihl dealer near you. It's a fact, Reno-Tahoe is packed with fun we need to take a photo adventures. And you can relax and unwind by discovering an unrivaled spa experience in Reno-Tahoe. With world-class luxury spa resorts and hotels nearby, anytime is pamper time. Plan a spa day at visitrenotahoe.com.
All right, that is a flare for standing by. We've got a very unusual way and a relatively new way to race the T6s, and that's a drag race. It's called the T6 Elimination Series, something totally different. 8 of the 15 pilots or so that are racing have volunteered to complete this mandatory race. Now, watch for the second flare to go up. That will be the signal for the 2 side-by-side on the ground T6s to give it the gun. Kenny Price is here. He told me they're racing for bragging rights, extra money, and pink slips. Oh, yeah, too much TV. Extra time on one engine versus extra money, a total of 7 one-lap races over the next several days, if we can. Airplanes will be positioned at the end of the runway with the pole aircraft, of course, having the inside position. They'll begin the race from a standing start, line abreast on the runway. The pole aircraft is actually the one that is the slowest, it says here. And this is to handicap the heat because no passing is allowed until they pass the 3rd pylon. This requires the faster airplane on the outside to fly a longer course for the first part of the race. Now, you may not see the airplanes until they're released way to our left. So the very pistol has fired off once, and then we'll be looking for the second one. Now, Kenny Price, our great race commentator for the T6 class, is here. He's going to tell you about who's going to race, and we've got past results here too.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your left right now, you'll see a dark blue AT6 on the inside. That's flown by number 25, Jason Carlin. And on the right, that beautiful white airplane, Mr. Greg McNeely of Spruce Creek, Florida. Let's give him a hand out there across the Stihl home pylon. Now, Jason Carlin in the dark blue airplane is the slower of the qualifying aircraft there. Greg McNeely's airplane actually is very much faster than him. But the fact that he has the inside pole there in the position, he will have a big advantage around this one-lap race. That's pylon 1, there's pylon 2. Coming up on pylon 3 now, that will allow Mr. Greg McNeely in the white airplane to start possibly passing if he can. But it looks like to me that Mr. Jason Carlin's got a pretty good lead out there. So let's see what Greg McNeely can do.
However, Greg has won this drag race in years past. He's flying the Race 90 Honda Generator Race 90 Special.
And we all know Greg McNeely's dad. That's Sparky, and we all know Sparky from the Aero Show team. That's his father. Okay, back around pylon 6 and 7, 5 and 6 now. Greg McNeely is slowly moving up in that white airplane with Jason Carlin doing his best to hold him off. I can tell you just by the position right now, this is going to be a very close race at the Stihl home pylon.
This is going to be it. One lap.
Around number 8 now, and for the last home straightaway. Here they come, folks. Jason Carlin on the inside. Here comes Greg McNeely making that move to the outside. It looks like he's got a commanding lead there. Greg McNeely. Good job. Now, as you know, the AT6s, we do everything fast, so everyone's eyes to the left now, because here comes number 69, Lee Oman on the inside, number 73, Lauren Marburg in that beautiful yellow airplane from Minneapolis, Indiana. Here they go. The gear is up, they both look clean. And around pylon 1 there, again, on the inside, you do have the advantage. And that Lee Oman, we all know Lee. He's been topping wings. He's been upside down in every configuration in every airplane. But here he is trying to hold Lauren Marburg off out there at around 2. And here comes pylon 3 coming up soon, so he can make that pass if he can. There they go around pylon 3 now. That gives the opportunity of Lauren to make the pass in that yellow airplane around Lee Oman. These two airplanes are pretty closely knit, but it looks like to me that Lauren's already put the power all the way up now, going past Lee. But Lee says, hold on, buddy. I'm not going to give you anything like that.
He cannot lose his pink slip. Looks like Lee kept the lead.
There we go. Yep. Lee did a nice job there. He said, I hear you're back there in my right ear. I'm not going to give you any temptation there.
He's got a ton of laps on this course, Lee Oman. Here's number 69, the Eros.
Around pylon 8 now. Here they come for the home straightaway. This is going to be a close one, folks. Lee Oman on the inside. Lauren Marburg there in that beautiful yellow Humboldt honey on the right. Here we go now, folks. Let's watch this. This is going to be close. All power forward. Pratt & Whitney's winding. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Woo! I don't know. You want to call that one? I can't call it.
Friendly competition? I don't think so. We're friends.
Well, that's what we call the AT6 drag race. You're going to see some more later on in the week. And so come on down and see us at the pits, folks. And just to tell everybody about the row, there's our sponsors this year, and we cannot say enough about them. They have done so much for us, and we appreciate them so much. That's the row.
You know, it seems like yesterday, Kenny Price, that we started this as an extra added attraction, a quicker race, a drag race from a standing start. Back in 15, it was Sparky McNeely that won the first one. Sparky McNeely, Gene McNeely won the second one. Dennis Bune won the third one. And then son Greg McNeely, a 777 captain for the airlines. He won it in 18. Chris LaFave won it in 19. Of course, we were not here the following year. And 21 as well, no race. They were grounded in 20. So the McNeelys are doing quite well.
Well, when they come back around taxiing by, everyone give all these T6 racers a great big wave. They'll love you, they'll hear you, and wave back.
Okay. All right, Kenny Price, turn around. Big wave. Kenny Price, the voice of the T6 for years and years, doing a great job putting you in the cockpit. Thank you, Kenny. Appreciate it, man. You're the best.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno air races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one. And then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future. And there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air. And that's what this scholarship program's all about.
I've always really liked things involving planes. Used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, and all that stuff. And then evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space. And it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year. And so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
It's the Stihl National Championship Air Races, presented by Reno-Tahoe.
In the land of no last call, sip your way through refreshing craft brews and killer cocktails. Downtown is home for Reno's Brewery District, where unique local breweries and distilleries are found. Or find your way to Midtown, highlighted by eclectic vibes and specialty drinks. Order another round at visitrenotahoe.com. Hey Reese fans, if you're getting thirsty, make sure you stop by one of our concession stands and get yourself an ice-cold Aquafina water. Aquafina, pure water, perfect taste. And Maury Distributing, Bud Light, and Stella Artois are proud to be sponsors of the National Championship Air Races. Remember, responsible drinking is a smart commitment. Tuscana, Combining the names of our home airport, Villeneuve, along with our desire to bring the future of aerospace to reality, Vil Aero is an international event for the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, as well as the Pacific Northwest Aerospace Alliance, to showcase investment opportunities from all 5 states, 2 territories, and 3 provinces in our economic region. Villeneuve is also a proud name in racing, with such icons as Gilles Villeneuve and his son Jacques Villeneuve, as they dominated Formula One, Indy, and other forms of motorsports. We also are continuing our memorandum of understanding between the great state of Nevada and the province of Alberta in developing and promoting artificial intelligence and beyond line-of-sight drone testing. Alberta is also a great place to vacation. Come to Edmonton or Calgary, stay for the races and trade fair, and then book some time off to enjoy the best backyard in North America. Alberta is a great province to explore, from the majestic Rockies and national parks in Banff and Jasper to one of the world's largest dinosaur collections in Drumheller. Endless areas for fishing, hunting, and exploration, an unspoiled wilderness spanning the entire province, and our family in British Columbia and Saskatchewan. The Alberta International Air Show runs from August 4th through 6th in 2023. We'd love to see you there and show off the best backyard in the world. Operators worldwide trust Concorde batteries for superior starting and reliable performance. Now, shouldn't you? Concorde is the official battery of the National Championship Air Races. The benefits of being a Monarch Rewards member are endless, and the membership is free. As a valued Monarch Rewards member, you earn free play every day when you earn top-tier points. Earn comp dollars on all your cash or credit card purchases across the property, whether it be in any of our restaurants, Spa Atlantis, or hotel. Present your Monarch Rewards card for these purchases. You also earn tier points. Visit atlantiscasino.com/earn for details. Amador Stage Lines is a proud sponsor of the Reno Air Races. Founded over 170 years ago as a stagecoach line carrying passengers from the paddle wheelers in Sacramento to the Gold Country, the family business has been serving Nevada and California ever since. From military to school groups, casino trips, sporting outings, lake tours, dinner parties, and more, we are there for whatever your group may need. Our services also offer 10 shuttles to and from Lake Tahoe a day. Make sure you reach out to us at 775-324-4444. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honda Aircraft Company is pleased to present the Honda Jet 420 Elite S aircraft, the world's most advanced light jet. With class-leading performance, the Honda Jet cruises at 422 knots true airspeed, with a maximum cruising altitude of 43,000 feet. Extensive laminar flow aerodynamics and over-the-wing engine mounting provides smooth, quiet, and ultra-efficient fuel consumption, and the ability to operate above most adverse weather conditions.
Race control, Care Flight 3. Care Flight 3, race control. Looks like it's just the Honda Jet up right now. If we need to depart to the west, southwest. Care Flight 3 is fine. He's the only one flying right now. Okay, are we clear to start?
Coming in from the left as attributes to all the racers and fans here at the Reno races, the Honda Jet will perform a pylon turn over the home pylon. Flying at a maximum indicated airspeed of 270 knots, the Honda Jet demonstrates quiet elegance with the over-the-wing engine mounting in clear view. As the airplane repositions, it's now being configured for landing to demonstrate the excellent low-speed handling qualities. The Honda Jet is equipped with dual slotted Fowler flaps, which provides low approach speeds without sacrificing high-speed cruise performance. The Honda Jet can safely operate from runways less than 4,000 feet in length. Take a moment to note the tail-mounted speed brakes, which provides excellent energy management capabilities while minimizing cabin noise and vibration when extended. Well, due to conditions, obviously they are changing things just a bit. The Honda Jet transitioned to high-speed flight. Aircraft is powered by two GE Honda Aero turbofan engines. The Honda Jet provides class-leading speed, comfort, and efficiency. All right, I see they have brought the Honda Jet in, coming in on the left. The landing gear is down, the flaps are down, the speed brake is out. Here is the slow speed pass on the beautiful Honda Jet. 420 Elite S. The Honda Jet has transitioned to high-speed flight, coming in from the right for what should be one final pass, followed by a pitch out to landing. Again, powered by two GE Honda Aero turbofan engines, the Honda Jet provides class-leading speed, comfort, and efficiency. As the Honda Jet comes in on short final to our right, they're using the full-time anti-skid braking system. The airplane can operate safely on a variety of runway surfaces, conditions, and weather. Designed for single pilot operation and equipped with state-of-the-art Garmin G3000 avionics, including integrated takeoff and landing data, aviation chart display, aircraft system, synoptic displays, terrain and traffic alerting systems, and more. 3 large primary displays and 2 touchscreen controllers provide the pilot with exceptional situational awareness. First FAA certified in 2015, there are currently over 219 Honda Jets operating worldwide. Aircraft is manufactured in Greensboro, North Carolina. The Honda Jet will be on display in the pit area all week long. Make sure you stop by and take a close look. The Honda aircraft representative is there to answer any questions you may have. Once again, thank you very much from the Honda Aircraft Company, and I hope you enjoy the Honda Jet 420 Elite S aircraft demonstration. Friends, you saw him earlier. We brought him back by popular demand. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to once again introduce to you the man whose life has been totally immersed in aviation from here, South Dakota. It's gentleman Jim Pites and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Look how graceful he does that great big barnstormer's loop, looking out the side of the aircraft. Now looking out the front, there it is, nice and round. Well done, Jim. You know, since his first solo flight 47 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 18,000 hours of accident-free flight in more than 151 different models of general aviation aircraft. Here's something you won't normally see in a four-place airplane: hammerhead stall turn. '22 marks Jim's 30th year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he's entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. Let's go around the pylon. Nice big barrel roll. Jim flew a Kristen Eagle and an extra 300L for many years. Now, well, he enjoys performing in a 450 Stearman, a Harvard Mark IV, P-51 Mustang, and of course, the ever popular Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim continues to be amazed at the crowd response that he gets from flying the Aerobatic Bonanza. People don't expect to see a four-place family airplane known for its cross-country capabilities, flying inverted, doing rolls, or going vertical. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Beautiful 8-point hesitation roll. Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. The 4-point hesitation roll. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors for the International Council of Airshows, serving 2 years as its chairman. He currently serves on the ACE committee, and as an aerobatic competency examiner, Jim also mentors many new aerobatic pilots. Oh, how low can you go? Jim is proud to have received the highest honor given in the airshow industry. That is, of course, the ICAS Sword of Excellence. While watching Jim perform for you today, again, keep in mind this is not your ordinary Bonanza. It's a very rare 1986 F-33C that is built and certified for aerobatics. The Beechcraft Bonanza has been in continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Of those 17,000, only 179 were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, November 14 Juliet Papa, the airplane Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Jim's Bonanza is powered by a stock out of the crate 300 horsepower Continental IO550 that's turning a Hartzell 3-blade Super Scimitar propeller. Weighing almost 3,000 pounds, it's certified to +6 and 3 -Gs. Oh, he did it again, did he? Okay, Jim. He disappeared on us earlier today and headed off into areas unknown off to our broadcast right. We'll keep an eye out for him. Amazingly, Jim's Bonanza is not equipped with an inverted fuel or oil system to make this performance possible. There he is, popping out of what we call Hoover Gulch, just like his friend and mentor used to do in the P-51 Mustang called Old Yeller. Jim Pites pops out of Hoover Gulch in salute to the great Robert A. Bob Hoover. Now I want you to watch closely as he pulls up. He's going to roll the airplane, and once again, up goes the landing gear. And a reminder, Jim is a highly experienced aerobatic pilot. This is definitely not your typical stock Bonanza. So all you Bonanza pilots in the audience, please don't try this in your aircraft. Very important. And I'd like to let you know his great sponsors. Hartzell Propeller, the leader in aircraft propeller systems built on honor in Piqua, Ohio since 1917. SiriusXM, from wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment and the punishment imposed by an aerobatic routine, and then still allow Jim to safely make it back home in the most demanding instrument conditions. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft made in America since 1952. Phillips 66 Aviation products, at home or on the road, it's always Jim's choice for fuel. And of course, Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierre in the great state of South Dakota. Make sure you stop by and visit Jim and his amazing staff at Mustang Aviation. All right, looks like Jim's not going to take the scenic route this time as he's heading back to the hot pit area. And once again, we'll let him taxi in, shut down, and I would really appreciate it, everybody, to make a lot of noise for him as he's flying twice today. And we're going to have some more of our performers going up, as well as the smoke is still just hanging in there. There he is, gentlemen, Jim Pites stepping out of the aircraft. Make some noise for him, Reno. Great job once again, my friend.
All right, folks, you have been so great. Here's what's going to happen tentatively. We thank Jim Pites for flying a second time today to provide entertainment for our afternoon crowd. Now we're going to fly the Game Bird again, the GB1, and then the FA-18 will fly. Then the FA-18 and the Legacy flight will team up in the air. And then, because they love you so much, the F-22 team will fly again for you this afternoon. That should be at about 3:35 or so. And then, in an effort to try to keep you entertained, our great friends from the sport class are going to do, and this is emphasized, a bronze demo, D-E-M-O. In other words, it will not count towards points. We'll see what the demo is going to provide for us. And that should be at 4:10. So that's the schedule. Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to have some jet noise again. We're going to have more great aerobatics by Philip Steinbaugh and that amazing GB1. Then the FA-18. And then the Legacy flight, teaming 2 aircraft up of different generations. And then, back by popular demand, the F-22 at approximately 3:35, and then a sport bronze demo race at 4:10 this afternoon. So thanks for sticking with us. Thanks to all the great performers for making sure the show must go on. We are in the entertainment business, and this is what the pros do. You need some help, they'll fly again for you. So stick around, don't go away. And target time for the Game Bird to be back in the air is right now approximately 2:30. So Roy, my friend, you have been very busy. If you're a little behind thanking some people, we sure appreciate that. And you lay right into it.
I'll do that right now.
Thank you, sir.
Stihl is proud to be the title sponsor of the Stihl National Championship Air Races and the number 30 Stihl plane. At Stihl, we are committed to developing powerful, fuel-efficient, and low-emission outdoor power equipment while using production practices that are environmentally responsible. After all, taking care of nature is the very basis of everything we do. And Stihl now offers 3 lines of zero exhaust emission battery powered handheld tools for homeowners and professionals. Stihl products are sold through servicing dealers from coast to coast, not big box stores. Visit www.stihlusa.com to find a Stihl dealer near you. In Reno-Tahoe, adventure seekers can satiate their need for adrenaline downtown, in the desert, or downslope. An extensive special event season is complemented by an array of winter sports options and local food, art, and culturally diversity to make Reno-Tahoe the preeminent destination for leisure travel and entertainment. For over 15 years, Assured Partners Aerospace has been proud sponsors and insurance agents for the National Championship Air Races. We would love to be your aviation insurance partner. Our national team of dedicated, experienced insurance professionals will always have your best interests in mind and are passionate about protecting your assets. It's what we call power through partnership. Enjoy your time here at the 2022 Reno Air Races. And of course, if you're thirsty, make sure you stop by one of our concession stands and get yourself an ice-cold Aquafina water. Aquafina, pure water, perfect taste. as he tears up the skies. Reno, please welcome the GB1 Game Bird and Philip Steinbach. The GB1 Game Bird is an FAA Aerobatic category type certified airplane produced under FAA production certificate. Currently 35 airplanes are produced and flying, with 10 more on order. As you can see, Philip tearing the airplane through the sky here. It is built for competition aerobatics right up to the unlimited level. Freestyle aerobatics, formation training and aerobatics, upset recovery training, sport aerobatics, precise and predictable low-speed characteristics and behavior combined with available power provides a unique ability for immediate recovery out of nearly every situation with minimal, if any, altitude loss. Hanging in the straps, he's got the airplane upside down as he slowly flies down the show line, demonstrating the awesome control capability of the GB1 Game Bird. The Game Bird has viceless spin and spin recovery characteristics that instills confidence in the pilot. Crisp aileron handling over the entire speed range, great positive centering, makes stops precise and clean. Aircraft has superior rudder authority, offering comfortable and safe spins and crosswind landings. Has a 25-gallon fuel capacity when you're doing aerobatics. 600-pound useful load gives you 10 positive and 10 negative G capability. What's very unique about this aircraft, it has both a single and two-seat canopy, which can be swapped within 20 minutes. And the roll rate up to 380 degrees per second. Watch as Philip dives in, trading off altitude for airspeed. Coming in from the right, lots of airspeed, or smash as we call it. There's that fast roll rate capability. Look how he slams it from one way to the other, to the other, to the other. I'd be looking at lunch right about now if I was in the back of that thing. Oh, pulling back on the stick, the G-forces pushing him hard into that seat. Oh my goodness, watch what he does here as he just pirouettes around and stops the airplane in the sky, hanging off the prop just like a helicopter. Lets it flop upside down, and here he comes. You know, this is an incredible aerobatic airplane. As you can see him demonstrate here, he just rolls the airplane, snapping it around. But it's a great cross-country machine as well. The freedom of composite structure design allows you for optimizing ergonomics and aerodynamics. Get this airplane actually has a baggage compartment. Not very many aerobatic airplanes have a baggage compartment. It's got that large UV absorbing canopy that allows unrestricted visibility from either seat, the front or the back. And in the cockpit, check this out, 30-degree reclined seats. That allows you to absorb a heck of a lot more G-forces than normal. 10-inch pedal adjustment range, ergonomic flight control positions, safety seats and seat belts, of course, electric trim for the ailerons and the elevator, dual flight and engine controls. It's got comm, transponder, and nav usable from both seats. And most importantly, it has pouches for those little items that you have to put away. Aircraft has Garmin G3X avionics, which includes engine monitor, including range and endurance calculations, weather, traffic, flight planning, and maps. Has a 900-pound useful load, 81 gallons of fuel, which gives it ready 1,000 nautical mile range. Cruises at a good 200 knots. Airplane flown here today is, of course, the prototype, first flown in 2015, has just over 1,000 hours total time on it, as look how he just holds it there. Look at the control that you have with the GB1 Game Bird. This is just absolutely phenomenal. Full range, absolutely phenomenal. Full range control at any speed from pretty well 0 right up to redline. I hope you got a pit pass because you want to head over to their booth. They have 2 aircraft there. Serial number 2 is there, owned by the late Joe Clark, and serial number 28, owned by Phil's friend and business partner, Stuart Walton. The Game Bird is completely built in their facility in Bentonville, Arkansas. Have a team of 65 people completing one Game Bird about every 3 weeks. Current lead time for a new airplane is 6 to 8 months. Got some great videos and pictures on their website, which is www.gamecomposite.com. That may help getting an impression of what it's like inside the aircraft as he rolls the airplane on the vertical, up into the sky he goes, and it just lets it hang and float over the top, making it look so easy. But I tell you, Philip Steinbeck, he is working hard up there. You know, the average, these guys aren't average for crying out loud. During a 12-minute plus routine, they will work just as hard as a construction worker on a work site for 8 hours. They step out of those machines, the first thing they want is a mug of water. They're soaking wet. They work hard. All right, you can see he's side-slipping the airplane down towards the runway. Again, full absolute control. Pulls it out over the top and ever so gently puts the aircraft down on the runway. That was beautiful. What a great demonstration. Let's hear it, and we'll do it again when he gets out of the airplane. My muzzle will do it now. Philip Steinbeck and the GB1 Game Bird. All right, we'll let Philip Steinbeck bring the GB1 in. Just a reminder, please, no smoking on the airport grounds. No smoking at all. That includes vaping or anything, cigars, whatever. There is a no smoking rule on the airport grounds. Thank you. There he is. He's out of the aircraft. Thanks for reminding me, everybody. There's lots of stuff going on. Philip Steinbeck and the GB1. Make a lot of noise for him once again. Great job up there, going up twice. That's a lot of work for these guys. All right, my friends, we have a little surprise for you. It's going to get noisy here in just a few moments, so keep an eye out and keep an ear out as this next aircraft comes in. It should be, theoretically, any moment. This is not a landing. As they bring the aircraft around, you can see them to your left. They have formed up and I don't know. I was informed they're going to land, but this looks pretty quick. I got a feeling this might be a break to landing coming up. Get those cameras once again. Of course, combat proven, the Super Hornet delivers cutting edge, next generation multi-role strike fighter capability. Here they come. Hold your ears. As the Super Hornets come around for a landing, I'd like you to direct your attention towards the Jumbotrons as you get a great shot as they come in. Now, friends, that's what you call an arrival.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Well, we got that beautiful aircraft that just took to the sky. Of course, the Grumman F8F. Are you ready for this? -2/G-58A. There will be a test later.
Could you be more specific?
Yes, it's a Bearcat.
Okay.
From our friends at the Plains of Fame. And tomorrow they'll be, this is, I believe, Steve-O Hinton Jr. flying this aircraft right now. No, correction, it's senior. It's the other one, it's going to be junior. They both, you know, same names. It messes you up. Anyways, senior is at the controls of this aircraft and just doing a little bit of demonstration coming from the right. Listen to this. Oh, there's something about the sound of a round engine. The Grumman F8F, Grumman Aircraft's design designation G58. The Bearcat, United States Navy Marine Corps single-engine fighter aircraft, introduced late in World War II as a carrier-based fighter. It was replacing the obsolescent F4F Wildcat and the F6F Hellcat. Climb rate was a very important design factor for the Bearcat, which was faster and lighter than the F6F carrier-based fighter. Late 1943, Grumman began developing the F8F Bearcat, and deliveries from Grumman began on the 21st of May of 1945. In 1946, the Bearcat set a climb record of 6,383 feet per minute and held that record until it was broken by a jet fighter in 1956. Early Bearcats first flew in August of 1944, followed by production aircraft starting in February of 1945. The war ended before the Bearcat saw any combat. Production ended in 1949, and they produced 1,265 Bearcats in total. Last one saw the end of service in 1952. This was Grumman's last piston engine fighter. From 1946 to 1954, the F8F saw its first combat during the French Indochina War, being used by French forces. Surviving Bearcats from that war were given to the Republic of Vietnam Air Force. The Royal Thai Air Force also flew a number of Bearcats that were purchased from the Navy. Coming in from straight ahead. Look at this. The aircraft that you see here today is a very unique aircraft, comprised of parts from several different machines. 1947, Grumman, with Navy approval, built two civilian models of the F8F. The Grumman G58A was built for Major Alfred Williams to be used for his precision flying and dive bombing demonstrations for the public. Sponsored by the Gulf Oil Company, the aircraft was named Gulf Hawk II and painted in the company colors of orange and black. Aircraft was severely damaged in the 1949 landing incident. Plains of Fame Air Museum acquired the fuselage from this aircraft, and by combining parts from a number of other Bearcats was able to create this prime example of an F8F-2. And of course, the aircraft you see flying here today is part of the collection of the Planes of Fame in Chino, California. I know, Danny, you've been there, I'm sure, many, many times. I've only been there once, and it's about time I get back there again. It is a fantastic collection that the Hintons and the whole crew have down there. This aircraft, again, built by the Grumman Aircraft Engineering Corporation, built in 1944. It is an F-8F-2. Crew of 1, maximum takeoff weight, not light airplane, 13,460 pounds. Cruised at 163 miles per hour. And a normal climb rate of 4,465 feet per minute. And of course, powered by that great big Pratt & Whitney dependable engine, our 2800 double WASP 18-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engine, putting out 2,250 horsepower. At a range of 1,105 miles and a service ceiling of 40,800 feet, and carried 4 20mm AN-M3 cannons and 1,000-pound bombs, and it could carry rockets as well. And look to the right as he brings the aircraft in for a landing. And when he does, when he taxis back to the hot pit area, make sure you give him a big wave and thumbs up. That is Steve Hinton Sr. at the controls of the Planes of Fame Bearcat. And you can see a perfect 3-point landing, and you want to make sure you get that just right. And this aircraft has that great big propeller in the front of it. And I see a young fellow here gave him a score of 10. Well done. I'll make sure that if I see Steve later on tonight, or definitely at the performers briefing tomorrow, that he got the top grade of all the landings here today, a 10 out of 10. Well done.
As you're kicking back, the schedule came out again with a little bit of change. And what got inserted is a race, a biplane race to Bravo. And they've got that scheduled for 3:10. 3:10. So from the last time I talked to you, that has been a change. So we are going to see some racing. All things being equal and no changes in the visibility. Biplane race to Bravo, a heat race at 3:10, and then scheduled at 3:40 will be the F-22 Raptor. And then so far, the sport class will do a demo race. That will be at 4:10. As you know from the last time I talked to you, that changed a little bit, but we're adding things, we're adding racing, and that is good news. As Roy was doing a great job of describing the Bearcat, it has such a history here racing at Reno. If you go into past champions in the unlimited class, you'll see that it dominated for a number of years a very, very competitive aircraft. It was P-51s against the Bearcats, the Rare Bear. And on the takeoff, because of that long diameter propeller, you had to take off in a 3-point stance. If you put the tail up, you get prop tips, and that is not good. The airplane was meant to be as light as it could possibly be, and for that reason, from the nose to the tail was relatively short compared to the previous fighters, like the F-6. And it was so short, to keep the weight down, the accessory section for the pilot was right at their tiptoes, right at their feet. They were looking down at the back part of the engine. Grumman has a motto on all of their fighter jets: keep it strong, keep it light, and keep it simple. And they did great jobs with the aircraft, the FM-2, World War II. But the fighter pilots went back to Grumman and said, here's what you need to change. That produced the F-6. The F-6 has the distinction of producing more aces in World War II than any other single aircraft. And the number we came up with is about 305 aces. Mostly credited to the Marianas turkey shoot, but it was a heck of an airplane. The Navy's first ace was responsible for gaining that notoriety in an F-6. And as we're talking about that, the first airplane chosen by the Blue Angels flight demonstration team was a 2.6. And people say, oh, no, it wasn't. They flew an F-8. Well, they've started the season in the spring with an F-6. And according to whose history you read, at the end of June, at the end of July, beginning of August, they replaced the F-6 with the Bearcat.
Hey, we're going to get some more racing in here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races. This is one of the most popular and definitely one of the most unique of all our racing classes here. This is biplane. We got a biplane, I believe it's B class, 2B, Heat 2B coming up here. 6 laps around our biplane course. We'll show you that in just a minute here. Rob Lowe, this is a category that goes all the way back to the start of powered aviation.
Absolutely. 2 wings on an airplane go back as far as World War I and even before that, Tommy. And this class here is one of our classic classes here in the National Championship Air Races, the biplane class. They race our up-close and personal 3.5-mile course. There's only 6 laps, speeds around 200 miles an hour. As you can see, 2 wings on each airplane. They do have fixed gear, 75 square foot of wing area. The rules limit them to. Most of them fly pits or those types of aerobatic airplanes. One of the challenges in this class is on the ground, Tommy, because taxiing with the tail down, it's very hard to see. They have to kind of steer back and forth to be able to see as they go forward. Minimum weight, again, is 500 pounds, similar to Formula One, which is about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson. They do have the fixed pitched prop that we talked about before, so it's kind of like in a bicycle, picking which gear you're going to start in, then you're stuck with that gear for the entire race, right? And again, they also do a Grand Prix standing start, Tommy. Each row starts at 4-second intervals here, where in Formula One we saw that they took off all at the same time. So a little bit of a staggered start. Head into the course, as you see on the graphic here, make their way around. They do have the starter lap or the oil warm-up lap, and then when they crush the starting line, like you see right there, that's when the clock starts. That's when the 6 laps begin to count down, and then we make our way to the final. Here's our Microsoft Flight Simulator demo, which you can get the full set of aircraft and fly any one of the courses here on that Flight Simulator. What a great view of the course here, Tommy.
Absolutely. This is a great view. I've not seen this footage before. That is a tremendous graphic, and that's what it's like to whiz across the desert floor 50 feet above the deck.
Absolutely. One of our crewmen, Ricky Smith, produced those off of his Flight Simulator, and here you see how realistic that was compared to a real live camera shot out the cockpit of an aircraft, nice and low, 50 foot over the desert, 200 miles an hour in a biplane It's just a phenomenal way to race, Tommy. It's going to be a fun race here in a second.
Yeah, they have different things to. Vision is included more in this plane than any of the other classes we fly, and wind affects. With 2 wings, you get more of an effect from the wind. So it's they got all they can handle.
Yeah,
to fly
absolutely.
These things.
One of the other things that makes this a little more evenly matched in this class is their air-cooled 360 cubic inch engines. No turbochargers, no superchargers, no crazy exotic fuels, you know, like nitrous or any of that. And they carry 14 gallons of fuel. So there's a lot of equivalency in this class by design, so that it's pilot performance, skill, and cunning, quite frankly, that makes the difference in the end of the day.
That's going to be our #1 qualifier looking at right there, the blue, yellow, and red craft. Jeffrey Lowe, the Miss Diane. Jeffrey from San Jose, California. That's race number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Robert Schmidl in race 11X in Red Lady in the Pitts S1, the red one. Beautiful airplane there.
That's going to be race 84 with Alan Hoover from Kokomo, Indiana, and the Panther of Pitts S1E in gray. Be on the lookout for that one.
Next up, red, yellow, and white, race 80. David Roloffs. And much like the interesting call signs in Formula One, this one's pretty interesting. David calls his airplane the Other Woman.
Uh-oh.
He's out of Prescott, Arizona.
There it is right there. Race number 80.
Yeah, race 80, red, white, and yellow. And beautiful airplane out of Prescott.
Qualified at 164 miles an hour. Our top 2 qualifiers just within seconds of each other, 178 miles an hour. That would be race 6 and race 11X, Miss Diane and Red Lady.
There in the shot now, Tommy, is race 29. Dennis Brown out of Reno, Nevada. He's in the 8th spot today. The purple and yellow Pitts S2. He calls it Toto. Really cool paint job. Looks like that purple on the front is kind of bleeding back into the yellow on the back.
That may be Andrew Vickers' plane, the Red Squirrel, as it seems to be red, and it is race number 23. So yeah, we'll confirm that for you. Red and white, Pitts S1C.
We have one more competitor on the field. There is actually a Kristen Eagle. So this one's not a Pitts biplane. A Kristen Eagle was a home-built kit, very popular in the 80s and 90s, and quite a performer. That's Scott McDonald in race 247 out of St. John's, Michigan, in the white classic Kristen Eagle paint scheme with the multicolored eagle on the side. And if you can see the wings here in a bit when he gets to flying, they look like multicolored feathers on the top of those airplanes. Just beautiful airplanes, incredible aerobatic performers. And he qualified at about 144 miles an hour, and should be a very competitive race. And then we're back to Michael Brewer.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the Kristen Eagle. Yeah, 44. Race
that's
44.
Also a Kristen Eagle.
Sculpted beautifully, these planes. They don't look much like Orville and Wilbur's craft that they used back in the day, or the old Barnstormers either. They're very, very aerobatic and very nimble up in the air. It's kind of the quarter horse of the racing world.
Absolutely. So there you see a great shot, Tommy, on the screen of the Grand Prix or horse race type start. We have 8 competitors. They're in 3 in the front row, 2 in the middle, 3 in the back. And again, similar looking start to Formula One, but in the biplane class, they're going to take off in 4-second intervals. So we see a little bit of distance there, and that's all about safety again, Tommy, because the ground maneuverability, the visibility you talked about a minute ago, that gives everybody a little bit of time. And again, we have that first lap is the warm-up starter lap, oil warm-up lap, and that also gives them the opportunity to maneuver for position, but it allows to account for the difference in taking off with a little bit of delay. So it's not unfair for the guys in the back row. They still get a chance to get up and get going.
So they will be racing, but not technically lap racing during that first trip around.
They can maneuver for position if they choose, and they certainly do. But then as they make their way back to the Stihl home pylon, they're at the start-finish line. That's when the clock will start. That's when our 6 laps will start. And Tommy, these really are the quarter horses of the racing world. And this is a very exciting class, and like we talked about, fairly evenly matched. And in this silver pairing, we do have a spread of qualifying speeds of about 40 knots, so that's a pretty big spread. So it'll be interesting to see how the folks out front, if they hold that, if they pull away, and if maybe some of those qualifying speeds in the back were a little bit of hedging their bet, and see if they push it up and try to jump up and get there. So don't forget, these folks are also racing with an eye on Sunday, Tommy. This is a silver class that's hoping to bump up into the gold class and compete for the national championship on Sunday.
That's right. All silver and gold racers are playing the long game.
For sure.
Versus what they're doing in each race. They're planning each race as well. But it's fun to watch their strategizing and how they play it throughout the course of 4 days of racing, and that's what we've got ahead of us here. We hope we can get some more races in for you tomorrow. We haven't seen the final verdict on what the smoke situation will be tomorrow. Might be a little breezier tomorrow, which may be good news on the smoke front. It causes some other considerations, but you know, you can't win them all.
Yeah, hopefully so. And we're hoping for a little bit more northerly direction to kind of blow that smoke away from here. And we'll see how that goes. So folks, while we watch the shot here where you can see the entire field of 8, there in the front row, next to the front row on the near side, you see a group of about 5 folks with bright yellow vests on. Those are our safety officials and officials running the race, and you can see they're holding that big red flag. At the moment, it's down to the side. So much like the Formula One race, what will happen here in a minute is that flag will go up. That'll tell the pilots that we're getting ready to go, and then shortly after that, we'll have a green flag, and the starter will actually start the race, and then, like we talked about, Tommy, the staggered start as they pop up into the air here to get started. There, the red flag's up just on time, Tommy.
Yeah.
So there we go. The pilots, what's going on there is now the throttles are starting to come up a little bit. They're putting their feet on the brakes, increasing that brake pressure. I guarantee you the adrenaline and the sweat is flowing freely in those cockpits right now, because there is, as we've heard some of the pilots say, if you're not nervous and you're not sort of scared, you're not here, you're not safe to be racing, right?
That's
so
right.
it's a competitive event, and by nature, we're going to be doing just under 200 miles an hour at 50 feet off the sagebrush here in just a few minutes for just about 18 miles around this course. So it's going to be pretty exciting, and ladies and gentlemen, we are close to the go right now. It's got a field of 6 Pitts and 2 Kristen Eagles, which are all fairly evenly matched airplanes, let alone how the class is orchestrated. So it's going to be an exciting event. Getting ready to start. You can see all the engines are running now. The aircraft are there. The crew has that require a crewman there at the back to kind of just help hold them down. We got a little bit of a crosswind blowing across the runway at the moment. So again, we talked about how tricky some of these aircraft are to taxi. Crosswind is particularly troubling with a tail wheel aircraft with a large rudder. It tends to blow that tail around sideways, and these aircraft steer, while they have a tail wheel that's steerable, it really takes airflow over that rudder to be able to steer it effectively.
Our #1 qualifier in race number 6, Jeffrey Lowe, has been part of the conversation here for many, many years in this category. He is he's never won a championship, but he's certainly been in the gold round many times.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, in this class, Tommy, it's we're going to have an all-new champion this year, at least a no-repeat champion, because Jake Stewart out of in the Bad Mojo Pits S1 is our defending champion, and he's not back this year for whatever reason. So we won't have a repeat winner this year in this class, which is exciting for all these competitors. They all got an open shot at it. And last year he fairly dominated the field to some degree. And so it ought to be interesting to see how this shakes out. Still got the flag in the middle of the runway there, straight up, even though the other one's kind of tilted down just a little bit. We're still on hold. You can see the crew on some of the aircraft are holding the wing braces there. You see to the right of the screen. The crew, all they're doing is just helping augment those brakes in this little bit of crosswind and helping to make sure everything's ready to go. And you can see the race officials, again, everything's about safety, so there's a lot of conversation going with the observers and the officials out at the pylons. What's the wind like? Are we safe to go? What's the visibility like? And all the pilots are finishing their final pre-race checklists here, making sure everything in every one of these airplanes is ready to go. So you can see the crews communicating with their pilots, and some of them that have a little open cockpit, and others they're standing there ready to go. But so we're just on a temporary hold here for just a second, Tommy, as they finish some of that, and we'll see where that goes here in just a second as we get going. You know, the pits, which the majority of these airplanes are now let's see, they shut down the motor on the Kristen Eagle there in the back. So I don't know if we're on a hold for wind. We have, you and I
it
felt
has freshened a little bit, and it's been
gusts.
swapping from north to west a little bit. That may all be of concern to these biplane pilots, because they are, again, 2 wings, not 1.
So
they
we
have to deal with wind.
I don't know if that's a race-wide problem, or if that one particular airplane with that would be race 247, Scott McDonald there in the back, that has the canopy open now. So maybe there was a problem with that airplane. Well, now they've shut down the engines on the others. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a break here while we sort this out, where we don't know if it's wind or smoke or exactly what the holdup is, but they're not taking the aircraft off the runway, so we'll wait and see when we get started. But it looks like we have a little bit of a delay here, Tommy.
We've not been, incidentally, if you've been not tuning in, we've not been able to have any jet heats. The visibility was such that we could not have the longer courses in play today. Jet to T6, T6 full field racing. We did have the T6 drag racing today. Unlimiteds did not run today, and Sport was not able to go today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Tommy, let's talk a little bit about these airplanes that we're seeing here. We've got Pitts aerobatic airplanes on the runway. We have 2 Kristen Eagles. The Pitts Special, it's a series of light aerobatic biplanes designed by Curtis Pitts. They've accumulated so many competition wins since the first flight in 1944, the original one. The Pitts biplanes dominated world aerobatic competition through the 60s and 70s, and even today they remain potent competition aircraft in some of the lower categories especially. And when it's biplane to biplane, they are incredibly potent competitors. Now, the Kristen Eagle, the other one we talked about that has the feather type traditional paint scheme, was designed to compete with the Pitts Special by Frank Christensen, originally of Salt Lake City, Utah. The Eagle 2 is marketed in kit form for home building, and that's where most of them are. The Eagle 2 is a small aircraft, a conventional configuration. Again, the tail wheel undercarriage is fixed with the main wheels mounted on spring aluminum legs. And in 1979, the Eagles aerobatic team, led with the late Charlie Hillard, Tom Poberenzi, who's gone, and Gene Soucy, chose the Kristen Eagles replacement for their Pitts Special Air Show act, and they became the Eagles, the Kristen Eagles, and world famous. So it looks like we're rolling this race due to win. So Tommy, we've got a break here.
Well, yes, they have called this race. They did not specify the reason for it. I suspect it's one of two. It's visibility or win, which we have some issues with both, and very sad to see that. We're looking forward to seeing these biplane teams race tomorrow. We will have coverage starting at 10:30, I believe I heard, tomorrow, right here. 10:30 Eastern Time tomorrow. We will be back with our streaming coverage of the Stihl National Championship Air Races. We hope to get all of our different categories in there. We'll try to get some biplane for you, definitely. Look forward to seeing the Unlimiteds run, of course, the marquee category here, and the jets as well, the fastest motorsport of all. Sport, looking forward to the sport rounds. Always some great competition there.
Absolutely, Tommy. This is the home of the fastest motorsport on the planet.
Well, we will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We're hoping for better luck and more cooperation from Mother Nature. We will see you tomorrow right here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.